here at the Endurance Racing Federation. It takes a team to make this work, and what a great team that they have behind the scenes here, and that helps the racers understand and have the knowledge. So with that being said, that provides us with great racing action on the racetrack when all parts are in perfect harmony.
All right, so part 3 is live.
Beautiful.
So hope we get the viewers over then any second. So it's
And
unfortunately
go
our
share
channel
that.
is not big enough to get like automatic redirects. So we'll have to do that at some point. So we just need to find like 500 more subscribers that we will be eligible to do it. Come on, guys.
So the best thing we could do to help that for the viewers at home, and of course our racers watching right now in the YouTube channel, checking in to see how everything's going here at the start of the race, is share this out in Discord servers, share it out on Facebook, in your Facebook groups especially, very large platforms with very large reach, and share it out to everybody that you think would be interested to come check out what is happening here at the Nürburgring 24-hour right now. We are 16 hours into an absolutely doozy race here, and let's keep rocking and rolling. Let's keep growing the Endurance Racing Federation, and let's continue the charge to the checkered flag here as we are now in to stint number 9, and it is race on here from all our drivers. So we have 6th place piloted here by Cross 24, and this is our, can't remember the name of this team, just bear with me for 1 second here. Our Clockwork Motorsports, the other Clockwork Motorsports BMW. It was right on the tip of my tongue there as we were coming in. So 2 entries here for the Clockwork Motorsports team, and it is 2 M6s here as well. And we also have 2 entries here for the Syndicate sector racing team as well. So with a McLaren and a Porsche 911 RSR on the track here. So a couple of teams with multiple entries here, and then the remaining 10 teams here are all solo entry teams here as well. So the Clockwork Motorsports team here doing pretty well with 2 teams up in the top 6, and the Syndicate Racing team here doing quite well as well. They had 2 cars on the podium there for a while in the latter, or a couple hours ago here, and now we got one sitting in 7th place and teammates just in behind there in 8th place, I believe, as well. Nope, that's the Mercedes driver, so my apologies. We got Apex Magnet here in the BMW M6 here up into 9th position. We've got Hot Air back in that Calsonic GTR here from NVR as well, and back out for another stint. This driver is all over this racetrack here today, taking a stint off and getting right back in behind the wheel of this car, so definitely putting in some miles here today is the NVR driver. We've got the Italian Stallion team here right now with the Lamborghini Huracan. I absolutely have huge props and respect for the Italian team here right now. I mean, they have picked one of the hardest cars in the game to drive, and they've taken it on the most difficult racetrack for a 24-hour bout. And they've been doing a really great job. It's been an up and down race for them here, but Tavernello Racing Team is still rocking and rolling in this Lamborghini Huracan, and sitting in 11th place. They have been a lap down at one point here in the race as well. So lots of strides being made by some of these teams, and of course safety cars coming out here at some points during the race, especially the early part of the race. In those nighttime conditions, really drew out that virtual safety car that has allowed for the majority of these teams to stay on that lead lap. And currently right now the only team not on the lead lap is our Lexus team here, and huge props to these guys. They have been kind of chasing the back foot here for the last few hours, but they continue to try and dial that Lexus in, and they continue pushing it up this racetrack and continue to try and push back up to the field. So really all they need right now is one safety car, and that puts them at least back on the lead lap and back in the hunt here again. So we'll see if the racing gods are on their side here, but now currently well over almost 3 hours now caution free here on the racetrack. So the group is settled in, and it is definitely time to take this thing to the checkered flag at this point here. So it is GT Finland here in Snowman in that white BMW M6 here. These guys have been in the conversation all day long, and as Jaeger had stated earlier, they were a late entry here into the race here for our 24-hour Nürburgring, and have really shown up and produced some great racing here on this track all day long in that BMW endurance model. Max is back on track here as well, and that Syndicate McLaren 650S has really been impressive in its performance here around this racetrack. It is definitely underpowered on the long runs here on this racetrack, and it has shown that throughout the day in drag races up, especially that long back straight against cars like the Porsche, the BMWs, where it just does not have the gusto to outdrive those cars in a straight line. But what this car excels in is corners, and there is plenty of corners here at the Nürburgring 24-hour layout, 97 of them to be exact here with this particular layout today. And this car, I cannot name them all, no, unfortunately. Maybe someday in about another 10 years and a few more races here on the Nordschleife and all the layouts here on the track, we might start to figure some of these corners out. But very, very, very difficult racetrack, and the corner names for myself are very difficult to pronounce. So, maybe it's a little bit of time with our local resident Jaeger here, and we'll have this locked in. You just never know.
I would say if you drive at just the right speed, you can see Jaeger's house on the Nürburgring.
I would love to have the house just around the corner, but I'm literally, I don't know, 600 kilometers south of the ring, so a bit of a stretch to get there.
A little bit, yeah, definitely. All right, so let's keep our eye on Distinct Philo here. Now, I've got a little bit of a partial desire to really pay attention to the Mercedes-AMG team here. Now, there's for no other reason than throughout the day, the Mercedes has shown to truly be one of the better cars in the field as far as the ability to get the car around the racetrack very, very quickly. The only issue so far here for the Mercedes-AMG team is just been the subtle mistakes and this self-induced incidents or mistakes made by each individual driver in their particular stints, and a lot of them just coming out of exits on throttle, getting a little bit too much slippery surface on the curb, and with the amount of torque that comes down to the rear wheels in this Mercedes-AMG, it does make it a little bit spicy when you're coming out of corner exits. So you kind of got to manage your throttle control. And one thing I find with these high torque cars is, if it's a second gear exit and you've got lots of RPM when you're coming out of the exit in second gear, it is always ideal just to pop it up into third gear or into fourth gear, depending on the situation in the corner. And what that does is it just slows down that torque that's going to the rear wheels, and it gives you a little more power to the ground immediately, and will actually 7 to 8 times out of 10 give you a better exit out of the corner, as opposed to having to kind of tiptoe and throttle and feather that throttle in that lower gear, and it just stabilizes the race car a little bit. So there are some things that the drivers can do to combat the absolute just sheer monstrosity of the rear wheels of this Mercedes-AMG GT3 car that we have here in the game, and that is one of the things that the racers can do to kind of help stabilize on exit with this car. So Distinct Philo is a fantastic racer, definitely familiar with this racer myself, and let's see what he can do with this Mercedes here now as they continue to track around the racetrack. We've got Apex Motorsports Magnet here as well, here right now for
Philo
MLR.
Also the mastermind behind the BOP for this one, and also he was the mastermind behind the BOP for the ETM Legends support race, so he's basically the setup guy.
Well, there we go. So if we're going to expect to see anybody maybe break that 58 lap that has been tossed around the halls of chat here throughout the day today that has yet to be broken, maybe Distinct Philo there is the guy to potentially take that down. But we definitely know that the Mercedes is quick, and if the guy who is behind all the balanced performance and all the finer details of what the racers are allowed and not allowed to do here in the race today, then we should expect to see a fairly decent performance out of them. And maybe that's why we see this driver here in so early as opposed to later on in the race, because trying to set that team up for a good final 6-hour push here. We have seen that from a couple of teams. We see some pretty big names on the racetrack very early in this last 4 driver swap stint, and typically what we're going to see with a 4-man team is you have 4 drivers left. You're going to see one of each of the drivers finish out the race. So typically you would see the teams ideally lean on their more experienced and skilled drivers to finish the race, but in some cases you will see teams split that up and put one earlier on in that last 6 or 8 hours and put one right into the final chase to try and set up the chase down to the podium and, of course, secure the podium or the race win. But lots of racing left, over 7 hours remaining here. We're still preemptively talking about what could be happening here, but I believe that's what I'm seeing there from that racing team right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Philo again for the final stint. And yeah, what you said, like for those shorter endurance races, like the 6 or 8 hour races, you usually get your quickest drivers out first to open up a gap, and then that the like not alien drivers on your team don't just get the cruise till the end. That's basically one of the main strategies from the really quick teams to do. But with this one, like with the safety car and everything, it's really tough, like what to predict, and you can have like a 2 or 3 minute lead, and then suddenly the safety car appears and everything's gone.
And we have seen that here today, especially in the later part of these 2-hour driver stints is when we've typically been seeing these virtual safety cars coming out. And at those points in times, you usually first, second, maybe even third place at that point are now very solidly at least a minute ahead of the rest of the pack. And then, boom, now the pack is right back on them. And 2 hours of very hard work is negated with one incident on the racetrack. And then we've got nice, tight, close racing again. And I really do think that the safety car has kept the race exactly in the condition that it is in here today. Granted, there's been a few safety cars here throughout our 24-hour event here today, and again noted, especially in the nighttime conditions when visibility was at its worst, and of course when the track conditions are not necessarily in their prime with the cold racing track as well. It really made it difficult for the racers, so that really kind of kept the field close together for a good solid 6-8 hours of racing here, and we're seeing that now as we get into the final 8 hours of the race here. Because those gaps have been kept so close together due to safety cars, it's really going to be setting up to be potentially a photo finish at the race end here. The way things have been going in this 24-hour event, I would not even be remotely surprised to see a 2 or 3 car battle for the top of the podium, right down to the checkered flag today, in all honesty.
Yeah, we have the quick teams. Sorry, Toon, go on.
If you guys keep bringing up the safety car and all that, it's going to reappear again. Shush.
Shush.
The problem is, if you skirt around the commentator's curse for too long, it's guaranteed to happen. So at some point, the commentator has to just, bring the cat out of the bag and just get it over with, and hopefully it doesn't happen. So that's why we choose to do it early in the stint, as opposed to later in the stint, because if it is going to happen, it is most certainly better to happen in the early part of the stint when the drivers still have plenty of time to recover from said whatever causes that yellow flag. But at the same time, it's a very important and vital part to long distance endurance racing, especially. You can typically see all throughout the community, we typically see 1 and 2 hour races as a typical standard endurance race in league racing, in a sense, here in Gran Turismo. And in that 1 or 2 hour race, without the safety car transitions in it, you will see very large gaps throughout the field. You will see maybe 1 or 2 cars close together, and you will see 14 cars separated by several seconds. We're not seeing that here tonight at the Nürburgring 24-hour. We are seeing gaps, but we are not seeing what you would expect to see at the 17-hour mark almost now into a 24-hour race. You would expect to see, maybe the last 4 or 5 cars several laps down. You would expect to see the leader maybe even have a 4 or 5 minute gap over the rest of the field. We don't see that here. Our race leader has 6 seconds over second place. So it is definitely not the case here in this 24-hour race today, and that is most certainly a cause and effect of the safety car. And I think that although can be sometimes frustrating for racers, because if there's an abundance of them, it just takes you out of your rhythm. It kind of kills that momentum that a team might be gaining or developing, but it really does keep the race close, and that gives those racers that have had maybe just one mistake that has just set them so far back that it doesn't seem conceivable they can come back, it gives them a chance to get back into the fight as well, and that changes the complexion of the race as well. So I think it's a love-hate relationship with a safety car feature in endurance racing, but with an extreme distance race like we have here with a 24-hour race, I think it's very, very important to the fair play aspect of the race as well.
And we can definitely hear that GP45 Gaming knows how to play the commentator's game here.
Oh yeah.
We've been around for a little while.
AG45 is the commentator through and through. It's been an honor to be in the booth with you, but unfortunately, I must skedaddle. Yega, thank you and your organization for having me. I hope you have me again in the future. Honor and a privilege to
Great work.
commentate for all of you, and enjoy your racing. For those on the America side of the planet, good night, and to everybody else on the other side of the world, bye-bye for now.
Absolutely appreciate you, and great job out there, and glad to see you on board. And let's get a huge shout out for our Stint 8 commentator here, as he absolutely belted out a great show there for all our racing fans here watching at home as well. So the commentator team has a tough job out there as well, but Tonix did a great job here tonight, and congratulations.
Also yesterday he covered the qualifying session, so big shout out. And also like to everyone in the broadcasters team. So we had like a little bit of a shake up there with our usual commentators not being available for all this event. So we had like new people joining on a very late notice. But yeah, shout out to everyone for supporting us, for giving us an exciting talk track commentary here so far. And I really like the entire event so far, with having that many different commentators in for us for those stints. So,
absolutely. As a commentator, I know it's a rare thing to be able to find 2 or 3 commentators for a race. Never mind the extensive commentating and broadcasting team that you guys have developed here at the Endurance Racing Federation. And not only have you developed a very extensive broadcasting team, but a very skilled and well-versed and high-energy broadcasting team. And I think that when you have those things, it's exciting for us as broadcasters to get involved with these races as well, because the broadcasting team feeds off each other, just like the racers feed off each other on the racetrack as well. So when you've got good vibes on the racetrack and you've got good vibes coming from race control, and that just leads to really great vibes in the commentary booth. And when you have all 3 of those things clicking together, you've got yourself a pretty great racing event here. And huge shout out to the Endurance Racing Federation putting together a doozy here for this 24-hour in Nürburgring.
yeah, it's great to see when it all comes together.
We are seeing some spacing happening here now. We have the CWM BMW starting to open a gap on the GT Finland BMW here. It's about 7 seconds now. It could just be difference in strategy, or it could be just little mistakes that we made there, but as we've just been kind of chilling through the field here, this is a very calm stint here so far. We had a little bit of good hard early racing, just trying for early positions right at the beginning of the stint here, and everybody's just very quickly kind of settled back into rhythm here. So we have Wax here for Syndicate Sector Racing, the McLaren up into 3rd place here, and it's 30-second gap from the McLaren to the 2 BMWs up front. So the BMWs are definitely starting to show their Nürburgring prowess. Obviously the BMWs and Mercedes are kind of built and designed to race this racetrack, and they are definitely showing us why currently here, but we cannot take away from the McLarens and the Porsches here of Nuschel and Wax, because they have done an amazing job to keep these cars in competition and fighting for podium here against these high-powered rear-wheel drive cars, pardon me. So GTP Nuschel here, as one of our viewers was asking on that gap, it was about 41 seconds when you asked, and he's just losing a touch of pace to the race leader. So it's 46 seconds to the race leader, but it is noted that it's only 7.9 seconds to 3rd place, and that gap was about 10 seconds there last time we checked. So GTP's Nuschel for the ERF Racing team here is starting to try and close back in on that podium. Now this Porsche has been absolutely blazing fast here all day long today, and cannot count this car out for a final podium overall. Really can't. Our eyes are definitely on the ERF Racing team here today. Very good potential to find themselves on the podium here.
My eyes are a bit located towards the skies at the moment. I feel like there's a dense cloud cover forming at the moment.
Gran Turismo Italia here. This is a team that hasn't seen a lot of hard coverage here today. They had a tough start to the race. They got some safety car love. They got back into the pack on the lead lap, and just stint by stint, they continue just to very quietly and very under the radar just continue to make good distance up the racetrack. Now, it is 1 minute and 13 seconds to our race leader here right now with the Audi R8 Evo, but we also know, and it's been discussed there with one of our racers from MVR that was here with us earlier as well, that this car takes a very certain technique to enable to maintain a quality pace around the Nürburgring 24-hour circuit. So with that being said, we have 2 Audi R8s in our grid here today, and the 5th place Audi is our highest placing Audi here currently, but this racer was as far back as a lap down in last place at one point, this team, pardon me, at one point in time here in the race early on, and now currently sitting in 5th place, just a minute behind the leader. So tried and true testament to adversity for each of these racing teams, especially in 24-hour races. Mistakes just got to be shaken off, unless it is a race-ending mistake where your car is completely unfixable and it's just a total write-off. Anything can happen in racing, and as long as you've got your wheels spinning and you're still moving forward on the racetrack in that competition, you are never out of it until that checkered flag says you're out of it. So 24 hours is a long time. We are putting in 15 laps per stint, and we're here in stint number 9. So we are essentially 130 laps deep into this race here now, and that is lots and lots of miles logged into these racing cars. So obviously maintenance and setup preparedness, and obviously the drivers taking care of these cars in the first basically 90% of this race is crucial to success for each and every one of these racing teams and manufacturers here involved, because endurance racing breaks race cars. It is very hard. The parts are very fragile on these racing cars, especially our suspension components, the toe, the camber angles, all those types of things that allow these drivers to key in on turns much more quickly and of course more sharply with a more cleaner exit. That requires a lot of toe and camber adjustments in your suspension, and just one touch of your tire on another one of your competitors' racing tire at race pace is enough to actually knock that adjustment out, and that small adjustment on this very large racetrack, it could make a huge difference in your pace around the racetrack, or potentially put you in trouble to the point where you potentially wreck your race cars. So it is very fragile, these race cars, surprisingly enough. You would think that these things are absolutely bulletproof. They're not. They are like a glass house, and it just takes a weak spot to be hit, and that's it. They're over. So it really is important that the racers continue to keep that high awareness in behind the wheel and make sure that they're aware of, in battles especially, their space, because just a slight touch can be enough to ruin your race when it comes to these GT3 cars. Very big, very powerful, very mean. They sound amazing, but very fragile all at the same time.
Nothing more to add for that, and currently looking at the fastest lap, so it's Philo. We are not surprised, I guess, to see him.
Absolutely.
Fastest lap of the race so far, and he's also gaining on the leaders, and P7 still has, I think, 2 minutes plus or so.
Absolutely, and we do have those gaps that we were talking about just about a half an hour ago with such a long green flag run here now. That is what we tend to see on these extremely long green flag runs. The pace of the driver starts to spread the field out a little bit, and the subtle little mistakes of the individual racers obviously helps to make those gaps happen on the racetrack as well. Now, from what I can tell here so far this stint, it hasn't been a mistake-filled stint. This really does feel like a set-up stint here for a lot of these teams. They're really just trying to optimize their time around the racetrack, trying not to pick up any damage on the race car, and just trying to maximize that time difference between the competitors up in front of them, and of course trying to gain time on the competitors chasing in behind them. But all 14 of the racers have the same thing in mind here, so it is really a big mind game on the racetrack, especially as this thing continues. You can see the GT Finland racing team there 10 seconds in the background from our Clockwork Motorsports BMW here, and I was questioning myself before we got back into the booth here as we've been watching the race and keeping our eye on things here throughout the day today, whether or not the Clockwork Motorsports BMW team has enough in that car to continue to maintain the race lead and continue to even lose a race lead at certain points in this 24-hour race and continue to get it back and open the gap. At some point, is there a chink in the Clockwork Motorsports orange and white team's armor here? And does somebody have an answer for them? Right now, the answer is no. Is there a falter in this Clockwork Motorsports team here today? Right now, they're looking very strong to win this race.
Really, really competitive. Yeah, usually the Clockwork Motorsport team are always someone to go for podiums in those events, and they showed it a couple of times.
Oh, and we
I'm
have
not so sure about the 66.
we have a car
Oh,
with full engine
we have a
damage. So
Whoa!
It-
It's in yellow. Yeah, it's a safety car.
it
That's a
is
big
our
crash.
Italian racer here in the Skyline here, the Nismo Skyline GTR, and that is unfortunate. You really hate to see that. That is going to be a painful run around this racetrack.
Incredible. No.
He is just at the beginning of the Nordschleife sector of the 24-hour
Wow,
circuit
that's a
here.
long,
So he is
a
going to
long
have
lap back. with that
roughly
engine damage. Oh.
12 miles at, well, as you can see here, the engine is giving him about 108 miles per hour with the severe damage on this race car. It's going to take a good 10 minutes for our poor Italian driver here to get this car back into pit lane so they can get this thing back out, and that is definitely going to draw out the safety car here. So I don't know if that's the first time we've had a full out damaged car here today,
Yeah.
but really
Well,
unfortunate.
I think it's the second time we had an engine damage as well in the earlier stints
So,
where we had a massive crash. But
oh,
yeah, in the chat, End Station Gaming, hello, my friend.
you cursed it.
Yeah,
we
he
talked
cursed
about
it.
that. We talked about that 30 minutes ago. That doesn't count anymore. The curse is immediate. Trust me, my community will verify that. I get blamed for their incidents, self-induced incidents, quite a bit because I just happened to be on them when it happens. So we're used to it. We're okay. But all that's going to do now is just close the pack back up again, and we're going to see some really great racing for the next half an hour at least. Unfortunate, however, for Clockwork Motorsports, GT Finland Racing here, the Syndicate Racing Team, and GTP Neutral and the Eras Racing Team here, they were really starting to open up that gap on the field. They had it over a minute to the remainder of the field there. So again, for our race leaders, all that work undone with a mistake made and a safety caution flag coming out, but that's going to put 14 drivers back in the mix, 13 for sure anyways, and that's going to provide us with a juicy race start. Now, we don't have dark conditions. It is a little overcast right now over the racetrack, and as Jaeger had stated, it is changing here. We had some sun coming down on the racetrack. It was starting to heat that track up. That sun has kind of been hit by the underlying cloud here right now, and you can still see a little bit of shading coming from the race cars as they're moving slowly up the racetrack under safety conditions here now, but that is going to take a little temperature out of the racetrack, and the wind is picking up quite significantly here. I've noticed as well, we're almost at 16 feet per second, and for those of us that use non-freedom units, that's about 1.4 miles, 1.4 feet, meters, pardon me, 1.4 meters per second. I'll get it right eventually. For those of us that are trying to do the conversion here right now. So that is fairly significant. We haven't seen a whole lot of wind much above 1 meter per second throughout the race day today. So potentially an indication that maybe some weather is coming in from the south here right now. But right now, it doesn't matter as we're under safety caution conditions. So the crews are going to watch that weather radar. Their crew chiefs are kind of keeping an eye on things, and they will make that call. But currently, right now, it is dry, and it doesn't look like it's going to rain, but it is certainly overcast here right now over the racetrack.
Probably down to a 7-hour race now.
All right, so
That's safety car. Also, I spotted that in P7 also tried P8 field. They pitted already.
he
Under the
did.
safety car.
Yes.
While in the top 6, they were just already past the pit entry.
Right.
So they might have like a big advantage now.
A huge undercut in a sense, coming from the other syndicate or the Mercedes there, the TDR racing team, if I believe that is. So this is great for the distinct Philo pilot here right now. 2.5 minutes after the pit stop right now currently as the safety caution goes out. So before the pit stop was roughly about 1.5 minutes behind the race leader. That is 1.5 minutes gained, and we know this car is quick. And we know there is a very capable driver currently behind the wheel of this car as well. I think things are about to get interesting for Team Mercedes here. Hot air as well.
Just like that. Yeah. Just gonna say they also probably pitted, so you have the number 7, the number 2, and the number 23. Probably leading this race when the top 6 will be pitting. Then will they be pitting?
It's entirely hard to say.
It's a long stretch.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So you're on racing lap 6 and we have to go until lap 15. That's a long stretch. We saw cars doing 10 laps on fuel.
Alright, so it's Medway Racing Team here. I've been trying to figure out which racing team that Apex Magnet is competing with here in this event, and there we go. I just had to bring the spotters guy up and finally track down the car here, and I'm familiar with this driver as well. So with that being said, again, some big names right now out in stint number 9 here for some of these teams, and again, just I think in a directive effort to try and gain some track position and set up for the next couple of drivers for the next 4 hours leading into that final 2-hour push. And I really do suspect that is going to be some kind of push. So we do have our Team Lexus team here. They are just a lap down here currently right now from the race leaders, and with the safety caution out, we potentially will see that Lexus get the wave around here and get back on the lead lap as well. So that's why we continue to say you never give up. You have to continue to push forward. You got to just put your head down, get yourself back into your racing rhythm, get yourself back into that racing mojo, and just keep pushing the car around the track, because you just never know what's going to happen. Even some of these racers that are not having a good race and seem like they're just a little off the pace and they're behind the pack a little bit, can easily just gain positions by surviving the race because other racers have wrecked out and get DNFs on the day. And I mean, that's all points in the bank. So we do have the call here from race control for our Lexus team to head over onto the left-hand side of the racing track to go ahead and...
just saw the call. 58 Lexus can start unlapping.
And he's just gone around the race leader there right now. So the top 6 cars moving to the right side of the racing track to allow the lap down car to get by that as per racing procedure here this weekend. So great job by the top 6 here. And also noted that they are required under safety caution flag laps to have their 4-way flashers on. And really that's a safety feature, especially for the drivers that are still closing up the gap to get caught up to the safety car line. So when they do start catching up to that field, they are pre-warned that they are slow-moving cars up ahead, even though the racers should be aware of that. Sometimes you're just kind of in that rhythm, you're just trying to make up that gap, you come around a corner and bam, there they are, the field is right there. So those 4-way flashers are kind of a last-second warning for our drivers catching up to the safety car lineup to proceed with caution and slow down the pace and get into I believe the drivers are running around 70 to 80 miles an hour under caution flags here today is what it looks like. So that seems to be the speed designated here by race control today. With that,
and as mentioned in chat, so definitely the top 3. I think the top 6 haven't pitted, but I'm not sure about P4, 5, and 6. I just saw.
And Pole Sitter has just gotten into the safety car lineup here now as well. We've got Philo here with the Mercedes and Hot Air there with the NVR Skyline there as well. They are nose to tail here as they are now closing in on the safety car pack, and they're still about 23 seconds down the road, so they should close up to that pack here in about 10 or 15 seconds and just take their position in line here as well. Now, noted that Philo has made an early pit stop here, and I think Hot Ire also made a pit stop potentially there, but maybe not. Hard to say. It might have been a little bit
to
earlier
judge
there.
it by the amount of fuel. So you will probably see it. I don't.
This may,
But if they-
may own a pit stop there, as he's definitely sitting on, well, about half a stint's worth of fuel used up in that racing car here right now. The BMW here closing up here as well, so he's coming in fairly hot here in behind Ayer and Philo, and it'll be the three of them here closing up on the safety line pack. So for the most part here, the drivers are doing a great job at getting this closed up before the end of lap number 6 here on stint number 9. And you can see now that the cars are, again, just trying to maintain temperature in the racing tires. We're going to see them swerve left to right, depending on where on the racetrack, maybe a little less aggressively than in other spots, because you don't want to catch a track edge under safety caution. Now, keep in mind, if one of the racers is swerving side to side and they make a mistake, they go a little too far off to the edge of the track, they clip the grass and they hit the wall and they wreck, they're going to lose that position under safety caution. So you want to be very careful about how aggressive you are at trying to maintain your tire temperature here as well in these racing cars. And it is, of course, a 2-car gap mandate here well in the safety car lineup, and that is to allow for the drivers to move side to side safely to try and maintain the heat in the tires as well. So
Touching the track map, I guess the car with engine damage, they are back on track. Now they have fixed that damage.
it does appear to. Let's go take a quick look here just to verify that. And it is DCT Incredible, and he does have a fully functioning race car here again. So they've gotten that car back out on track and moving and grooving here again. And he has got 2/3 of a racetrack to make up here right now, but has made that pit stop and gotten that car fixed. And our Lexus
That
car
is pitting. Oh wow. Okay.
taking a pit stop here as well. So is going to stay out in front of the pack here as they head down the back straight. So interesting strategy
Still
call coming.
Back on the lead lap. Still, I think this was a smart decision.
I think so too. I think that was a great strategy call right there, and that was probably most certainly a call made by the racing team, as the safety car had probably got called out. So that is just basically the same thing we just seen from the Mercedes AMG driver right now, Philo. Big undercut strategy should be able to stretch the duration of the race out, where a lot of the top drivers still have to make that pit stop at some point here in the stint, you would think. I don't think that we've seen anybody run the full 2 hours without having to either make a stop for some form of fuel or tires. So we should expect to see the top 6, 7 drivers make a pit stop at some point here in the race. Now, whether or not it's under safety caution conditions or under race pace conditions, I guess that's up to each one of the racing teams to decide that. But if it were me right now with an hour left in the stint, I'm coming in, I'm going to take my chances, I'm going to pit now, and that leaves me an hour to make any time up, and potentially another safety car to come into the mix yet as well, with an hour left still here in the stint. So we are going to be going green here at restart zone number 1, and that restart zone number 1 actually is just where our Lexus had come through there. So he's just a little bit past restart zone number 1, but restart zone number 1 is right after the Beilstein curve, turn number 10 on the Nürburgring GP circuit. And as soon as those drivers get through that corner, that is where our restart zone is. We've seen the Clockwork Motorsports BMW last time on a safety car restart start very early in the restart zone, basically right at the start of the restart zone. He took off there, but the Syndicate Racing Porsche was waiting for it, was prepared for it, and almost anticipated that kind of restart, and ultimately actually ended up overtaking him for first place there. So it's going to be interesting to see what GT Racer 22, our pilot here at the Clockwork Motorsports BMW, decides to do this time around here to kick the race off. So that call has been
Interesting
made.
to see. Some of the drivers actually did it,
Mm-hmm.
and the leader didn't.
Very interesting. So that puts the Audi up into third place here right now. Notable mention, just we are really keeping an eye on that Italian Audi team here, because there's potential. I mean, if you're looking at a drive of the day or a team of the day award, in a sense, quote unquote, right now that is definitely that Audi R8 in that discussion, I think, here, if that were the case. They have just had a fantastic, consistent recovery drive here in this 24-hour race. They started off really tough, a lap down and have spent basically the last 12 to 14 hours recovering from that mistake, and now that has them sitting in the final podium position here as the race stands right now on our number 17 in third place. So it just goes to show the testament and the mettle of each racer and each team involved here.
We're getting close to the restart zone now.
Absolutely, here we go. And our race leader started early here, so we are now into that Bilstein curve, and we should see a start coming at any moment. And he's going to pack it up, he's going to accordion up, and then he's going to take off here. So a different start there coming from the Clockwork Motorsports BMW, and that worked out really well for pole sitter there. Caught the Audi off guard there, sleeping a little bit, and absolutely took advantage of that. That puts him up into third place. The Audi is not sleeping anymore. He is back in the fight here now, up in behind that Porsche 911 RSR. But that little check up there from our race leader, just making all the drivers in behind basically lift off their throttle or just touch their brake pedals, and he's slamming on the accelerator to start that race. It was a very interesting strategy right there coming from the Clockwork Motorsport BMW, and it did work. He did hold the race lead here, but he is not getting away easily. GT Finland Racing Team right there in behind, Porsche, Audi, and Mercedes all in tow, and it is race on here on our number 17. So settle in, folks, because this should be fun here, as again, driver visibility is not an issue. The track is in pretty good conditions right now. I wouldn't say the track condition is optimal, but it is very high for racers right now, with the sun just being a little bit blocked by the cloud. That is almost allowing for perfect track temperatures here for these racers. It is showing right now on this racing restart. They absolutely sent this, and oh, there it is, a GT, the other Clockwork Motorsports BMW, pardon me, in the background there. In a battle, got a little bit wide there, maybe just not recognizing that where they were on the racetrack, dipped the left-hand tires off into the track edge there, and surprisingly enough, the grass here at the Nürburgring is like quicksand. If you get those hot racing slicks out there, it just sucks you in. So he does do a good job at keeping it together, not taking out the drivers in behind him, and settling back into position here in the race, but it is going to be 8th place with GT Finland going all the way up from 2nd down to 8th place there with that little incident on the racetrack, and that is the downside to the race restart there when you got the whole pack clustered up there. That cost him a few positions. If there was still green flag racing and he had made that mistake, he'd probably still be sitting in 2nd place right now and trying to think about how he's going to recover the time loss, but instead he's now got to figure out how he's going to navigate around 6 or 7 more drivers to try and get back to the top of this field. So his pole sitter taking advantage. He's now up into 2nd place. We have the Audi R8 back up into the podium, but he is being hounded by the Mercedes, and I am not surprised at this point to see that Distinct Filo has gotten the TDR Racing Team right back into the conversation, and he is giving the Italian R8 driver the business right now. He is applying all kinds of pressure here onto the backside of that Audi R8. He is going to show some intent to make an inside position there, maybe try to get a reaction out of the Audi, and the Audi just stayed tried and true to his line there, didn't really falter too much. So the review mirror games, in a sense, from Distinct Filo here doesn't seem to be phasing the Audi R8 driver too much. So the next step here for Distinct Filo is start to find this driver's weakness. Where is this car weak? What kind of corner is this car struggling in, and is that a spot that this Mercedes can now attack in? Or just sit tough, get through the next 2 or 3 sectors of the track here and use that straight line speed of that Mercedes AMG just to out drag race at the Audi R8 on that very long 2-mile back straight run towards the start finish line. A couple different options there for the Mercedes driver, and I guess that's really kind of up to him to decide on as we navigate around the second half of the Nürburgring 24-hour lap 7 stint number 9.
We also have like a very interesting grid at the moment now with different fuel levels. So I'm not sure who can get to the end after the safety car. I think the 66 car, the BMW, they used the safety car at the end to get into the pits and probably refuel to the max. We have Leader probably low on fuel. We have someone like Philo in P4. They did it also early, but I doubt that they will get to the end. So still very, very interesting to see how it turns out till the end of that stint.
And it's interesting to see that the Clockwork Motorsports leader, orange and white BMW racing team, is potentially attempting what we just saw last stint as well. We've seen them lose the lead of the race due to exactly that, having to try and manage the fuel on that final lap of that stint before the driver swaps, and it did cost them the position leading into the pit stops for the driver swap transition. So it's interesting to see that they are potentially trying the exact same strategy here again in stint number 9. I guess the only difference is, did they learn from that first time around, and have they made that adjustment in the Clockworks Motorsports BMW to be able to do that attempt at that strategy again? Or are we going to see much of the same result from that BMW, where they're going to run just a little bit short before that pit lane entry again and potentially lose the race lead heading into stint number 10? Seems like he's a little bit better off on fuel this time than the last time around, but it is very hard to tell, as obviously with pole sitter only sitting 1 second in behind here, that is a battle for position and a car applying pressure, so that may very well change or force the pace of our race leader to have to maybe step up, defend a little bit. Maybe they're going to battle a little bit here over a couple laps leading into the end of this stint, and that is going to potentially be enough for the Clockwork Motorsports BMW orange and white team here to use up a little extra fuel without realizing it and get themselves into trouble here too as well. So again, as Jaeger said, varying strategies right now here as we are securing stint number 9.
Number 7, that also that's driving, they did it right at the start of the safety car, and they should be better on fuel, so they definitely have a strategy advantage in my opinion compared to P1.
And it's as I'm going through here, I'm just kind of checking things out here. We do have the other Clockwork Motorsports BMW that has a couple ticks of damage here on his racing car here as well, we've noticed. Also on a very similar strategy here, it looks like. So this may very well be a team strategy going across the board here for Clockwork Motorsports BMW teams. But unfortunately for the second Clockwork Motorsports BMW there, he does have some bits of damage on the front end of that racing car, and at some point may probably have to make a pit stop to fix that damage. We didn't see the MD call come out from the racing team, so that tells me that they're probably just anticipating on pulling the car into pit lane, fixing it, and just getting it back out on the racing track. Alright, so distinct field in the AMG Team TDR Racing has now overtaken the Italian R8 driver here and moved himself up into P3. Distinct field is still the fastest driver on the racetrack in this stint, and that time is now down to an 8:02.1. And we know it's not the fastest time here on the racetrack today, but as he's on a fresh set of tires and a little bit of fuel load right now, we are going to have to probably wait till the latter part of the stint to really see a lot of the racers here start to push the limits of that fast lap. But he is purple as we head through the first sector of the GP circuit here, and he is trying to shake that Audi R8. But I tell you what, that Italian driver, we're calling him the Italian Stallion today because he is riding the tires off of this R8 here in this stint. He is giving that car everything it's got and making it do just a little bit more. Lamborghini here as well, coming out after that safety car, was down into 11th place before the safety car, has found himself up into 5th place here as well. So the this race is anybody's race today. We have those select teams here that have been performing really well throughout the day here today, but then we have these sleeper teams here where it looks like they've just been struggling. They're down and out, and here is the Lamborghini up into 5th place after that safety car restart and a series of pit stops. So this is a pretty good recovery here from the Huracan right now as well as they continue up the racetrack. So really, it is anybody's guess right now. Vegas has got to be pulling their hair out right now, trying to figure out the odds for which one of these drivers is going to win this race as it progresses, because it is so unpredictable which one of these racers and teams is just going to turn it up each stint and just really put the whole press on the whole field. Right now, it seems to be distinct Philo up into 3rd place in the Mercedes AMG right now, but with 45 minutes remaining in the stint here still, or a little more, or a little less. It's really hard to say, but very close after that safety car. We have not seen the immediate separation from our racers that we have typically seen The pit stops have separated some of the drivers here for the most part, and of course our driver that was stricken with damage here still on that lead lap, and the Lexus here now only 5 minutes in behind. He was 10.5 minutes in behind. Keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, before the safety car. So got back on the lead lap, and now only 5 minutes behind the race leader, and also made that very early safety caution pit stop. So we're going to be very interested to see how much of a difference that makes at the end of the stint for Team Lexus there. Sometimes when things aren't going your way, you got to make a bold call, and that was most certainly a bold strategy call from Team Lexus there. And I kind of feel like that may work out better for them here by the end of the race than if they would have pit maybe at their normal scheduled time they were thinking here in the stint. But
Yeah.
interested to see what Lexus has got for us here now that they're back on that late lap.
It's also my feeling that it didn't go into the pits. But yeah,
All right, so
Tough
it
call
is
to make.
a very tough call to make, and lots of tough calls to be made here today. When this race is so close, and it is still anybody's game. The strategy is still so important here in the remaining 6.5 hours of this race, a little more, because the strategy has been what's been working, what's been getting these racers into the positions they're in, and of course a little bit of safety car help has obviously helped that a little bit, but the safety car plays into that strategy as well. The safety car is just as much of a strategy as the pit stop strategy is. So when a safety car comes out, that allows teams to stop, sit down, do some number crunching real quick, and potentially alter their strategy, maybe even eliminate a stop by the end of the race, depending on how many safety cars come out. Now, when safety cars come out too, folks, that means that the cars are running a much slower pace around the racetrack, which means ultimately they're in a fuel-saving mode in these cars. They're in an economy mode. Sometimes you'll see them shut the engine off when they're in a downhill sector and just coast 3 or 4 corners and then fire the engine back up. And these are small little things that these drivers will do under caution flag, things to potentially extend an extra lap of fuel, maybe an extra lap of tires, and all of those small finer details throughout slower periods of the race where the drivers are forced to drive down at a mandated speed for an extended period of time with such a lengthy racetrack is also another part of that strategy, and that's something that the race driver can actually do well behind the wheel of the race car. That is something that the race driver can control with communication with, of course, their great team and crew chief and behind the scenes. So many things are still playing into this race and will continue to play into this race as we progress towards the checkered flag.
and halfway through this stint now. And yeah, after the safety car now, gaps are opening a little bit again.
And our GT Finland racing team here with that unfortunate off there very early on after the safety car there, down into 8th place here. Still we have Apex Magna from MRL Motorsports starting to close in here as well. And it's very interesting. I've noticed that it seems like a lot of the racers coming into the carousel here today are opting to take a midline, so they're in a sense kind of straddling the carousel. Typically here you're aiming to big off moment there for Hot Air as well in the NVR Skyline. He manages to keep no damage on that car in that exchange, so that was great, but it's going to cost him a couple seconds on the racetrack there, but he is still moving forward. He's going to get some dirt off the tires, but I have noticed in the carousel that the drivers are taking a midline in through the carousel. So typically you want to have a late entry into the carousel and then just ride that banking all the way around, and then right before the concrete kind of ends and it starts to turn back into asphalt at the end of the carousel, you're essentially straight lining your car out, and as soon as you get over that little bump coming out of the carousel over the concrete asphalt transition, you want to be basically foot down on the throttle and get back on the power. But here we're seeing a much different approach from a lot of the racers. We're seeing a midline approach. They're still coming in on that late entry point, but they're not using the full camber of that carousel, it seems like, to basically let the corner do the work for the racing car. They're kind of fighting the cars around the carousel. Now, I'm not sure if that's just a miscalculation by the racers or if that is by design, but to me it seems like they're giving away time in that carousel. The carousel is a very interestingly engineered corner. It's one of the more famous corners here on the racetrack, obviously, and if you utilize the camber of that corner, it will gain you speed through the corner on your exit. So it surprises me a little bit that as we have drivers trying to close gaps up, that they're not utilizing some of these corners to their full potential.
Yeah, we all have to remember it's probably their third stint doing this event, so tired, fatigue, whatever, so maybe they're just not able to do that line
Very well could be, and that is a great call. You know, we've touched on that throughout the broadcast of my stints here. You know, the drivers, very easy to lose concentration, especially in situations where you're not necessarily close enough to another car where you can even see that car. That is a very dangerous time for a racer, especially in the latter part of the stint, because you're just out for a Sunday drive, for lack of a better term, I guess, so to speak, and it's very easy to get complacent behind the steering wheel, and that complacency is the start of a series of absolutely horrific events, usually for racers. So the drivers have to really work hard at not falling into a complacent mode when they're kind of just by themselves doing their thing in their stint. And now we're starting to see the drivers spread out a little bit as the pace of the drivers is starting to set back in here under green flag conditions.
Look at the leaders. Yeah, they are just going for the strategy. Run as fast as
absolutely
you can. Don't care about you.
And yeah, seeing these,
the only option, I think. Yeah.
Seeing gaps starting to open back up here a little bit again now as the drivers are settling in. But again, different fuel loads, different pit stop strategies coming from the whole group here in this stint. It's going to be very interesting to see. And a Lamborghini down into 7th place here, so no damage on the racing car, but has lost position to Max and Neutral here.
Started 23 car.
Oh yes, we have. A pit stop here coming from the MVR racing team, and a late pit stop here coming from this team, and that is an interesting strategy. And that looked like just a little splash of fuel and a quick set of tires there from the MVR Skyline there as well. So and when I say a splash, I mean not very much fuel at all. It looked like they took about 15, maybe 20% fuel just to top that tank off to make sure they have what they need to get to the driver swap stops. So
maybe they collected some damage with that little off track and then decided to put in some fuel,
could be
damage, and then get to the end and maybe hope for another. No, I don't want to say it, but you all know what.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about said things here at this point in the race. Now we are going to let these racers do what they do best, and that is send these absolutely beasts of a race cars, GT3 machinery, around the Nordschleife as absolutely quickly as they can. And that's the whole point here. Drive fast, win races, and if not, have a whole bunch of fun along the way, hopefully. So it is Philo here, and again, we did expect to see the Mercedes start to move their way back up the field here. It has shown to be very strong here today, all day long, and throughout our evening stints here as well. And it has got himself back within 8 seconds of the race lead. So I think the strategy call coming from the TDR racing team here has been spot on. Let's get one of our top-end drivers in. Let's get them to set up the next 4 hours to set up that final push from whether it be Fido or a different driver finishing things off for this team here. But right now, doing a great job at setting up the TDR team here for a good push for a potential podium at the end of the day here today. So starting to move into mid-morning condition here now at this point. Weather really kind of in the racer's favor right now. Again, just a small layer of cloud here is doing just enough to block that beaming sun on this hot track surface, and that is probably really good for the racers. That is going to probably give them an extra lap or two in grip underneath their racing tires, and with that extra grip should also allow them maybe to potentially do a little bit better on the fuel mileage as well, because a big part of the fuel mileage in these GT3 cars is how much tire scrub, as I like to call it, that these drivers create as they're navigating right now the Nürburgring, but any racetrack. And what I mean by tire scrub for the viewers watching at home is how much noise that your racing tires make when you're navigating corners, under braking and under acceleration. If you can hear your racing tires making screeching noises, you are driving your car too hard into that corner. You're giving away time, and you're also giving away grip on your tires. Now, if you come in and out of corners and you're getting a very calm motion with the car, you're not getting that tire noise, that tire screeching, as I like to call it, then you're getting immediate power to the ground. That immediate power to the ground means that you're not spinning your tires and you're not going higher up into your RPMs for no reason, which means whether or not you want to think it's a lot, it makes a difference over a 97 cornered racetrack. Those little subtle differences will start to add up. 0.1, 0.2, 0.4, 0.6. Next thing you know, at the end of the stint, you have gained yourself potentially over a lap of fuel just by doing those subtle little details as well. So how hard you're driving these racing cars in and out of corners is a very large part of consistency and pace in Gran Turismo 7 racing. There is a hot tip for all of our racers out there watching, and for all of us that are thinking about getting into the Gran Turismo 7 platform, potentially trying it out. If you hear your tires screeching around the racetrack, you're overdriving a race car, you're costing yourself time. Plain and simple, that's just the way it is. So, the key for these high-skilled drivers that we're seeing here, and if we're on board listening to these drivers, I can't hear it right now because I do not have the game audio on my ears currently, because it tends to send double feedback through my microphone, so we keep our headset a fair ways away from the microphone. I could potentially find a driver that is exactly demonstrating that, but it's tough with a little bit of net coding in the game here as well. Sometimes the net coding makes you think that you're scrubbing your tires, but in reality it's just a little bit of rubber banding, we like to call it, where your car's just a slight bit of latency in it, and it's not 100% relaying full imagery and processing power to be, this is exactly where it is. So the game is saying, we're not quite exactly sure where your car is, so it's in around this area. It basically is what that rubber banding means, and we see a little bit of that here from the Huracan car up in front of our Clockwork Motorsports BMW Blue, our GT Finland Racing BMW here, as he has done a great job of closing up here to the pack. That gap was fairly significant, almost 30 seconds, and now right in behind. But now,
I'm back in a sec.
yes, absolutely. Now with a little bit of lag here with the driver in front, it's decision-making time for the Clockwork Motorsports BMW team when he finally does close up to him. It is going to be, when do I want to make a pass on the Lamborghini? And it may not be that bad to our 8th place driver, Snowman, here as well. He may not see what we see in our point of view. That is also another thing. Every point of view, so every driver on the racetrack and every spectator watching the race on the racetrack will see things differently as well. So if I say a driver lagging, for example, is quite potential that the competitor in behind that racer may not see any lag at all. So again, it is situational, but it's very difficult to tell, and at the end of the day, if you're making that screeching noise with your racing tires, you are definitely giving away a little bit of time around the racetrack. So that is definitely one of the best tips I can give to all our racers out there. Turn on your tire squeal, your tire noise in your audio settings in the game, and absolutely jack those settings up. If you're somebody like me who's a content creator, obviously it's a little more difficult to do that because you got to manage the audio for our viewers. Obviously the viewers don't want to hear nothing but tires screeching. You want to hear very good balanced audio. You want to hear the cars, the engines. You want to hear everything that's going on around them. So it's a little bit difficult for the commentators to drive like that. We're constantly having to adjust our settings. But if you're just a regular racer, you're not worried about having all the extra equipment to live stream and all that great stuff. So there we go. Our Clockwork Motorsports BMW leader here pitting on the end of lap 9. So that will allow pole sitter to take the race lead, and the only driver here that essentially was a pit stop to the end of this race, I guess, for lack of a better word. Everybody else pit during that safety car transition, whether it be just at the beginning of it or through it or very shortly after it, where our race leader, the Clockwork Motorsports BMW orange and white car, decided to go basically probably when that designed pit stop was designed to be for that racing team, and that was at the end of lap 9, and that's pretty indicative of what we've been seeing here throughout this whole 24-hour event. So I believe that is just a scheduled pit stop there for the Clockwork Motorsports BMW race leader, and that is going to definitely drop him down into the field here a little bit. And if none of these other drivers have to make a pit stop at the end of the race, that is a fair amount of track position given away there from the Clockwork Motorsports BMW. And we were talking about, is there a chink in the armor for the CWM orange and white car? That may have been it. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out.
So back with the Frappuccino.
Ooh, Frappuccino. Jaeger is getting serious here now. It's GT Finland racing to BMW here now.
Need to get over the hump now for the final part.
Absolutely right. And, a huge shout out to all the staff and officials and the team behind the scenes that are doing the full 24 hours in whatever form it is that they're doing here. It comes from experience. Again, I've had the opportunity to do a few 24-hour events over my career here now, and they're not an easy task. It requires a lot of conditioning from those, even from us just sitting here in the booth and running things from behind the scenes. Staying up for 24, or in a case of a 24-hour race, roughly about 26 to 28 hours straight if you're in behind the scenes, is no easy task, and it takes a few days to recover. So massive respect to all of our members here today that are putting in the full push here to get this event out in full as well, because it's no easy task. It is you hit a wall at one point or another over a 24-hour period because the body wants to sleep. It's a natural reaction, and you got to kind of force it to push through that wall. So the Frappuccino should help for sure. I'm kind of jealous. I want one myself now. All right, so it's Apex Magnet here with MRL Motorsports, and in 8th place, and having a solid run here in stint number 9. It started a little bit further down the pack. I believe it was 10th or 11th place here at the beginning of stint number 9, and has moved up a couple of positions here. So our race leader after the pit stop there is currently sitting in 9th position after the service on the race car. Again, the scheduled pit stop here for the orange and white CWM team. And it's going to be interesting to see now how that call works out by the end of the stint. Maybe potentially the team figures statistically based off of how each 2-hour stint has been going, there may be potential for them to gain free track position before the end of the stint. But the way the stint has been going, I don't know if that's something that they should really be relying on, but potentially maybe something in the back of their minds that they're thinking about, and maybe that is the risk versus reward on the call that we made here with the late pit stop compared to the rest of the field. But 30 seconds to the race leader here now is the gap from the CWM orange and white car, and we'll be keeping our eye on that here for the last 28-30 minutes of the stint here to see how he's progressed after that call. But it is pole sitter here now for Syndicate Sector Racing, and this Porsche here has been having a fantastic race as well. We've been talking a lot about the Eric's Racing Gold Porsche here on the racetrack today, but we haven't talked nowhere near enough about the Syndicate Racing Blue and Black Porsche here today either. They have just been pushing hard all race long. They've been battling up in the podium in the mid-pack all race long, and currently leading the race here at the 17.5-hour mark now on the Nürburgring 24-hour. But they definitely have some elite company in behind right now with the Stink Philo in the TDR Mercedes. That car is still the fastest car on track, now down to an 801.8 on the racetrack. Not the fastest laps we've seen this weekend here under racing conditions, but definitely starting to cut into the race leader's gap. 1.4 seconds here right now. And I would normally say that the Mercedes should have the advantage over the Porsche here on these bigger, long, powerful runs at the Nordschleife, but I got to tell you what, these 911 Porsche RSR 2017 versions have proven their worth here at the Nürburgring 24-hour today in this event. They are more than competitive with those big engine cars right now. Alright, got Wax here from Syndicate Racing as well, the other Syndicate driver here.
Where is the Clockwork Motorsport team now? GT Racing down to 9-11.
Yeah, he just made a pit stop there at the end of lap 9 there, and that dropped him down significantly there. Yeah, so you did say you're not sure if that was going to be a good idea there when you noticed that he was going to continue on with the rest of the pit stop sequences. And as it stands right now, it does appear that may very well be the case here, down into 9th place from the race lead. So, and you know, from what I'm seeing with our race leaders here right now, I really don't foresee a pit stop coming from any of these racers up in front either, unless something dramatic happens to one of these drivers and they are forced to make a pit stop here. I really don't foresee a stop happening until that driver swap pit stops here now, so he's definitely got some work to do here. And you know, the chink in the armor we're talking about, we may have just found it with that pit strategy call right there. But he is closing in on the Huracan driver here right now for the Lamborghini, and is 2.5 seconds. He's closing very quickly, and as that Lamborghini's tires start to wear out a little bit, and especially as it gets lighter on fuel, the car becomes quite a handful to drive. And I can tell you this from experience. I run the Huracan myself a fair bit around a lot of the racetracks here. I think it's an absolutely fun car to drive. It is definitely spicy. It's challenging. It requires a ton of skill and a lot of concentration. And the reason why I'm forcing myself to try and drive that car is because that extra amount of skill and concentration required to drive that car, I hope, will ideally just continue to reform my own racing with other race cars as well. But I have noticed, especially on the racing soft tires, with the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 car and low fuel, it tends to get very back end happy. It just does not want to stay in a straight line with itself, and that really does make it interesting for the operator behind the wheel of that car. And I think we're starting to see that a little bit here from the Italian driver again as we're getting later into the stint. The car's lighting up and those soft tires are starting to wear down a little bit, and I think that the back end of the car just does not want to follow the front end of the car, and that is creating a little bit of sliding on the racetrack and costing him track time. But we do have a very solid battle for the race lead here, as Distinct Velo has closed up right on the back bumper of the Porsche 911 RSR here from pole sitter, and side by side now as we head into
the lead.
Straight into the lead, and immediately to break the slipstream there. So it is race on here right now between the Mercedes AMG and the Porsche 911. I mean, that was, I'm going to pass you, and then I'm making sure you cannot rebuttal up the end and back of the straight. He just drove it right across the track, broke that little bit of slipstream. And it was just enough to hold the Porsche off coming through the S's here leading into the start-finish line. And I think that was the plan all along there from the Mercedes AMG driver there. He realizes and is more than aware that that car is very strong in the final few corners of this racetrack there. And I think that was all in effort to try and keep him from answering the call back through the final corners there. So turns 1 and 2 here. And it is game on here on lap number 11 of stint number 9. So hard racing happening right now on this racetrack, and it is up front again near the end of this stint. So we've been seeing that a lot.
I have a new driver in P3, Max, your strapper on.
Absolutely, and Audi still hanging in there, holding down the fort here right now, holding down that final podium position right now. But it is pressure right now from the Syndicate Racing team, and that battle has subsided slightly there. It was definitely elbows out there, but we just got over to it there, as Jaeger had mentioned. There was a good battle happening back there, but only half a second separated the two cars, so the battle's not over here yet either. What is that gap from second to third place? It's 10.11 seconds, we're going to call it here, as our Syndicate racer there got on the curbing there and almost had a moment that you can see that car really gave him a good herky-jerky there, but he gathered it back up and continues on down the racetrack. So the gap now is 1.1 seconds. So Philo I'm trying to check out here now. I finally accomplished a goal here. I got myself into the lead of this race. Now what he wants to do over the next 4.5 laps, a little more than 4.5 laps here, we're essentially just coming onto the Nordschleife part of the racetrack right now here on lap 11, we'll call it 5, is to open that gap up. So we'll be keeping our eye on that. But in this battle here in third place is starting to spice up here, and is 2 MR cars fighting it out here as well. 2 very different mid-rear engine cars here as well. So the Audi R8 is a very difficult car to drive. It is requires a special skill set and a very special technique to maintain a solid race pace out of this car. And if you don't have that figured out in this car, you're going to do probably two things in this car. You are going to burn the rear tires up on this car, and you're probably going to run out of fuel. Oh, really quickly there, and oh my, Wax there having a big moment in behind there, and I'm really going to, I think, call that a dirty air moment. He was just in line, just traveling a couple of car lengths in behind the Audi there, and I think when the Audi changed its positioning on the racetrack, that just opened up that window of air a little bit on the front end of our McLaren, and what that does is it pulls the front end up off the track surface a little bit, and essentially it feels like to the racer that your brakes aren't working. So I think that was just a matter of the Audi moving position on its racing line, and that big push of air on the nose of that McLaren caught him out there, and just made a mistake coming into that little bit of a braking zone there, and that of course created him to have a moment and some front end and suspension damage there on the car as well. So 2 bits of damage there on our Syndicate racing car there, and not ideal with 20 minutes left.
Yeah.
Absolutely not what you want to see near the end of a stint here, especially drawing down to the end of a 24-hour race. I'm sure he's beating himself up right now behind the steering wheel about that mistake, but he's got to lock it back in. He's still got 4.5 laps of racing to do here before he can bring it in, and then he can sit there and dwell on that moment on the racetrack if he chooses to, but he does need to continue focused up here and just try to make some of that time back up. We've got GT Finland here back up into 4th place, so was in 2nd, had a moment, went off track, dropped all the way back down to P9 after the safety car, and has now moved his way back up into 4th position. He's 6 seconds in behind podium and 20 seconds in behind the overall race lead. So all in all, not a bad stint coming from all our racers here. Again, we have some gapping happening, but the gaps between each individual racer in sequence 1st through 14th place for the most part is only about 3 to 5 seconds, and one little mistake, and that is battle re-engage for any one of these drivers. Essentially, you can see GTP neutral here as well for the ERF racing team in that gold Porsche, doing a great job starting to track in. And the one thing I have noticed is this ERF racing Porsche seems to really come on in the latter part of the stint. So it really seems like that they have this car set up for the long run. And the longer the run, it seems like the stronger that Porsche gets. So we had an MD called, and it is our 3rd place driver there, picking up a couple bits of damage. So let's get through our field here. We've got our 3rd and 6th place drivers with some damage on them, and getting down through 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th. It is just 2 cars here currently with multiple damage points. So we are closing in again on that colored flag that we do not want to see here today on the racetrack, and we'll see what happens here. We'll see if those drivers opt to.
What do you think about playing the next commentator's game zone? Because that safety car call worked out really nicely. So the one thing we are still missing in this event is rain. Let's talk about rain.
Absolutely. Let's talk about the rain. Germany, what is up with the weather over here at the Nürburgring today? I mean, the sun is shining. We see the fans riding around in shorts. I mean, the rubber ducky's got to come out and play. I mean,
something is artist wrong.
El Nino has hit Germany here today at the Nürburgring 24-hour, and you can see right now it's just clear skies as far as the eyes can see. There isn't even a puffy white one in the sky at the moment, so that means track temperature is rising. Now, what does that mean for our racers? It means a lot of things for our racers right now. They're starting to get on low fuel. Their tires are wearing down. We now have a couple of our racers currently on track with a hurt race car, and the track is heating up. Now, that is going to put the track to a sense in an optimal condition for a little while, but the more that the sun continues to bear down on the tarmac surface here at the Nürburgring 24-hour is going to continue to heat that track surface up, and that eventually will get it to the point where the track is so hot that it's actually degrading the tires faster on these racing cars. So again, we're in a transition period here right now with that overcast sky starting to dissipate and the sun really starting to gleam down on our racers. And what a great 3-way battle we have here right now for, well, 3rd through 5th place. This is 3rd through 6th place, was that? No, 6th through 8th place, pardon me.
that 64 really is sitting duck with that damage.
And I think that is exactly what's happening here right now. He's just kind of parking the car in the middle of the racetrack, trying to hold them BMWs off as much as he can. But you can see both BMWs here now starting to find their way around. And, ooh, a little bit of a moment there from Wax. And, again, suffering racing damage there. That might be a small part of it, as it was side-by-side action there. I didn't see a touch from Magnet as he was making the pass there, but maybe there was a slight little touch. We couldn't quite tell from that camera angle that the production crew had us on there, but at the end of the day, we did see Wax go wide there into the grass, and that's going to cost him 2 positions there either way. But I think it was inevitable. Jaeger did say there that there's just no way he was going to hold off those 2 BMWs with that damage on the race car currently, and I definitely agree with him. He was going to be at the mercy of Clockwork Motorsports BMW and the MLR Motorsports BMW once they hit this big straight anyways, and you're going to see this time gap grow very quickly here, I think, as they continue up the racetrack. So it's 1.47, 1.5, 1.6, we're going to see 7, 1.8, so basically losing a tenth every 100 meters on the racetrack up the straightaway from these BMWs. So it was inevitable, I think, that he was going to lose that position. Now, is that a matter of the 2 BMW drivers could have maybe just been slightly more patient and waited the extra 30 seconds it was going to take for all 3 of them to get to that part of the racetrack? Or was it just a mistake made by the McLaren driver? It's really hard to determine, but the race continues nonetheless. All right, so where is our Italian Stallion here? Up in the 10th place right now. They are doing fantastic here. Again, just huge props for the team. Tough car choice on a tough track, and I mean, sitting up in the top 10 right now, this speaks a lot there. We've got MVR Hot Air here. This guy has put in a ton of competitive time here so far in this 20-hour race. I have seen 4 different stints from this racer myself already that I can for sure remember, so he is putting in some work there for the NVR racing team and has currently got him up into 11th place. It's been a little bit of an up and down day for him there, but still moving on the racetrack and trying to hunt down that top 10 right now. DCT Incredible, we've seen this driver with a full engine damage on his racing car in the earlier part of the stint. It is what caused the yellow flag safety car to come out, but is still on the lead lap and is only 3.5 or almost 4 minutes now, I guess, in behind the race leader at this point. And with the pace of that Mercedes AMG, I'm going to say that DCT Incredible has really kind of dialed himself in since that incident on the track, and has really been starting to put in some quality laps here. 808, 808, 811, 810, some 808s below that, so it's showing some consistency for sure here in this GTR. And our Lexus here has been working very hard. They were talking in the chat a couple hours ago how they made a mistake, put him off the lead lap. They got that back with that safety car flag, and
is
only...
there a battle for P3 happening at the moment?
Let's go check that out.
Chat. So P3 called damage. They didn't pit. I think, yeah.
Yes, P3 still sitting on that damage from earlier here as well. So you can see GT Finland BMW team here now closing in on that Audi R8. And this is a tough call to have to make. You still got 4 racing laps at the point when they came around where they could have made a decision to come in and fix that damage. And you know that you're going to lose some time around the racetrack if you continue to go 4 laps with that damage. But at the same time, potentially maybe waiting for, again, that yellow flag to potentially come out. So again, just risk versus reward on the calls that the drivers are having to make here.
Move.
An attempted move there, and that was an interesting situation.
No, this is not going well around this corner.
Let's go take another look at that there. BMW on the outside there. Good racing here, and let's see what happened here. And got a good run, and I think
just understeer. If you don't hit that apex on that corner.
Yeah, just a little bit of overspeed there as well in the slipstream in behind the Audi, and I think ultimately that's probably where the large part of that mistake comes from, is just that miscalculation on miles per hour coming into that corner. I think he could have held that line on the outside, but I think the miscalculation of overall speed in that battle is ultimately what cost that off there. And no damage on the racing car, so very fortunate there for GT Finland Racing, but going to cost them some time. And now GTP Neutral is trying to take advantage of that mistake here from 5th place as well. So 2.9 seconds now after that mistake made by the BMW up in front. And don't count this Porsche out yet. Really don't count this Porsche out yet. It has been a very solid stint here for Airy Racing in this particular stint. They've got the car in great competitive shape here right now. They're only 28 seconds off the racing lead overall and sitting in 5th place. So we've seen this car be very strong here, and we know the car is very strong here. So I think this is just, again, a pace management from the racer here. He's just trying to set this racing team, the ERF racing team, up for that next stint, keep them in a good position, keep them in good track position, and see what the next racer behind the wheel can do with it. Our orange and white Clockworks Motorsports BMW here now after the pit stop, late pit stop here compared to the rest of the field, came back out in the field in 9th place. The pit stop was a scheduled pit stop. It was no damage or anything forcing the pit stop there. Is now back up into 6th place, but still 32 seconds behind the race leader. When he came out of pit lane, it was 26 seconds. So the gap is actually growing. 6 seconds now to Philo up in front of the race currently. So not sure if that's call.
P3 padlock is requested again.
Was necessarily the right call there for that particular situation, but this stint is not over yet. We still got 3 solid laps and a good quarter lap here, so 3 1/4 laps remaining, and this battle is very active here between GT Finland and the R8. And again, GT Finland took a look there up the inside, and the Audi R8 was just attempting to make that turn into the apex there, and the two cars kind of met up in the same space there, but the BMW just backed off there, and they continue up the racetrack. But again, for the ERF Racing Porsche in 5th place,
look at that Porsche.
Just continues to take advantage of these little battles happening up in front of him here right now. He's not immediately into this battle, but that 2 seconds has definitely turned into 1.5, or even a little bit less at this point. I don't want to leave the battle for 3rd place here right now, because every time I leave it, it re-engages, so we're just going to stick with it. But it is going to be maybe only a few more corners before this 2-way battle turns into a 3-way battle for a 3rd place here, as again the ERF Racing driver is closing in quickly here. Now the Audi driver is doing a great job here. He's carrying some damage on this racing car and doing a pretty good job at holding off that BMW. But again, this is big slide there as he comes around the corner and manages to keep the car underneath of him there. And I got to tell you right now, that was an immediate stab at the throttle to keep that car moving in the right direction. That is the only answer to the Audi R8 when it starts to go sideways around a corner like that. If you hit the brakes, it is game over. That car is gone. You have to hit the gas. It's the only thing that's going to get the car stable and get it back in a forward direction. So it's a little bit opposite of what you expect from most of the racing cars we're used to driving. But these mid-rear engine cars, especially the Audi R8, the Ferrari Italia, and the Lamborghini, I believe the Ford GT or LM race car, the newest one as well, it requires the stab of the throttle to get the stability back under the car in cornering conditions like that. So that is definitely what was done there to keep the car moving in a forward direction. If he would have hit the brakes there, we would have seen a accident from our Audi driver for sure, and it would have been a free position for GT Finland Racing in behind. But instead, he gathers it up, he makes the right move, and he's actually opening the gap back up on the BMW. And now the BMW is under fire.
Look at that. Right behind.
4-way battle starting to develop here all of a
Racer
sudden.
as well. On this pack. And now that Audi will suffer on the straight with that damage.
Absolutely. And
So
this
I don't think they can do anything
BMW
about it now.
should eat the Audi alive by the end of the straight here. I think by the time we get to the kink, we're going to see the BMW get that position and already pulling out to make the pass, and actually going to get them done right before the kink here. But we also see it, same thing happening in behind from the orange and white Clockwork Motorsports BMW over ERF Racing Porsche. So BMW did get the edge on the Porsche this time around up that back straight.
Second BMW as well. Look at that. Look at that drum.
Ooh, and he's going to go up the inside. Is he going to get the move done on the Audi R8? It is send it time here for Clockwork Motorsports. And what a pass, ladies and gentlemen. That right there was a great move. And we're going to get the ERF Porsche getting some serious air hitting over those cones there. We got a flying car on the racetrack.
Ooh, a jump.
Red Bull gives you wings. I mean, what else can we say, right? All right, so again, that's not actually what the car is doing, ladies and gentlemen. The driver doesn't feel that when they hit those cones, but for some reason, when you're spectating and you see the racing cars hit these pylons on the racetrack edges, it just seems to make it look like the cars are launching 20 feet in the air. It's quite humorous, actually, but just one of those little quirky things in the game. But that Porsche definitely did not get 12 feet of air from hitting that pylon, but it looked cool on the stream, that's for sure.
Yeah.
All right, so we do have pole sitter here
39 car.
in second position now, and I mean, we are getting very close to the end of the stint. We're nearing the 18-hour mark here, and I gotta tell you, for 18 hours of racing in a 24-hour race, to see this many cars so close together still, we are really in for a spectacular race finish this weekend. I can't shake the feeling that this is potentially going to be right to the checkered flag. I really potentially between 2 or 3 drivers, I think, here. So GP2 neutral has now gotten around the Audi, so the R8's damage is starting to show here now at the end of the stint as we're on the GP circuit here. We've seen him lose a position to Clockwork Motorsports BMW, who made a beautiful pass in the S's leading up into the start-finish line there, and that was a 3-way battle as they were navigating that. So not only a great job by the Clockwork Motorsports and the Porsche driver, but also by the Audi driver, as all 3 of them guys were fighting for very little space on the racetrack at very high speed there, and all came out squeaky clean and just in different positions. So and we love to see it, but the Audi losing a couple of positions here, and I think this is survival here now for this driver. They've decided that they're not going to pit and fix that damage. Obviously, if they haven't done it now, I don't foresee them doing it up until we see driver swaps happen. So it is going to be time kind of dripping away from that driver. It's going to be damage control here now at this point, unless something drastic happens here over the next 16, 17 minutes of the race, I suppose. It's just going to be a tough 16 or 17 minutes for the Audi R8 driver from our
Vince
Italian
going
team.
crazy in chat. She will huff and puff, but not hassle the huff.
Yeah. And we love to see that. That is our next set of racers ready to race. They are fired up in the chat. They're going to be spicy on the racetrack. So get ready, folks, because I think stint number 10 is going to be a doozy. Our Huracan driver here still in 10th position, so doing a spectacular job with all the ups and downs that this team has had here today, and only a minute in behind our overall race leader here. And with the pace of the Mercedes AMG up front right now, having a pretty good stint here in stint number 9 is the Huracan as well. So NVR here is currently in 11th position. For some reason I can't get to the right car, and there we go, our Calsonic Skyline here. And again, this driver has put in several miles here today in this endurance race, and I think this is his 4th racing stint here already in this 24-hour event that I'm aware of, and just outside the top 10 here right now, but had a couple of tough moments here in this stint, and has been on the recovery kind of upwards since. So with 6 hours, a little over 6 hours remaining in the race yet, lots of time for recoveries and all those great things to happen here before the checkered flag. DCT Incredible was a driver in a sense is kind of on a recovery here. He had a full engine damage hit there at the beginning of the stint, which again did bring out that virtual safety car here at about the 30-minute mark of our 9th stint here, and it has been doing a pretty good job at just kind of running his pace and running his race here. Now he's lost a little bit of time to the overall race lead since that pit stop, but not as much as the team has been kind of giving away here throughout the race. So that tells me that they're starting to get the car locked in, they're starting to get it dialed in. Maybe the weather and the changing track conditions are just starting to suit the way the car is set up, and they seem to be making some good headway now here in 13th position on this racing track. And again, huge shout out to Team Lexus here. It has been a very tough racing day here for our number 58 car, but they still got this thing on the track. They have come down from a lap down a couple of times here with the help of some safety cars, and since that last safety car still remain on that lead lap. Granted, they've got a little bit of a gap there. It's about 6.5 minutes to the overall race leader, but that should be enough to maintain. We're seeing some very bad spikes coming from our Lexus driver here. So I'm just, I apologize about the pause. I suspected that we were going to maybe potentially see the driver disconnect there, but I feel like maybe
I just had flashbacks from my lobby where everyone disconnected.
Yeah, that's kind of in the back of my mind right there. Like, oh boy, are we going to see another technical malfunction here today? But it just does appear that it is affecting that one particular racer. So potentially just an internet connectivity issue right now, and he's got just enough there to keep him on the racetrack. So hopefully that stays stable enough for him to finish off this stint here. Because honestly, the last thing Team Lexus really wants to see right now is that at the end of the stint and have to try and recover back onto the lead lap again. They've been working so hard to get into the lead lap of this race and get back into the fight here, the pack. That would definitely be a devastating moment for Team Lexus, and we don't want to see that. But Clockwork Motorsports and GT Finish and BMW here, nose to tail. And it was a little bit closer. It looked like the orange and blue BMW there was attempting to maybe make a pass there, but just applying some pressure here right now, sitting basically one car length in between himself and the third place up in front right now. But again, having to navigate this technical racetrack, they got to worry about dirty air, the high speed nature of this racetrack, and just a lot of factors here coming in as we're getting near the end of the stint. You can see how much tire rubber is basically painted all over the front and sides of the GT Finland BMW here. So the cars have been working very hard, and the CWM car there got a good run on the Finnish driver there, but he realized that he wasn't going to have enough time to complete the potential move there, so he just kind of backed off a little bit. And as we come through the mini carousel, setting up that straight, exactly, this is all set up here for CWM. Again, just trying to keep some clean air in the front end of that car right now, because he is looking for the big run here, and he actually took that inside line away from GT Finland Racing Team right there, and by doing that,
too early? I don't know.
I think he stemmed the momentum of the white and blue BMW there by tucking in on that inside apex, but he's not going to have to pull. He's going to have to pull back in. He's going to have to get back into that slipstream and try to use that slingshot here to get around, and he just cannot quite make this happen. So great battle here between third and fourth place. Right now it is the CWM car slated in third place, but I mean it is by a front nose clip right now, and not a stick more. So side by side here as we come into this final corner again, and are we going to see the late braking from CWM again like we've seen just a couple laps ago to get the great pass done? And he is going to hold the position here over a GT Finland racer, but what a good spirited battle these two are having here right now, as we've got 2 to go here in this stint right now. So 2 more laps and we're going to see a new set of drivers take over, and there we go. The GT Finland racer is going to get on inside here coming into turn 1. He's going to see the over-under here though from CWM. Can he get it planted? Can he get the power down? And we're side by side now as we head into turn number 3. What a battle these BMWs are having here right now. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Again, at the end of the stint, we are seeing some big time action here from our racers, and boy, it is let's go racing kind of day here today at the Nürburgring. By far the raciest 24-hour event I have ever been a part of. This is a fantastic race here this weekend, and one for the ages right now for sure. But what a battle right now between these two BMW M6s, and the only difference in these cars is how they've got them set up and the driver behind the wheel. Everything else is the same in this machinery. They got the same engines, they got all the same specs, the same bodywork, the same frame designs. The only difference is probably some suspension tuning and the driver behind the wheel. So this is a great battle between the two BMWs here right now, and very equally paced are these two BMWs right now, clearly here on the racetrack as well. So let's get back through the field. Just take a quick look here. Let's set up for what's going to be happening here in stint number 10. Distinct Philo, I think, made a mistake there. Again, we got a little bit of lag happening here with the lobby, so and Philo is our host here, so hopefully everything is okay. That would definitely be devastating for the AMG team to see something crazy happen like that this late in the stint. but he is moving and grooving here. So it is pole sitter here in second position. It is CWM Orange and White here in third place, with the GT Finish Racer here in very close proximity in fourth place. These guys have been having a very spirited battle here over the last lap around the racetrack, and that battle has settled down for the time being here. Anyways, it's GTP neutral for Eris Racing in the gold Porsche here, and just a good solid stint here coming from this driver, putting his team in good position to have a very good chance at a podium finish here today. Currently sitting about 9.5 seconds off of that last podium spot. We have the Audi R8, the Italian Stallion team, or the Italian team here, the Italian Stallions, yeah, Lamborghini, but another Italian setup based team here, and these guys have done a spectacular job at recovering from some early racing incidents, and now sitting in 6th place overall, so the top half of the field. But Apex Magnet here for MRL Motorsports has been a quiet stint for him for the most part, but got themselves up.
Like a silent mover here.
Yes, absolutely. I think, like I said, 10th or 11th, I believe he started here at the beginning of the stint after the driver swap, and now up into 7th position. So at least a solid 3-position gain here in stint number 9, and that should put the MRL Motorsport BMW in decent shape to hopefully continue to progress as this race continues on. Our syndicate McLaren here, this car has been all up and down this field here today. It really has been an all-over kind of race here for the McLaren team, and some of that due to just having to battle some of these big horsepower cars on the straightaways, some of it due to just little mistakes made on the racetrack, but overall this McLaren has showed very good competitiveness here at the NERB 24-hour today, and not the car I would choose personally if I had the choice in the matter here to drive around the NERB, just because the car itself just does not have that top line speed that a lot of our GT3 class cars do have over it. So we do have an MD being called there. We have our 6th place driver with some damage there. He's been carrying that damage for quite some time. We do have the Italian Stallion here with some damage now on that racing car here as well. And as we continue,
you have a safety car.
through,
No,
I don't think we
no.
do. We got
Safety
one
car,
car
we just-
with single
we have the call.
damage.
I just saw the call.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, here it is. Here it is.
So there it is. That's just been the way it's been today, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what it is about the latter part of these stints here, but the drivers really seem to be struggling with them now. I only see 2 cars with multiple damage on them, and I seen 1 car in pit lane with a single piece of damage, so I'm not exactly sure if that actually does necessarily present that safety car, but race control has made the call, and that is the call. So you can see our race leader Philo here is down to safety car speed, and of course pole sitter, who wasn't that far behind Philo, is already tucked in line in behind there as well. So our race leaders are now controlling the pace of the safety car lap. That leaves our 2 BMWs, the CMW Orange and White team and GT Finland Racing team here in 3rd and 4th. So they'll be closing in on 1st and 2nd here very shortly, and they will, and already are actually just starting to wind down that mile-per-hour pace here, as they know they're closing in on the group in front. And of course CWM can now see that tail fin of pole sitter's Porsche 911 up ahead. So we will see a green flag restart at some point here before the driver swap. How much green flag racing? Hard to say. Depends how quickly the drivers navigate. Now, we don't have a driver a lap down currently right now on the racetrack, so that should save a little bit of caution time here for race control. We do not need to give a free pass here in this particular safety caution, so I think that'll help save a little bit of time. But the overall gap here is about 6 minutes from 14th to the race leader, so call it about 6 minutes 20 seconds to the back of the pack here right now. We may not see some green flag racing here before the end of this stint. It all depends on when race control sends these drivers for green, or if it's going to go into pit lane under caution. If it goes into pit lane under caution, that is going to really present a spicy race start for stint number 10, because all 14 drivers ideally will be nose to tail within that 2-car length distance, of course, going into the restart zone, which will make for a pretty ambitious and exciting 6 hours remaining of this race,
But
but
yeah, so it's the 6 hours of the Nürburgring race now.
uh,
We are reducing the actual race time with every safety car.
and I mean,
Uh,
at this point, I guess, I mean, if you're a crew chief or you're one of the spotters on track somewhere at the track, or one of the members for one of these racing teams, I mean, at what point do you just start calculating the fact that we are going to see a safety car right around lap 12 to 14, and are these drivers going to start calculating this into their potential strategies? Because it has been quite consistent here, with the exception of stint number 8. We have seen at least one safety car out in every other stint here today, and of course no exception here. This will be our second safety car here in stint number 9. We had one at about the half-hour mark into the stint, and now, nearing the end of the stint here as we are leading in towards the end of lap 14. That means we only have one more lap to go before we see our driver swaps happen here. So are we going to see green flag racing? That's up to race control, but in the meantime, we'll hang out here with all you amazing viewers. And this is great for, obviously, our racers that were starting to lose touch with the front pack here. This is really, really huge for the Audi driver in 6th place. He had massive damage and still is carrying that damage on this racing car under caution conditions here. But what that has done is put him right back in the fight and has put him right back in the thick of the pack. So if it goes green here, he is at risk of losing a couple quick positions at the race restart to the racers in behind. But if this stays under yellow into the driver swaps, this has worked out really well for some of the racers like the Audi R8 in 6th place that is driving with damaged race car. We have the MLR Motorsports team driver here. He's had, again, just a very slow, silent move up the field here in this stint, but maybe able to take advantage of that hurt racing car on the front of the goes green and grab a quick position for the driver swaps as well. There is a lot of things that could happen here in this final lap of this race, depending on what race control decides to do here with the racers as we end our final lap of the stint here. So we have
if I would be race control, I would green flag it.
I think so too. I think you gotta let the racers try to settle their positions out leading into the driver swap. But safety cars, and sometimes that's just the way it goes in racing. Today that's just the way it goes at the end of every stint here for the most part. But again, it has provided a lot of tight pack racing throughout each and one of our series of stints here, and that action has obviously provided a pretty entertaining race for I think the viewers at home, and of course the viewers at the track, and of course I know for the commentary staff and the broadcasting staff, there's been a lot of buzz after each commentary session from the broadcasters, and that buzz is what an incredible race we're having here today. So there is a lot of great things happening here at the NURB today, this weekend, from Endurance Racing Federation. And I tell you what, it's just this absolutely beautiful 24-hour race. These safety cars have kept the pack tight all race long, and has provided us with really, really hours and hours of entertainment here this weekend. So can't ask for much better than that.
For the viewers, it is great. For the drivers,
not so much. Yes,
yeah.
our racing leaders here at this point are restart zone 1, so we did get the call from race control here. So again, we will see a distinct
Restart
flow.
zone 1. Look at that. That's the call I want to see.
Absolutely.
We get basically the entire notch.
All right, so we will see green flag after turn number 10 here again on the Nürburgring GP part of the circuit, the Bilstein curve, I believe that is. And at any point after the curve, there is where the restart zone is started. The distinct Philo can start this race. Now, we've seen the Clockwork Motorsports BMW kind of force the field to slow down a little bit right before the restart zone, and then just jam on the loud pedal and try to pull away from the pack. It worked out for a little while, but not for very long. So let's see what the Mercedes team has in store here, and we are nearing that approach here. We're just getting around the Goodyear curve here right now. At the very bottom part of the Nürburgring GP sector. I don't know the turn names for the GP circuit. Does that count?
Yeah, of course.
That's only like 15 corners of the 97, but we're getting there. We're getting there.
But they also keep changing those names like every 2 years. So
Facts,
it's
that's
hard to
true.
keep up.
That's true. All right, so we are nearing our restart zone here as we get around this corner, and it is going to be any time now as we get around the Bilstein curve here, turn number 10, and we are green. We are racing here. No, we're not.
We are crossing the timing sector, and now it should be green.
We are, yep, we are now. I thought we were going to see an early start there from Philo, but that would have been just a little too early there, as he wasn't quite across that painted line across the track, which is the indication of the restart zone starting there. So race on here, and it's a 1-lap dash to driver swap pits. So it is Philo leading the charge with poles that are very close in behind, and CWM. Now, this driver made a big strategy call here, pit very late compared to the rest of the field, and we honestly were a little concerned that wasn't going to work out here for the CWM orange and white team, but it most certainly has. Got himself back up in third place, and now with the safety car restart here, right there in the fight for the overall race lead again. So every time something seems to go wrong here for this team, it just it all just kind of comes out nice and fluffy in the wash here, it seems like, for him so far. So it pays off to put in hard work and put in lots of time in practice, and it has definitely been paying off for our Clockwork Motorsports orange and white BMW team. But the GT Finland racing team putting in some good hard work in behind the other another one of our BMWs here on track as well. But this top four very close together. They've opened up a quick gap here on the remaining of the pack, and that is led by the Audi, and he is getting some serious pressure here right now from the Syndicate McLaren, and side-by-side action. McLaren's going to get the job done, move himself up into 5th place here as we continue on this final lap leading into driver swaps. The Audi is trying to reapply the pressure here, but it's 0.3 of a second very quickly, and boy, I tell you what, Wax in the Syndicate McLaren did not mess around there. He seen an opportunity, and he absolutely took it hands down, no questions asked. Let's get back up front here, and we do have a battle here between CWM and Pole Sitter here, and boy, the CWM team is looking very racy here. Ooh, a little bit of touch there. We had a hit there, a little bit of a touch there between CWM and Pole Sitter, and boy, that has just absolutely accordioned the pack up there. We had GT Finland Racing Team there try to make a move there as well, and squeezed out.
What?
I'm not sure why we're seeing a safety car out. Do we have a full damage car that we have missed? We have 1 with damage, 2 with damage. We do have 3, 4. We have 4 cars here right now, and I believe it's going to be due to that incident that we just saw there as well.
This is the third rule of safety car outing. Like, we have 3 cars involved in the same accident.
We will most certainly see lap 15 now finish under safety conditions for sure here. And just close, tight, door-to-door racing is all that is there, ladies and gentlemen. We have 4 cars coming into the braking zone at very high speed, very close together, and one just made a slight miscalculation that created contact to the driver in front. Of course, the driver behind is slowing up a little bit to not take the racing position ideally. What was the deal there? But by doing that, obviously accordioning up the other 3 drivers that were very close in proximity behind there, and ultimately that big accordion effect just created the domino effect from one car hitting another, and all those cars ending up with damage. So
it is, but it's like stated in the rules as it is. 3 cars involved into an incident collecting damage, and we saw that.
Absolutely, that was clear cut on that one.
Yeah.
So it's going to be just a cool, calm, collected ride here for our racers leading into pit lane. Now, time gaps doesn't matter. We're under safety car conditions. The drivers are going to go in and come out in the order that we see here on screen. So it will be the Mercedes AMG out in stint number 10 first. It will be the Syndicate Racing Porsche second out on track. Of course, our Clockworks Motorsports BMW will be third driver out once they do the driver swap, and so on and so forth all the way through the field. We have our Syndicate McLaren 4th. We have our GT Finish racer here in 5th place. We've got our Italian R8 team here in 6th place. We've got the Eris Racing team here in 7th position. We've got NPR in 8th. we have the Italian Stallion, as I'm calling him here today, the Tavernello Lamborghini Racing Team here in 9th place. We have 10th place driver, the other Clockworks Motorsports BMW there, I believe. And the whole pack there now, nose to tail basically. Here, I think we got 12 of the 14 drivers in the safety car lineup here. And it is Apex Magnet down into 12th position here. And unfortunately, one of the cars caught up in that incident. And that's tough. It had such a great stint all the way up into 7th place. It got caught up in that incident there, and is going to end up going into pit lane and for the driver swap there in P12. So not ideal, but we've seen the tongue twister, MRL Motorsport
Just
team.
to answer the question or the statement in chat here, so this was not due to having like other cars already damaged. It was an incident on track where 3 or even 4 cars they collected damage because of an incident. So this race is a safety car no matter what. It doesn't matter that 2 other cars had
That's right.
damage already.
Absolutely. And I mean, obviously not ideal for the racers, just running a lap and a half of caution, finally getting to go back and then right back under. But again, cautions typically breed cautions. That's just the nature of the beast of racing, especially late in a race stint or a race when you have a caution come out and there's only 1 or 2 laps remaining. That is going to be where we're going to see the drivers take the biggest risk to try and gain that extra track position. And in this case, the risk was a secondary safety car, and the pack will go into driver swaps under safety conditions. So prepare yourselves, viewers, everybody watching at home, because at the start of lap 10, it's going to be 14 drivers nose to tail coming out of pit lane. So it is basically a 6-hour run to the checkered flag here now at the 24 Hours of Nürburgring.
Max, that's an interesting question, chat. If the drivers don't repair that damage, if the safety car is out.
I think that that would be a difficult call for the team to make, because they're going to lose a lot of time continuing to race that damaged race car around the racetrack. That's for sure.
But I can already tell, so we will be revisiting this event, and we also have some feedback and ideas how to improve the safety car situation. So I think the idea was good for the rules. We didn't expect that many incidents happen like with that scenario, but it's probably the track that causes those incidents here.
Ooh.
So definitely something to look at, and we will adjust the ruling after this event, trust me.
Absolutely, and I do strongly believe that it's just the nature of the racetrack that we're on here today. I think that our next event, Spa, is not going to breed the caution flags that we're seeing here at the Nürburgring today. However, with that being said, Spa definitely has a very high chance of seeing some rain for sure at some point within that race. However, it is Spa, man. It always rains at Spa within a 24-hour period there, it seems like. So with that being said, the drivers are definitely going to want to do some wet testing practice for that particular race. But right now the focus is still on, obviously, this 24-hour event here at the Nürburgring. Weather is obviously on the back of the mind of all of the racers and the teams here. This is a Nürb. It is as unpredictable as any other racetrack in the world. And the difference here at the Nürb is it is such a large racetrack. It can be absolutely pouring rain on one part of it and be completely sunny on another part of it as well. So it really could amp up the difficulty factor here. But Mother Nature has been very cooperative with us here this weekend so far. And you can see it is just blue sky for miles here right now in Germany. And are we going to see rain? Hard to say. The way this race has been going, if it is going to bring rain, I do suspect it's going to be the dying minutes of this race, and it's just going to throw a big wrench in the program, and that's just going to amp up the excitement level for the viewers at home anyways. So it's a win-win for everybody watching at home right now. The drivers, on the other hand, very tough racing situations here today for them.
And Yeast GT in the stream chat says next lobby had rain in the forecast.
Absolutely. So if it's in that previous hour forecast as you're sitting in a lobby, then maybe there's a possibility that we're going to see a little bit of moisture here on this track yet today. But right now, pretty nice conditions on the racetrack. The wind is still picking up though, and that is again a pretty good indication that we have a weather system moving in. It was at about 15.9 feet per second earlier. Now we're almost at 18 feet per second, and that's almost 1.5 meters per second now here for the field. So with that being said, it's hard to say what is happening, but we are looking like it is B Racing 1 here now, getting ready to take over here for us for stint number 10. So we are just going to sit on board here with Team Lexus driver. They're the last driver coming through here. And of course, the other 13 drivers were in the safety car lineup. The Lexus driver was just a little bit behind the pack. So it's about 1.5 minutes now. You can see that gap. So again, the extra safety car has been beneficial for Team Lexus here because it has turned that 6.5 minute gap essentially into about 1.5 minute to 2 minute gap once we get the driver swap out and everybody gets back up to race pace. So just by staying on track.
Over to be racing now because he has to be in action.
Absolutely.
Good morning.
All right, so welcome in, B Racer, and GT45 signing off. Wait, you're usually the tin one guy.
Yeah, thanks GT45 for an excellent job there. You're making me nervous.
It's not getting better.
It's not getting better now. But good morning, everybody, and welcome to stint number 10. Yeah, so we saw the safety car period, and everybody's bunched up again, and it's absolutely beautiful for us, of course, because we got some beautiful racing to go. And for the weather forecast, I already said instinct number 8, when I'm on, the rain will fall, and we got a car going off there, overshooting the chicane already there. The BMW Nor Antares. He's not going to be happy with himself there. Absolutely not. Tries to get back on the Audi. But yeah, losing a couple of positions there. That will be not the plan he had in mind. Yeah, so of course I'm just woke up, so I will be trying to stay awake, getting awake.
You didn't miss anything, you see? All the cars are
Yeah. I never miss anything. Yeah, what I've seen from the streams, absolutely beautiful racing, all the cars. Every time with the safety cars also, a lot of action, and we do love a lot of action. Yeah, so at the moment we got a few groups forming. The top 4 are, yeah, running away a bit. But behind there, we got some nice groups, nice battles. Good battle for P5 here. Micho attacking Shadow Chef. I hope, by the way, you can hear me, that the volumes are okay. Yeah, look at that string of cars. Absolutely beautiful. It looks like the BMW is actually one of the popular cars. I'm not sure, but
yeah, we can custom POV. I think BMW is a really good car.
I'm gonna up your volume a bit, Mr. Jaeger.
Yeah, I'm old and tired.
I can imagine you're tired, mate. Jeez. But don't start about getting old, eh?
I'm catching you.
Yeah. Sometime. Yeah, so I want to say thanks to ERF for having me. Absolutely beautiful to be a part of this. Also, the drivers, absolutely crazy. those guys are making the show, as I see a car all the way in the back. I will check that out. I have the replay on. Hopefully we can see what happened there. It looks like there was a crash there. But I do like to stay with the action, the live action. At the moment we got a lot of action. Yeah, we see a chat message, engine damage. Let's go one forward.
Engine damage? No, mechanical damage.
Oh, mechanical
So,
damage.
Don't get me started with engine damage again.
Jaeger hates safety cars.
I mean, I was like, yeah, cool, we have a safety car, but after like we had safety cars, we were still not again.
Not again. But that was almost 3 wide there in the back. Absolutely crazy there. I must say, these guys do know the track so good. They drive side by side, making moves I wouldn't make. But yeah, I'm not on this level, absolutely not. I do want to find out what happened in the back. Let's see at the front for a sec. Yeah, 4 second gap for Speed Hunter on max out. Who's got 1.5 second on Arex Yavi? Then Shadow Chef 1.5 seconds behind that. Then we got Nicho Utilo just over a second behind. Then we got on P6, well, within a second, Noir Antares. I'm gonna butcher those names, man. Oh, I'm sorry in advance. I'm really sorry, but yeah. Then we got in P7. Oh my god. Pastina Calda. Oh jeez. Yeah, you know me.
I mean, you probably read my announcement in the Discord, so we are allowed to butcher every driver name as the commentators. So here we go.
Yeah, it's our job to butcher the names. Yeah. But the next one is easy for me. Visual Racer. Look at that, man. Side by side there. Side by side with Patriot. And there's a lot of battles going on here. A lot of... Oh, another move in the mini carousel. Visual Racer gets hang out to dry. Let's go back a bit forward because for sure we're gonna get some slipstream action here. Yeah, look at that. Side by side action for P5. And the trick is not to be too close at the start of the 24h-Rennen. I can't pronounce that long straight.
Come on, you're living that close to the German border. 24h-Rennen.
24h-Rennen.
Yeah, see?
I'm almost German. But yeah, if you want to time it right, I think you should be around 7-8 tenths behind the car in front. And then in that slip, try to get there at the end.
And make that massive shot.
Max out. Okay. The people have to repair their damage immediately. Okay, yeah. It's also an idea. But yeah.
Plenty of ideas floating around already about the safety car, so we'll get to it after this one. We're not changing it midway through it now. This will just cause more drama, more confusion. So
yeah, and it's always hard to get everything right. You always have to fine tune, but it will never be perfect. So yeah. But I do want to know what happened to the guy I saved the replay for. I'm not sure if he's going to be happy with me. but I do like some crashes. Yeah, I hope I got it on the replay. This corner is my fatality every lap. I think we just missed it. I think we missed it.
Probably, yeah. But it was the Lexus again, unfortunate for
Yep.
them.
Yeah. And when you're in the wrong spot, the whole race, it just keeps going. Yeah, I think we're just too late for that. So we go back to the front then. Ah, look at that, man. 3 cars on a string and a 4th just close behind. Oh, and in the back there, did you see that? That was, I think, P8. I saw somebody going off track there. I'm not sure who it was, but it looked like somebody was off track. But no big crash, so yeah. Oh. These guys are taking risks. Unbelievable. I never put a wheel on the grass here. As they go side by side again. Oh, bit of contact. But they survived. Oh, how did they survive that? Unbelievable. In the fast left-hander, side by side. Jeez. Yeah, I'm not as a smooth talker as the previous commentator. Because man, that guy can talk. But yeah, hopefully my enthusiasm will bring a bit. Yeah, I really enjoyed watching the last 2 stints. Absolutely beautiful racing. Absolutely beautiful. Let's see. I think it's one of the best tracks in the world. Maybe the best. Even though it's a really hard track to drive. But as they again going side by side there. Oh, they leave each other just enough room to survive. Unbelievable. Really great to watch there. But we got a lot more cars than these two guys. But it's really hard to go away if they keep on fighting. Let's see. Patriots, it looks like Visual Racer is just dropping down. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Yeah, Speed Hunter. He's zoned out. He just puts his head down and he's gone. At the moment dominating this stint. Max out. Tries to keep up. We got Javi in P3. The beautiful Porsche. And Pastina. I'm gonna do Pastina because otherwise it gets too difficult for me. In P4 and still the guys P5, 6 and 7 really close to each other. Going through the carousel.
Sounded really German.
Sounded like a German.
Carousel, yeah.
Yeah, but that's the same in Dutch. So yeah, it's just carousel. Oh, the BMW goes off. Oh, but he keeps it. Oh, yeah, that was a big brown pants moment for sure. And it's only the second lap, and we have seen so much action already in this stint. And look at that, behind them is also a bit of action. Let's check that out. And it's Fausto and Octavian, and Patriot is creeping up on them. If you start the battle, you're gonna lose time. Patriot is really catching up with these guys. They need to look forward. Just let's go back to this group then again. That is a good question for Jaeger and Mr. T, I guess, in chat.
Wait, we have a question in chat.
No way. As we go on the long straight again. The Dottinger Höhe.
UPL. Yeah, definitely place it into the feedback suggestion channel so it doesn't get lost. I think it's just here on the stream chat. We're not able to keep track of it.
Oh, 3 wide there. Oh yeah, there he goes. There was one of the cars was off. Oh, how did he make that? How did he make that? There was so much contact. He was on the grass. I thought he's gone. I already clicked the replay in, but
yeah,
he's still there and in front.
Witchcraft, black magic. I don't know,
yeah,
something like that.
It has to be. The BMW goes way too deep. Can he make the second part? Yes, he can. The McLaren just tucks in behind. Well, it's the Audi, but the McLaren lost 2 positions there. But yeah, how did they do that? 3 wide through the S's at the end of the straight. Yeah, I think I'm not gonna jinx it, but I think there will be some issues with this trio, because at the moment the way they are fighting, yeah,
I have a bad feeling.
there's some aggression there. But yeah, that's for the viewers. Is that beautiful? Of course. For the drivers, not so. If you get hit off or whatever, but for the viewers, so beautiful. And I like the replays from crashes, so beware.
Crash for B.
Yeah. Oh, here we go again. The McLaren on the inside pushing the Audi, yeah, a bit aside. That were elbows out. And look at that. We got a couple of cars coming because of all of that fighting they were doing. Look at that. Also side by side. But they closed the gap quite a bit. It's only 2.5 seconds now. And Patriot, yeah, is also 8 tenths, 6 tenths even behind those two. So I think we're gonna have a battle of 6 cars if they are not careful. Let's go back to the guys in front there, because I do want to keep my eye on these guys. Yeah, the BMW Noir is gone. Got a gap of 2 seconds because of the battle of the two other guys. And oh man. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. I can't keep up, guys. Cool down, please. Jaeger, safety car.
What? No, I'm not calling any safety cars, trust me. I also refuse to enable the little yellow flag
Yeah,
on the overlay now.
only double yellows.
Double yellows, yeah. Or maybe I can introduce the red flag again.
No!
No, we can use that. We had all of the drama. What is except rain. Except the rain.
I told everybody in chat, in Stint 8, when I'm streaming, there will be rain. Every time there can be fall rain, it will happen, especially on this track. I don't know what it is. I always jinx that stuff. Let's see. Are they still close together? Yeah, they're still fighting. And the BMW is a gap of 3 seconds now. So all the fighting is just costing them time. To the guy in P5. That's something you don't want. And look at the gap behind P7. It's only 2 seconds. And 2 seconds on this track is absolutely nothing. One small mistake and you're gone. Here, it's fully in the slipstream here. Trying to push the McLaren into a mistake. Here he goes. Oh, another contact there. Oh my god. Yep. There it is. The contact I was fearing.
Yeah.
The McLaren. Oh, and another one. The BMW. That's Faustio also in the grass.
Oh, that push to pass.
Yeah, push to pass. The favorite. Yeah, the GTR of Patriot now in P9 taking advantage of those moments. Oh, he's now bumping the car in front, the McLaren. All that fighting is so beautiful, but this track is so hard to overtake. Let's go through the field for a sec. Speed Hunter, look at that, 8.5 seconds already. Lap 4, well actually lap 3 then. 8.5 seconds, unbelievable.
Came out basically at the same time. Already gained 8 seconds, yeah, on the finish track. Great run.
You are so hard to hear sometimes. I already got you on 150%. And I still can't hear you sometimes. Maybe that's my ears,
Yeah,
I don't know.
leave your ears, yeah, come on.
Yeah, max out. Yeah, also in front and in the back, a beautiful gap. Just push those lap times out, mate. And here, the battle for P3. Look at that. Ravi and Pastina. We got the GTR against the Porsche. And who's got more, top speed? At the moment in the slipstream. He pulls out, he pulled out. Side by side now, but I've seen that the Porsche is really fast on the straights. I've seen that. Here he comes again. No. Had to pull back again. So, Pastina Calda, P3, taking that podium position for now. Nice move. Textbook.
Yeah, it looked like it was too early, but
Yeah,
great
but
move.
it was really a good one. I think he listened to me when I said around 8:10 at the start. Yeah, nobody listens to me. But Xavi doesn't give up. Well, I must say Gavi, eh? It's Gavi, not Xavi, but Gavi. Here we go again.
He has a British flag, so
Yeah, yeah. But he's got a Spanish name, so
I reckon. First time we see the DC team on the podium positions. Wow. Haven't put them onto my top 3 graphic at all. Where are they?
Ah, you don't have the graphics on? Oh.
I have the one, but I haven't put the DC team decal on. I need to search them. Where are they? They are not even listed. Yes, here they are.
I don't know. That's your job.
Yeah, no. That's why I was so surprised to see them up there suddenly.
Roadrunner Junior in chat. Yeah, I know that guy from RTR. Good to see him in chat. Good to see him on track. A couple of stints back.
Meep, meep.
Meep meep. Yeah, it's fun. Driving with his father. I wish I did that when I was young. But sim racing wasn't there yet. Okay, let's see if we got something going on. Look at that, man. Noir Antras. All by himself there. Pulling a gap to the guys behind. After that move and the battles, he just drove away Noir Antras. Octavian now P6. Yeah, no troubles at all. Nicho Coutillo. There's some changes been here. A couple of gaps now. Get your eye off a battle. Everything changes within 3 minutes.
Yeah, blink it and you miss it.
Absolutely. Octavian is damn rapid. And then we got Shadow Chef in P8. He's followed by Mr. Patriot. Then we got Kaparaman. Jeez, man, I really have to read 3 times sometimes. Then we got in P11. Is that Gilf or Gelf? Or
Gelf, yeah, Gelf.
Gelf, okay. Wow, I know stuff. Yeah, then we
The
got
Italian driver, so the last part is Roman, I guess. But
Roman. Cap Roman. Ah,
Yeah.
okay. Why do they make it difficult for me?
Yeah,
Yeah, so Visual Racer P12 at the beginning, yeah, had some troubles, dropped down a couple of positions, and we got Fausto. Can I ask you what flag that is? What country from Fausto?
something Korean, I guess, but
Korean.
I'm not good with flags.
Me neither.
So-
That's why I'm
so-
asking you.
So maybe I offended now everyone.
Yeah.
But I can't remember it being a European flag.
No, it's not European. It could be a Korean flag, yeah. Let's keep it in the middle. And then we got Yeast all the way in the back. I think GT45 also said it in the previous stint that drivers in the back and they don't give up actually are one of the best drivers for me, especially because I'm also always in the back. But they never give up, never surrender.
So another Dutch driver, Hide, confirmed in chat it's Korean. Shall we trust him? I don't know.
I don't know. It looks like he's from Friesland. No, sorry, Hidde. Roadrunner, no, I'm not. I'm only streaming this stint. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, next stint will be Ponyboy again for you.
Ponyboy! It's the pony! Yeah, I worked with him also once. Great guy, absolutely great guy. Oh, Chat.
South Korea indeed. Look at that, we are getting closer.
Yeah, but
Closer.
look at Storm. Chat is getting brutal. I'm not gonna repeat that.
They say correction. The good Korea, not the bad.
Yeah, you mention it. I don't. Oh my god. Yeah. No, I'm not gonna do it. No. Let's see.
Let's
see. Yeah. Rain. I'm gonna look for a battle on track. Let's see. I see a lot of cars close to each other on the mini map, but that's the biggest thing on this track. It looks really close to each other, but they are actually quite far. On a normal track, you can actually see a bit better if they are close to each other, a couple of cars, yes or no. But on this track, it's actually quite hard to see. But we got some slipstream battles, especially behind here. Look at that, Patriot in the slipstream of Shadow Chef. Who is running with damage now? At the moment I am. Patriot not close enough for that move. I think a bit too much downforce on the car, because he's not getting any closer.
It's the GTR. I've said it multiple times during this broadcast. I was actually surprised to see Christina there making an overtake on a straight in a GTR. I was like, what the hell is going on?
Everything is possible, mate. Even us two can win a race sometimes, so everything is possible. Yeah, we don't got missed. Yeah. Is that it? That was in Project Cars 2, wasn't it? We could get snow on this track.
I think you had plenty of options.
I think it was.
I think you get like a little bit of fog here in GT7 in some circumstances, but you cannot like set it to a fixed slot like foggy. That's not a thing, but it might happen.
I love a little fog. As long as I'm not driving, I love to have some fog. I'm actually driving this track tomorrow, Jaeger. I don't
really?
I don't want to, but I have to.
You have to. I was like in real life. Come on.
No.
You're going for
No, mate. I want to live.
You want to live?
Yeah. I will not survive this one.
You can book a ride in a race taxi or so. This should be hella fun.
No, man. No. If I will be on this track, it will be in my own car, because I don't trust anybody with. I don't drive with anybody on the track. Absolutely nobody. B-Racer, are you running in the 59 car? No, I'm not. I'm not driving. Absolutely not driving. Tomorrow I'm driving, but that's another race.
Can we explain the driver's work procedure? Of course we can. So we basically have 2 lobbies running at the same time, usually, so that we have the race lobby and then we have the next lobby being booted up like 30 minutes before the driver swap, and then the drivers can warm up a little bit, and then they do an in-lap, so race start, go directly into the pits, and then wait in the pits for their teammates to give them the call out. So this is basically how we synchronize the driver stints. So Mr. T was just typing it. I was just like, nah, I don't give a F about typing. I can talk. But yeah. Basically what you can read now.
It's. I think it's a great system for this game to do it like that. And
To be the only system to make it
work, yeah,
kind of
absolutely,
work, yeah.
But I absolutely love how you're doing it with the streams now, because normally you were streaming on different channels all over the place.
Yeah.
And now you got a center place where all the streams come together, and I really, really love that idea. I'm gonna steal it.
So I sent you my PayPal link.
Copyright. No, I really enjoy that because it's now in 3 parts, I think you do it.
Because of the 24 hours, yeah. So you can, so it's like a limitation for YouTube. So you can stream up to 10 hours in order to have like the video safe afterwards, so you can watch it later. If you like go over 10 hours, you just have the live stream and then it's
gone.
So you can't watch it later. So that's why we try to then have the 24-hour race split into 2 parts. But we also have shorter, like 4, 6, 8 hour endurance races, and that's when we just have one continuous stream, of course, for the entire event.
Yeah, if you got, but this is absolutely, 24 hours. You can't do that in one stint. Absolutely not.
You can, yeah, but then you can't watch it afterwards. And
No.
I think we have still plenty of people rewatching it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, I hope they do.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, we have some really good views on our streams for this event. So just hit the 1K views for this 3rd part already.
Oh,
Thank you.
nice.
And yeah, also
Yeah.
like with Mr. T providing some amazing graphics for the overlays on the main broadcast. So,
I absolutely love that.
Nice.
Also, the graphics on the bottom of the screen, because I do not like that other people can see the strategies or the fuel load or stuff like that. So, also a beautiful idea. Again, gonna steal it.
creative. You had to do that. To cover all those parts that you cannot disable, really.
I
And
think
also
it's yeah.
It's also like, so we have like, we hide it from the main broadcast, but you as a streamer can have the full race details on and get some inside information on
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
he's like, I know something you don't. Or whatever.
I must say, I didn't even watch this time. Normally I watch it, like, oh, how much fuel or how are the tires or what kind of tires. But I didn't even watch it now because for me it's more fun not knowing, and when they go to pit or if they gonna do another lap or are they on mediums or whatever. I don't want to know actually. I just want to know it at the moment they are going to the pitch. It's more excitement for me. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but yeah. Actually, don't answer that question.
You want to surprise yourself. I see.
Yeah. And we got another slipstream battle, by the way. Octavian is, yeah, close enough now to get to the end of the straight and making that move. Here he comes.
Not biased here at all. It's basically my tribute car. CLR, my community, Ray Racer, put on the number 12, my race number for this car.
Okay.
Go, Audi, go!
Go, go, go! Yeah, he made that move. Good move. This is the buttocks tight in this part. Every time you get here on the brakes, after the first couple of S's there after the straight, then release the brakes and then again full on the brakes. It's yeah, I really love that. Here he comes. Oh.
Question in chat. Yeah, we have a race director and a broadcaster in the lobby, so those two take up spots we cannot fill for the drivers, unfortunately. So we are stuck with 14 drivers in the lobby. We would love to have bigger grids, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, then it just gets interesting, more interesting, especially on the smaller tracks. Imagine on the Red Bull Ring, a track like that with, let's say, 30, 35, 40 cars. That's really, really amazing.
So this broadcast works something like this. So I'm basically streaming the entire event through my PC, and I grab every single streamer's URL and rebroadcast it through my PC. So that's why the streamers can be everywhere located around the world. We already had that, so we have now the Dutch one with us. We had Canadians, we had Americans, we have, of course, Pony Boy, the Brit,
the British,
myself as a German. So yeah, all over the place.
The German.
The German, yeah.
I'm sorry, man. I'm getting silly. Yeah, but it's, as I said, it's a really good idea to do it like this, because indeed, everybody around the world who's just wants to do it for you, it's so easy. Not running around all over the place with different YouTube channels or Twitch channels, because there is always people who can't find the right channel, therefore missing a stint or whatever, you know. So this is absolutely the best idea. Oh, Mr. T will go read the safety car rules again. Mr. T, please do not mention the SC, because Jaeger doesn't like that. Okay, let's go through the field for a moment. I want to see the gap in front. Look at that, 14 seconds for Speed Hunter on max out. By the way, I like this car, the livery. I really enjoy that livery. I don't know what it is, but maybe the cartoony bit of the car.
Really?
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
I'm actually not the biggest fan of manga or so. I get it, that is like a big fan base, but
okay, Jaeger, you can leave now.
I can leave now, I know. So I actually think this pop art livery there, the number 2 car, that's stunning. This is more like my generation, I guess.
What-
No,
what-
I'm not that old. I'm not that old.
What is your generation? I'm from 1971, so yeah,
I'm 78.
78. Yeah, close enough.
Close enough. Yes, the 70s child. Yeah.
Yeah, the 70s,
Well,
70s morons.
80. Yeah, 80s.
Yeah, but I do love comics and anime, stuff like that. I really love that.
Yeah, I get it, but don't know if they have to go into race cars.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. Every time I made a livery for, because I drove with CLR, I never had a real proper race car livery. I always did something with anime or always a bit street car like, because that's my thing. Real race car liveries, I can do it, but I don't enjoy them as much as the freestyle liveries, let's call it like that. How can you join events like that?
Know the right people.
No, absolutely.
You have found us, and so there's a link to our Discord channel in the video description, so you can join the Discord. And then for those events, you can either enter your own race team, like you need 4 drivers on your team to participate in those events, or if you don't have a team, you can ask existing teams to join them, to race for them. So we have 27, 28 teams now registered on ERF for doing those events, and some driver teams are still searching for drivers, so get in touch with them. And then you need to have GT7, of course.
That would be a good idea.
Yeah, let's start with that, right?
Buy the PlayStation.
PlayStation, Gran Turismo 7.
We never said it was cheap. We got a nice battle here with Shadow Chef Patriot and
indeed.
Potavian.
Indeed, yeah.
I think they are going at it for about 3 laps now.
Yeah, we're getting close to the halfway mark of this stint, so
Yeah.
not too far, and we should probably see some pit stops happening.
I think they did 7 laps and then 8 or something. What was it? 7 or 8 laps they could do on a fuel tank?
Even more, but this stint is a bit shorter because of the many safety cars we had. So it's 13 racing laps. So it's probably like you do 6 and 7 split.
But you can see now I'm here. No safety cars.
But also no rain. Where is the promised rain?
Yeah, I don't know. I just try to make it interesting. I try to drawing the viewers. Keep them interested. But
with the current setup, it is not possible that a driver can do back-to-back stints because they have to be in 2 lobbies at the same time. This is not possible.
Then you have to have 2 PlayStations, 2 GT7s, and 2 sim rigs. Then it could be then it could be possible. 2 accounts,
Or you're just like a really good pad player, then you don't need to have 2 sim rigs.
That's true. That's true.
But it's a big of really hassle then to do it. But it's still not possible because you have to do an in-lap while you're still racing in the other lobby. So I'm not sure how this works.
Yeah, that's true. Well, you could ask your mom or your dad or your sister.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Everything is possible.
So just click on that button, go on auto drive, and then just wait before the pit entry and then take over.
Oh, we got a first pit stop, by the way. Potavian in the pits. Oh, you got some damage, by the way. Left front and the front.
And maybe that's why. an early pit stop.
Yeah, would he repair?
I think so. Now, because it's like within the pit
Yeah,
stop window.
yeah, that's right.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm just gonna check it. I wanna know. Now I wanna know. Oh, the refuel is slow, man.
Yep.
Oh,
3
that's
liters per
beautiful.
second, the
Oh,
slowest
Jaeger, I love you.
can think of.
Oh, I hate it when they do the fuel refueling on 15 or something, you know? 3 is enough.
Yeah.
Okay,
You need to rest, right? When you're driving.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Oh, yeast also in the pitch now. A bit of less fuel than Octavian had, about 4%. But yeah, the game is on with the pit stops. Fuel can shop.
Mr. T rooting for TDR. Oh, wow. Yeah. Running P1 at the moment.
Well, there they are. 18 seconds. He gained. He pulled a gap of 18 seconds, and the last lap 4 seconds gained again. Just crazy, man. He's doing now. I have to move my head a bit. But look at the lap times, by the way. Lap 5, 6, and 7. So close to each other. 3/10 within these 3 laps. Unbelievable, man.
Is he human? I'm not sure.
And he's 4/10 up, almost 5/10 up on the fastest lap. Unbelievable. No, I don't think he's human. Absolutely not. He's a
cyborg.
Yeah. Is it RoboCop? Oh, look at that. Bastin Calda is getting closer to max out. Max out had a gap of 5 seconds or something like that a while ago, but it's now almost 1.5 seconds. Oh, look at that car, man. I'm not really a BMW guy, but there's something about this M6. I don't know what it is. Especially if you get that close up like this. It's so beautiful.
It was mentioned earlier during the broadcast. It has the Go Faster stripes on it. That's why.
Ah, okay, okay. So I have to put those on my car.
Yeah.
Maybe it helps. And another GTR, eh? But yeah, we've seen and we heard that the GTR with the top speed, bit of a problem. I'm actually quite surprised that the BMW is a popular car in this race. Maybe even the championship, I'm not sure. But the M6, I find it quite hard to drive. Bit oversteery, power oversteer. That's maybe my heavy foot, but yeah.
Yeah, I think with the custom BOP and setups, you can tame that beast a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, with the setups, it's a bit manageable.
Mm.
But then you have to learn to make setups.
You need someone in your team that knows about setups.
Yeah, I got a program for it if I need it, because I do play ACC also, and I need those setups.
Mm.
And I got the Virtual Engineer. It's just a simple program I bought on Steam, and it helps you out. You just ask, you put in how the car feels, and it gives you solutions, a couple of solutions, what you can do to change the car, and improve your
You need
setup.
to give good feedback how the car feels.
Yeah,
Shit,
yeah,
shit, shit.
Yeah.
It's not helpful.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Slow, understeer, oversteer.
It's everything but good. Yeah, yeah. That's also it's hard to explain. Yeah, absolutely. Because in your head you're thinking, oh, I got oversteer, but what kind of oversteer? Is it corner entry? Is it apex or corner exit? You got so many things. It's just But yeah, for me, at the moment it quite works with that program. So it's for multiple games, also for Gran Turismo. So yeah, maybe a tip for people who are the best with setups. It's a nice program.
Or you just can buy Philo a coffee and get access to this amazing database.
That's also true. That's also true. But yeah.
Shout out to Philo.
Philo, whoop whoop. But look at that, man. Pastina. Every time that name. Pastina Calda. Sorry, mate. Mr. Pastina.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I always have trouble with names. I can't even pronounce my own name, so... But yeah, Max
What?
out.
I'm not going to say my name.
I'm not gonna say it. Birdie. Oh, look at that. Oh, what happened there? Max out. Did he let him go? Did he let him go? I want to see that because... Oh, maybe...
He went on to the grass.
Maybe because he was going for the long straight and like, let's just let him go. Oh no, he was off in the grass. Oh, but now maybe he can get that slipstream. No, he's way too far behind. Small mistake, but costly. Pastina Calda, yeah, already out of the slip actually. Well, Max out of the slip.
Damn you, Christina, need to update the top 3 again.
Yeah. You need to work, mate. Speed Hunter. Pastina Calda, Max out. Noir Antares. Arix Xavi, all in the pits.
Top 3 are in. That's easy. Top 4, so I can have time.
Oh, look at that. P6, Nicho Coutillo is going on for an extra lap. Patriot also in the pits. Gelf, let's see what Gelf is going to do. Speed Hunter out of the pits again.
MU number 39. I just prepared the top 3.
It's gonna change now every time.
Yeah, that's why I just bring them on speed. See, I have a fallback solution. Just being lazy.
You can't be lazy. Visual Racer also in the pitch. Octavian is going on, but he already made that pit stop in the previous lap. So yeah. And who's that behind him? That's Fausto, also made a pit stop. So let's go to P13. Where is he? That's Visual Racer at this moment. So Yeast also made a pit stop already. Hopefully he can slot in, sort of. No, not really. A bit too far away. But at this moment, the man that didn't make a pit stop in P1, Nicho Coutillo. And Speed Hunter. And I don't think it's gonna take a long time. Let's see the lap times. 8 minute 4, 8 minute 5. Speed Hunter in the 8 minute flat. So yeah, I think within this lap we will be right behind him. And then on the long straight, he will make that move, maybe even earlier. We will see. Ooh. Yeah, he's really pushing hard, man. He's really pushing hard.
Go hard or go home.
Yeah, well, if I go hard, I will go home. Let's see if we got some battles. At the moment, the field is a bit spread out. Ah, look at that. It looks close, but it's not really close. 2 seconds, 1.5 seconds. So let's go to Speed Hunter then. Let's see if he can catch up with Nicho before the long straight.
It looks close on that track map, right? But then you have to remember it's a long track. So yeah.
Yeah, it's really hard to see if there's a battle going on. Yeah, the shorter tracks, it's quite easy to spot. But oh, look at that, man. I love those shots. That's the most beautiful thing in this whole game. The replays and stuff like that. It looks so great.
It's funny how every broadcast turns into the same conversation, like, oh, this game looks so pretty in those conditions. But
Yeah, I stopped right there.
yeah.
I'm not going through with the whole discussion anymore. I do love the game. It's a bit of a love-hate relationship with this game, but from the first time Gran Turismo came out, Gran Turismo 1, I've been in love with this game. And I can't put it away. I tried, but I can't. I always come back. Always.
It's like quit smoking.
I did that. I did
Yeah?
it. Yeah, 2
Did you
years
actually?
ago. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Thank you. Yeah, it took a lot of effort. But yeah, I'm not going to tell you how it happened, because it's not a great story. But yeah, 2 years, mate.
Will be racing sing for us?
And now the end is near. No, I'm not going further than that. But and the end is not near. We still got 4 hours and 45 minutes.
I still can remember your famous move, bitch. Get out of the way. That was amazing.
Yeah. I got some copyrights for that. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm just a weird guy sometimes. So yeah, if you know me, you know there is a lot of crap coming out of my mouth.
But also, stream chat, there can only be one commentator singing for you, and that's myself. So please stop encouraging the other streamers to do that. It's my job, and I did it, and I did it well. So
You did it the best.
yeah, the best, definitely.
Now sometimes I'm getting asked by chat, do you even know what you are saying? And then I'm thinking about it and I'm like, oh damn. I shouldn't say that. But look at Speed Hunter. We are getting close to the long straight and he's almost there. But Nicho will pit this lap for sure.
In a low pool, probably.
I can't say. I don't know.
Come on. You had one shot. One shot.
Excuse me. But yeah, it has to happen for Nicho in this lap, otherwise he's got a big problem. You don't want to get out of fuel on this track. If you forget to pit on this track, it's all over. You're in the back, crying, in the fetus position.
Questioning your entire life.
Yeah, you're getting kicked out of the team, stuff like that.
Mm.
Ah, here he comes. Easy peasy, lemony squeezy. No problems for Speed Hunter. Because, yeah, Nicho will get out of the way. But you can see that Pastina Calda, he closed that gap with 9 seconds. The gap between Speed Hunter and Pastina Calda, that was 18 seconds. Yeah, there goes Nicho.
Maybe a big difference in fuel consumption for the two cars.
I will check if Pastina Calda gets by. Let's see. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Big difference. Absolutely. I'm scared to say stuff because I know I can't say everything. I want to stay on your good side, Jaeger. Okay, let's go through the field for a sec. So Pastina Calda in P2.
So question the fastest lap the entire race.
Ooh.
I think we have a 58 point something.
Yeah, I thought I saw 58.3 in chat somewhere.
Yeah, something about that.
Yeah, that's crazy, by the way. That's absolutely crazy. 7 minutes, 58 seconds, 0.3.
Yeah, I can do that on that endurance layout with skipping most of the GP loop. Just.
No, I actually don't. I don't know anymore because nobody wants to drive this track, and I really love to drive this track. I did it a lot, but nobody did want to drive this track, and therefore, it's a long time since I've really pushed myself on this track. So I don't even know with a GT3 car. We got another battle here. Alex Gavi and Nor Antares. And Max out. Not too far away in front. Yeah, that's really insane quick indeed. In my younger years, I did that walking. No.
Only took me 10 minutes to get the new top 3 on the stream for you.
That's really amazing.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's faster than I could do it. I don't even know sometimes how I'm doing my own stuff. It just happens. Seven 58.3 in the night shift, BMW M6. That was the lap. Unbelievable.
ET Finland Racers. Yeah.
Yeah, ice cold. Finnish drivers are ice cold. No fear. Absolutely no fear. And that's also something you have to, yeah. If you don't have fear in your body, I think you can go really fast on this track. I always overthink stuff. And then you lose time because you're only thinking about, oh, what can go wrong. And have when I see these guys drive, looks like they're not thinking at all, just going for it. Absolutely zoned out.
That's the best way, right? Turn off your brain and just the drive.
Yeah, I think it's the best thing indeed, but I don't have a brain, so... Oh, we got Faustio and Patriot. Really close. And we're already in lap 10. It goes so fast. The whole stint. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. If you're just chatting nonsense, yeah, of course.
Yeah. That's my talent. I think your talent also.
I think I also like this, since I was introduced like with this community racing, league racing stuff, and I got to know some of the drivers like Slaxy. You also know Slaxy, and it started with that banter, and I totally enjoyed that from the first moment. I was like, yeah, that's nice. Let's do it like that, and so much fun.
Yeah, I always say life is too serious, so you know, I don't take life too serious. It's just have fun. Same with this. It's just fun. I love to watch this kind of stuff. And yeah, and the back details and all that, because GT45, he knows a lot of details. He can talk absolutely serious about all the stuff. I can't do that because I don't know all that stuff. Therefore, yeah, you know.
Just fake it. Come on.
So fake it?
Yeah.
I tell my wife that also, but she doesn't do that. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm glad she's not here.
Okay. And the broadcast ended.
All of a sudden, stream cut off. We don't want him anymore. I'm gonna check, by the way, on Speed Hunter. Let's get serious. But Speed Hunter extending the gap now. I'm not sure. Yeah, it was the fuel. Yeah. You can't see that, Jaeger. You know, you're not in the lobby. Haha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to rely.
I can tell you. Do you want to know?
Yeah, just tell me. No one else will know.
Now there's a big, fuel difference. Absolutely. Therefore, Pastina Calda got really close, but I don't think it's enough. The Speed Hunter is really flying. And Max out. Oh, look at that. Max out. Alex Havi and Noir Antaras. Nice group of 3 cars for that final podium in this stint. That is, it's still, 4 hours and 33 minutes to go.
Number 10 Porsche again. It's always around that top 5 throughout the entire race. So
Pretty consistent then, yeah.
Yeah, totally. And also nice to see the BMW there for Clockwork Motorsports in P5. Noir and Terrace also being in the mix again. So those 3 cars were, always at the front. If there wasn't like any safety cars happening at some point, but yeah, they really long pace throughout this entire event from those teams.
And I think with Speed Hunter, that team has a really fast driver in the car. Therefore, now in the lead. But maybe
I think PP2 is just, they got really lucky. They had multiple disconnects, and stuff. So they got really lucky with the safety cars. I
Yeah.
believe. And now Pestina is a really quick driver, so he just utilizes now this opportunity.
Yeah, but that's also the beauty with the safety car. It's a shame that there are a lot of safety cars in this race, but it's also the beauty that everything bunches up again and you still have a chance to get forward.
I'll bet the race leaders, they won't probably agree with you on that.
No,
But yeah, that's
true.
it's racing. So,
Yeah, it's something that it's the same if your wheel cuts out or disconnect. It's not something you want, but it can happen. In real life, your car breaks down, you get a flat, or you crash, or whatever, and your race is maybe over. Here, you still have a chance, even though you had a crash. You can still maybe win the race after a safety car. So yeah.
and it's, I don't know, at least 4 or 5 teams that got affected when they were leading during their stint with a bigger gap. And with the safety car, it all bunched up again. It wasn't like every time the same team. So yeah, kind of evens out at some point. But yeah, it's still not fair. I get it. But
Yeah, but life ain't fair.
exactly. Suck it up.
Yeah. Put that big boy pants on. Yeah.
Oh, Jaeger cancelled now.
Oh yeah. Oh jeez. Good morning. Looking the capoeira man, please. Thanks. Who is the capoeira man? Massimiliano Bertoli. He says the capoeira man.
Yeah, that's further down the grid, the third Italian, I think.
The third Italian. Let's see.
It is not Roman, it's Capoeira Man.
Oh.
Come on. A bit.
There he. Wait a minute. It's but we're gonna wait for a sec because we got a battle here.
Yeah.
Patriot and Fausto Aris. Capoeira man. Now.
Whatever. Yeah, typing it differently every time.
Yeah. They're playing with us, Jaeger. They are playing with us.
Yeah. Capoeira Man. Yeah, he's doing the capoeira. That's like this Brazilian dance, right?
Yeah. Well, it's fight dancing.
Fight dance.
Yeah.
Exactly. Watch us now being totally schooled in chat. What are you talking about? It's something completely different.
I'm just glad all the names are the same every time, not the nicknames, because wow, that gets confusing really fast. The GTR is really on the wing. The pressure is real for Patriot there. Or no, it's Faustio. Yeah, Faustio is under pressure. Oh, beautiful shot there. Oh, we got some damage for Yeast in P14. Oh, Patriot with a bit of damage there.
Just saw those messages. Oh, flashbacks.
It's almost, oh yeah, he's off track there. It's not a big hit, but just enough to give a little bit of damage. And look at that. We did a couple of, corners. It's 6 seconds even between Faustio and Patriot. Accidents happen so fast. And Gelf now closing up. The Patriot And here is the Capoeira man. There he is. Dancing away in his Lamborghini. That car sounds great, man. I'm not a fan of Lamborghini, by the way, but it sounds great. Pro tip, don't crash. Thank you, Mr. T. That's the best remark I've seen today. So let's...
You have some more?
Yeah. Let's have more tips. Yeah, yeast with a bit of damage on the front. 5 seconds, thanks. Here, another 5 seconds for you there. Sorry. Oh, where is he going? What is going on? Capoeira left. Probably disconnect, I'm not sure, but all of a sudden he was gone. I think the panic is starting with Jaeger. He's gone quiet. Probably has some work to do there. But yeah, we lost the driver.
Yeah, disconnect.
That's really too bad. So yeah, I'm not gonna say it, but those guys do need a safety car. Yeah, Massimiliano, I'm sorry, but it was your fault. You wanted to see them. No, sorry, mate. I always blame other people. Is Speed Hunter now? Yeah, he's extending the gap, but not really fast anymore. Even though Passida Calda has less fuel in the tank, so less weight, he can't get closer to Speed Hunter. Max out still in P3. And look at that. Xavi and Noir Antaras still fighting. P6 and 7. Let's see. Look at that. On the straight of the GP layout. Turn 1 on the outside, the Audi. Oh, tries to switch back. The second time. Does it work? Oh, yeah, got better traction there. Oh, beautiful move. Absolutely beautiful move. He got that P6 position. Oh, and got a little kiss there. The Shadow was like, I didn't like those double switchbacks. I give you a little tap. But Nicho is like, I don't care. Just going, gone. But looks like Shadow Chef is not done yet. But they are almost on the Nordschleife part. And then it's going to be difficult again to overtake. Nicho puts his car in the middle of the track. There's almost no space there. Let's check for a sec here. The gap is a bit bigger there, so let's stay with these guys for a second. And we're already in lap 12. Unbelievable. Time flies when you're having fun, guys.
Yeah, approaching the driver swap. So end of lap 14. You will see the driver swaps happening.
Yeah, everybody goes into the pitch then in lap 14. And then give the word, go to the next driver in the other lobby. P3 battle. We got a P3 battle? No, not really. Quite a gap there, so... They are close to each other, but at the moment status quo. Noir Antaras at one point he catches up, but then he yo-yos back down. So Jaeger, how long have you been awake now?
Definitely more than 24 hours. I think I woke up yesterday at 8:30.
Jeez, dude.
And since then I'm being like the power horse of ERF.
Unbelievable. Red Bull gives you wings.
No. the cheap stuff I cannot afford Red Bull.
I can say one thing. I will take a nap afterwards because I'm not used to getting up that early. And I didn't sleep that much at all. It's really crazy how you can get nervous, even at my age, for doing this kind of stuff.
You were just talking to me, so all good. Nothing to worry.
Okay. Eki asks in chat what is going to happen for that team who disconnected. And the reply in chat is, believe it or not, jail.
But every team has to get out of jail for free for this one. So there's a compensation time that's being calculated for disconnects, and they can join the next lobby. And I think they roughly have a 7-minute gap now after the leader exits the pits. Roughly.
Yeah, you have to...
Was that tip helpful?
Sorry?
Was that tip helpful?
I don't know.
How do you rate my answer?
Do I have to rate it? Really?
Yeah, of course. You have to get good feedback nowadays for everything.
Okay. You're so needy. I rate it an 8. I give
Out
you
of 10?
Out of 10.
Oh, what's okay?
Yeah.
All right. Like,
You-
it's still room for improvement. Okay.
There's always room for improvement, mate. But you have to, try something because there is a disconnect, and you can't put the car back in the spot where they were driving, because you have to, see it like a crash or something, or a problem with the car. You can't just put the car back in the position he was in. So you have to make a solution somehow, and I think it's a good solution. Almost as good as the explanation of your.
Yeah, it's a solution. Yeah, it's probably not the best solution, but the problem is with GT7, once you disconnect from a lobby, you cannot rejoin the race again.
Yep.
So it's done over.
Yep.
And on other simulations, you can rejoin the race and you be like you can regain time or can rejoin the race. But that's not possible with GT7, so that's why we need to have some solution implemented.
Yeah, it's not the ideal game for endurance racing, but yeah, at the moment we're making it work. Absolutely. Ooh, there was a little kiss there from the Porsche on the BMW. But yeah, the slipstream move from the BMW on the Porsche. Now the Porsche getting back into turn 1 on the GP layout. Late on the brakes. Oh, nice. Keeping it nice, keeping it clean. Oh, yep. Good move. Good move from Arek Savi. And now we got that P3 battle brewing up, actually. Let's go a bit further to the back. Yeah, look at that. Nicho. And Shadow. Fighting again. Also turn 1. The GP layout. Oh, he tries to squeeze the car and oh, he does it. Oh, contact on the rear. Almost a pit maneuver. And now Octavian is getting closer also. All that fighting doesn't help. But it's good to see they are still driving. I'm gonna take a little sip.
Drive-through penalty for Pristina or Mr. T?
Ooh, that's harsh. Imagine getting a drive-through penalty. Oh.
I knew it. Lol.
I think they paint the Audi also really good. As far as I know, it's a tricky car to drive, but maybe it's the driver himself. I don't know, but the car looks quite stable actually.
Yeah, when I tested the first iteration of Kilo's BOP, I was pleasantly surprised how stable that Audi can be with like a good stable setup. So I was like, why can't it be like that on stock on the in-game BOP?
Yeah, at the moment the BOP is all over the place with Group 3. Was a previous audio drive here going 9.1s on mediums, which is pretty crazy. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. They had an 8-minute flat on mediums, yeah.
Yeah, that's just crazy. Yeah, I saw that was the previous stint, wasn't it?
2 stints ago, I have lost count, sorry. So, at some point during this event.
Yeah, but that's really crazy. He was gaining on the guys that were on the soft tire. And yeah. Then you could call yourself an alien in my account. If you are catching up with people on softs on the mediums, just crazy. It was Vale. Driver was Vale. Okay. Just want to check with the guys in the battle for the podium. Still within 2 to 1 second. So, oh, Shadow. That doesn't work, mate. Going into the wall doesn't work.
recently we also had a suggestion to improve racing with making the walls softer. PD, you're listening?
Making the walls softer?
Yeah, to improve the racing. Because
Yeah, just like with the Formula One. In Canada, they put a tektro barrier against the Wall of Champions.
no, really?
Yeah, so it's not the Wall of Champions anymore, it's the Wall of Pussies. Yeah, I really don't like that they changing all the tracks like that. I like the old school tracks, gravel traps and grass on the side.
That gives me just idea when is the F1 race actually happening. So I need to stay awake for that and then go to bed.
I can't see it live because I'm sharing the channel.
I have a smartphone ready. Look at that.
Ah, okay. Now I have to wait until a family member has watched it and then I can watch it back. So
A family member.
yeah, I don't know how to call him, so let's call him a family member. It's the nicest way I can do it. But those guys...
The lost cousin. Yeah, we all...
Yeah, it's not a lost brother, so... He's on the bottom half of the family.
The race is 8 p.m. Central European summertime.
I want to check, by the way. Oh, look at that. Speed Hunter lost about 4 seconds to Passina-Calda. Passina-Calda is extending the gap to max out. What is going on? Let's see. Oh yeah, lap 12, Speed Hunter had a lap time of 8 minutes 6 seconds. So that's where he lost all that precious time. Because lap 12 for Passina-Calda was at 8-minute 1. Let's go back to the guys for P4. Oh. Noor Antares almost off track. Coming up on the long straight. Getting out of the slipstream there. Here he comes. Can he make that move? Or is the Porsche coming back? He's a bit early. Yeah, he's too early. Yeah, here he comes. The Porsche is coming back. Tucking in the slip again for a bit more. Now on the outside for the first part. Yep, side by side. Here we go again. Oh, this is going to be creepy. Oh, they sort each other out. Beautiful, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I love that respect.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, you need 2 drivers to have a good battle. You can make an overtake, but there is always 2 drivers who make it happen actually. Ooh, tried it on the outside, but didn't work.
And we are on the final racing lap for the stint.
Yeah. So in a moment, Ponyboy will take over then.
It is,
Yeah.
He's eagerly waiting in his lobby, watching cars sitting in the pits.
Yeah, he's lurking. Yeah, he's ready in the stables. Let's check with the guys behind here. Oh, just in time there. Now going 3 wide. Oh, I was just in time for that battle. 3-car battle. Oh. Ponyboy in chat. Good morning, mate.
Morning. It's already.
It's oh yeah, it's afternoon already. Jeez, it's 12 o'clock here.
It's 12 o'clock for me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Morning. What you're on about?
For Ponyboy, it's morning. He's an hour earlier. Hey, Ponyboy. Nice battle here, but Shadow Chef is taking a bit of an advantage because Octavian and Nicho are fighting really hard now, trying to be the first one on the Nordschleife. Absolutely beautiful. Hi. Holy from the outside. Now, nice. He was holy from the outside. Okay. Not my words. Words from Roadrunner.
So, see the chat. That's that's your name, by the way.
Yeah, that's my real name. Yes.
Your name.
It's out there.
Damn you, Ponyboy.
Yeah, I told him once, he never forgets. I don't know. I don't even know his name. Everybody knows my name.
See?
There are no secrets.
I keep the secrets. Yeah.
As long as he doesn't know my my PIN code, you know, for my I don't care. Let's see how far. Yeah, speedrunner halfway through the track. Oh, his real name is Pony. Okay. Imagine your name is Pony. Jeez. I would have a good talk with my parents if they call me Pony. I'm too popular. Oh, well, thank you, Roadrunner. Actually, I got paid yesterday by another community. And I was so surprised, Jaeger. You're never gonna guess what happened yesterday.
You won a race.
Nope, I didn't. I didn't even drive, but I got a surprise from another community. All of a sudden, somebody was at the front door, and he brought me a TGT 2 wheel and base.
What?
Yeah, man. I was like, what?
I need to get in touch with this community. Just set it out. Wheels for free.
Yeah, Roadrunner knows the guys. But yeah, I was so surprised, mate. I was talking, I wanted to buy a new wheel in time. Because I got the low cell pedals now from Trustmaster, but I still am at T300. And all of a sudden, that guy just came in with the TGT2. And I was like, what in the hell is going on here? So yeah, absolutely beautiful. I'm still getting emotional about it. I don't know why, but
like usually you don't open the door when there are strangers outside, right? So...
Well, he was filming with his phone, and if you see the look on my wife's face, because we just got home, and we were busy in the shed, and my wife was outside of the shed, and he was coming with his phone, filming, and the eyes of my wife were like, who the F are you and why are you filming and coming to my house? But yeah, indeed.
Had that umbrella in her hand and was like, go away.
Yeah, really.
About you, whatever.
But indeed, Roadrunner, it was Stefan. It was Stefan, absolutely. And we still got that battle here for P7 and, well, 6 and 7. I'm sorry, guys, a bit personal stuff also for me, but that's me. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, and judging the track map, I think the leaders are close to approaching them. Judging already for the final time.
Yeah, final time indeed, Speed Hunter. And he pulled a gap again. He pulled 3 seconds again on Pastinacalda. Unbelievable. I do want... Oh, look at that. Noir Antaras. Really close. Oh, he almost lost it. So close to max out, but he almost lost it there. Good luck, Roadrunner, and all the drivers in the next stint. Yeah, let's go to Speed Hunter. He is almost there. 4/10 up for the fastest lap. But he has to get into the pit, so that fastest lap will not happen.
Meep, meep.
Pony Boy, you also good luck for your stint. So, Speed Hunter now in the pitch. Pastinacalda in P2. And at the moment they are standing with the crew. They can give the shout out to their teammate to get out of the pitch and go. Max out. Noir Antaras, Gavi. And then Octavian and Shadow Chef fighting it out for the P6 position at this moment. Oh, Nicho with a bit of damage, it looks like. At this moment, Octavian and Shadow Chef, P6 and 7, Nicho in P8, close behind. And we're almost at the end of this stint. It's been a good 2 hours. 2 hours and yeah, let's keep it at 2 hours racing. And I had a lot of fun, Jaeger.
Yeah, it's nice to hear.
Here they go. Nicho. Now get Pausio Arish. 30 seconds up the road. And Nicho was on the mediums, but oh, at the end of your stint. Well, it's, you can, if you do it at the end of the stint in the last corner. Then it's not that bad. Gelf in P10. Then we got Patriot and Visual Racer. Visual Racer getting overtaken on the straight. Yeah, the GTR is not running. Well, no. Visual Racer is doing the overtaking. Almost empty, by the way. Ooh, can he make it? Can he make it? Or is he empty? Ooh, that's gonna be close. No, he's in. Patriot also in. And then we got Yeast at the start of the long straight. The Dottinger Höhe. I'm getting there. I'm getting
Music to my ears.
there.
It was basically the last thing you said on your stream because
And good morning, good afternoon. Thanks, Bertus and Jaeger. That's been absolutely fantastic. Lovely hearing you waking up to them two lovely voices in the morning. Jaeger, you're an absolutely animal. You've been on it for 24 hours and nearly. Well, 22 at the moment. Oh, 20, isn't it, actually? Because we've still got another stint to go after this one. This is the penultimate stint. As we are at 20 hours in, and it is Roadrunner Junior at the front. He's got an 11-second lead over Thomas Batty, but we have rain. This is going to be interesting now. And Kaliba, the Clockwork Motorsport team in P3 with Razor for the Finnish racers in P4, but he has got the RX Porsche just behind him in P5. These guys being brave and riding each other's rear ends in these... It's going to be getting slightly slippy, I would have thought already, as we can hear the pitter-patter of those raindrops. But this could shake things up again. He's got a 48-second lead over Yuppie in P6 at the moment, who's 2.3 seconds in front of Z... Oh, it's Barrel, wasn't it? Yes, I do remember that name from Stint 1. In the Italia R8, whose Storm Pacer has just made a move for the Syndicate Racing McLaren team. Oh, we can see the moisture building up on the surface now. There is going to be a bit of aquaplaning going on, I'm sure. As we see Storm Pacer there. Oh, look at the rain in that view. That's fantastic, isn't it, folks? Maybe 1.7 seconds in front of Apex Magnet in P10 as we see a cup. Oh, it's MRL and both BMW M6s. Round and round they go. Oh, tragic. This rain catching a few out by the look of it. The guys at the front are really slowing down now. Are we going to see another safety car? This is... Oh, there's 2 lots of damage. Yuppie as well. Safety car is out. This not ideal for the TDR design team out the front. They currently got a nearly 20-second lead, and all that's going to be wiped out, including the DC team. Thomas Batty, who had a nice comfortable cushion behind himself in P2. Oh, as we see another car off. One of the biggest problems with the rain and the Nürburgring, if you do make a mistake, it's a hell of a long way back to the pits, depending on where you make the mistake, obviously. If you make it right by the pits, it won't be that far back to the pits. But hey, there's me just stating the obvious. As we see Thomas struggling to get going again, there is obviously a 0 traction out there. We've seen Roadrunner, who's slowed down, whose gap's actually gone up to 31 seconds now. Everybody is struggling with this lack of traction. Hey, thanks everyone joining us in the chat. There is my mate Bertus, Mr. B Racing. And thank you everybody else that's joined in so far. Been an absolutely fantastic day of racing. Well organised by everybody at ERF. And did we have any rain during the night? This is the first rain I've seen in the 20 hours we have been racing up to now. But it gives us a good chance to flick through the order and see where everybody is. It's only put Thomas Patty down to 5th. And we do know that there was damage behind Yuppie, I think, copping some that are really struggling in these damp conditions. And the McLaren, oh, that's dropped right back as well. TCR Kemp. Also drive okay for these conditions, and that tells you how difficult it is, folks. These are all pro racers to some degree. And just, oh, as we can see, Barrel look really struggling at R8. Absolutely hideous in the wet. Actually, looks like he's just having fun, to be honest, and he probably is well under the speed limit. Sure, his wheels won't be reading so. Apex Magnet in P9 for the MRL team. As we did see him take a nice spin earlier with the second of the Clockwork Motorsport BMWs. It would have been Storm Pacer, I believe, in P10. He was absolutely crawling round. Drift King in P11. New Velocity Racing team have been up and down this field all day. Well, the safety car really played into their hands at the end of stint 5 when they were nearly a lap down and ended up in P4, I think, at the end of the stint. Safety car really can shake things up. Then we have Hyde in the second of the Syndicate Racing cars. The Porsche, another one that's been up and down the grid like a yo-yo today. Oh, and here comes the rain now. Listen to that. If it was raining like that here, it'd be one of them days when I'm not going anywhere. Let's watch a movie. Then we have the Lexus of the Escuderia Panthera team. In the hands of Wesley again. Currently in P13, is a minute behind Hyde in P12 and nearly 5 minutes behind the leaders, but that will all bunch up a bit because it's going to take everybody a while to get back, but we can see these cars just not turning in. Everybody will be on. Will they go on to full wets? Will they go on to inters? I'm not sure how long this rain is forecast for, but it does sound like it's just eased off a little. And there is another car I wouldn't want to be in right now. The Audi and the Lambo, I think for me, would be the ones I'd be staying well clear of in these conditions. Indeed it did, ERF. It escalated very quickly. Shall we have a look at that replay with MRL and Clockwork Motorsport, shall we? Let's get one of them on the screen. Let's have the Magnet himself. And we shall... There goes one car, there goes the other. Oh. Almost like synchronised swimming there, wasn't it? And we got Pastina with us in the chat. And Anatama, you want an amazing stint. I watched you race earlier. Who's overtaking? I've missed that. DC team. Let's have a look at that, shall we? What's going on? Ah, yeah, because he did drop back to P5, didn't he? Or is it because he spun under the safety car? I'm not sure. P7, who are we on about now? Oh, it would have been Syndicate Racing, but he's just gone off under the safety car. Let's put a little marker in there and see what went on, shall we? I have got all the info up at the bottom. We can see traction control was activated. And that's how much difference it made. Very little. Let's get all that info back off screen. Sorry about that, but replays do play havoc with this game. At least it does look like they've got rid of the low fuel thing. I haven't noticed it all day. I was going to say all night, but it's been more than just a night, hasn't it? And we've got Philo with us in the chat. Thanks for joining, buddy. Good to see you again. How close is everything bunched out the front now? We have, I think it's about the top 5 together, is it? Yeah, how far back is P6? He's Upane is a minute and 50 back. Well, this working out pretty well for the CLR Ray team. They had the awfulest of luck at the beginning of the race. Might have managed to start making their way back up through the order due to the many safety cars and other things. As we see the top 4 or 5 going into the pits. Roadrunner's not gone in. Roadrunner... No! Roadrunner didn't make it into the pits and he's going to have to do another lap on these tyres. This all going wrong for TDR Design. He didn't make the pit entry, and if he'd have tried to go in it would have just put him back on track. Oh, this is really not good. Here come the other guys, hopefully making it into the pits. Yeah, it is everybody but Roadrunner that's made it in. But he does get to lead the pack until everybody's been in, got their damage repaired. And jumps onto wet tyres, but he's going to have to do another stop at the end of this lap when he eventually gets there. Oh, this is not nice. Well, it has put the RX Porsche in P2 now. And the Clockwork Motorsport BMW there up into P3. And Razor for the Finnish racers down in P4. DC team took their place back in P5. where they were after the spin. Yes, you can't rely on the AI in this weather. They do spin off still. Its intelligence is very artificial, but far from perfect. As Upe drops to P7. And Kemp takes over that place. Only 15.5 seconds now behind the leading group. Led by the slick-shod Roadrunner there, just trying to keep some kind of temperature in his tyres. But looking at that, it looks like it stopped raining. So this could actually be a really smart move by Roadrunner. It depends how quickly this race takes to get going again. It's going to be a while, I think. Because we do still have people 30, 40 seconds behind, well, a minute behind the leaders. There's Apex Magnet Inc. Nearly 1 minute 40 down to P9. And we can see a dry line is starting to appear on this track. Whether it be an accident or not, Roadrunner could have just played a blinder. Oh no, we are going, it restarts in zone 2. So these guys at the back are not going to be able to catch up with the leading pack. Wesley is still in the pits in P13. I imagine getting himself a shot in a nice set of inters now that the rain has stopped. And last but not least, the Tavernello Lamborghini. Driven by fresh Ciccio this time out. Really doing everything he can to make up that groom. And you can see the track looking pretty damn dry there. We are going to be getting ready to go. This beginning is going to cost Roadrunner. It's still looking very wet around this part of the track, and he's doing everything he can just to generate a little bit of heat into them tyres to give him some kind of grip, but there ain't going to be a lot for half a lap or so. But we could see around the other part of the track it was drying out, so he may be at a disadvantage for a lap and a half. But then the slicks should come back into their own. Now Upe on the back of this pack in P7. We have got a 7-man lead group, and Barrel is only 6.5 seconds behind, and that's closing down rapidly. These were guys that will be going any second now. How far Apex Magnet behind? 28 seconds. This has all bunched up lovely to get this restart underway. And we will stay at the front now and wait for it to kick off. And Razor did go on to the inters. That's great info there. Thank you very much, Alatami. And to be honest, I think that would be the wise move, especially with the one half of the track looking pretty dry already. And this rain really slowing proceedings down. I do notice the stints have dropped by a lap for the last few, due to the safety cars and conditions. As we can see, we did get underway there, and the slicks just not picking up at all. As we see the Arix Motorsport going into P1, but a big moment already. Oh, and it's both the Clockwork Motorsport BMW and the Arix Porsche. Oh, we're going to get another safety car straight away. Green flags are flying, but that doesn't mean a thing. So this has put Roadrunner back into P1 with Razor on his inters all over the back of him. Them inters are going to be far superior to the slicks at the moment. We do have mechanical damage for Caliber. I see the DC team with their hazards flashing. Well, Kemp having a look all over the back of him, but can't keep it on the track. Even them Inters not providing the grip they wanted. He gets out just in front of the GT Italia team R8 there. Honestly, is this racing or ping pong? Well, it's more like sledging, isn't it? Or hovercraft. Hovercraft racing. Well, it won't be long before the track dries out. And Razor in a good position there, but Rover did a fantastic job on them slicks. But just going to have to be very careful into them braking zones. Test the brakes very early. Hopefully we'll have a little bit of a gap between himself and Razor so he can touch the brakes that little bit earlier and not create a problem. But Razor playing it safe. He's thinking this is very probably going to end in damage, he would have thought, for Roadrunner. No, I don't envy the drivers in this condition. The first time I ever drove around the Nürburgring, it started raining on slicks and it was just zero control. It was like driving on ice with butter tyres. Well, Razor looking comfortable, 2.8 seconds in front of Batty. We can see it all going a little bit crazy behind as Yupan makes his way up to P4. And TCR Kemp in P5 after that little moment. And Kaliba, even with that damage, in P6, holding his own. Unfortunately, Eric's Porsche dropping back to P8, and he has got the MRL BMW of Apex Magnet all over the back of him now. It's bringing MRL right back into the mix. So we do have a leading group of 9 drivers now, and Drift King only 4 seconds behind, possibly bringing New Velocity Racing back into the equation. Yeah, Mr. T giving a big shout out to Roadrunner at the front, trying to keep it up, just keep it on the track more like it, mate. You did a fantastic job. Now you're on the dry part of the track, where you do have the advantage. And Razor dropping back. So it did turn out that Roadrunner did play a blinder. Razor being able to take a few more risks than Roadrunner in front, using a little bit of curb with those inters. Oh, we've got a nice little bowl here there for the final step of the podium with the DC team, the 8 Syndicate Racing team and Clockwork Motorsport. Just behind there we have Yupe who's dropped back to P6 there in the CLR Ray Racing R8, closely followed by Barrel in the Italia Racing R8 there. And just behind there we have the Arix Racing Port driven by Nushel at the moment. Oh, and who's that off? It is the DC team. Just about keeping it together, but does live a few paces and dropping all the way back there. Oh, and again, oh. It's dropping Thomas Bassi all the way back to 10th from battling for the podium positions in 2 corners. And dropping in behind at the New Velocity Racing GTR, driven by Drift King. Everybody bunching back up again from P3 back. And Yupe back up to P4. There he is. There is Yupe. Under a bit of pressure there from Barrel. Or the GT Italia Racing R8. Both of the R8s took it in the slipstream there and proving to be quite slippy, but as soon as they pull out the draft of that BMW, the legs are gone. 10:51 in the wet by Roadrunner last time round. And an 11.9 second gap. What a stint this is from Roadrunner here. Having to take it very careful through here with the moisture still on the track, and we do see Razor in the pits to get off the inters and onto the slicks. They will have a weather radar, which I do not, but this has put Yupe and the CLR Ray team up to P2. Indeed, Flying Flapper, it did more than rain. It absolutely hammered down and caught a good few drivers out. Oh, as we have another moment there, and it is the Syndicate Racing Team, I believe. Was that TCR Kemp, was it? Yes, it was. Let's have a quick look back at that. See what actually went on there. Well, we know what went on. It's wet and slippy. Just getting on the power, on the damp stuff here, I think. Oh, it wasn't. It was the Italia team. That's why. I thought it was the McLaren. It wasn't. It was Barrel now down to P8. Come on, let's get that info off again. Stupid replays. They're very useful to have. But Roadrunner now 22.78 second lead over Yuppie in P2. The CLR team will be going mental. CLR Ray Racing team, should I say. And Kaliba, even after that spin and possible damage, has got himself back up to P3. Oh, and the Eric's Racing Porsche is back up to P4 now. After both having a little moment there when the race got back underway. Oh, that TCR Kemp there getting it all a little bit sideways. That's showing us that McLarens can drift. EMRL BMW there feeling the pressure from Drift King for New Velocity Racing in P7. An interesting line there taken by New Velocity Racing because it's looking a little bit damp on the inside there. Probably struggled to get the power down and thought better of it. So let's jump on board, shall we? In the GTR in P7. Looking at the back of the MRL BMW there, M6 driven by Apex Magnet. Yes, how dare they change position? It's not right, is it? Yeah, Jaeger doing an absolutely fantastic job, and I can't believe the guy's been up for this long. I'm pretty sure he hasn't had a sleep in the 21 hours we're nearly, well, 20 and a half. As we see Drift King having a look around the outside, and he gets it done. Oh, brave move on this slippy track. But Drift King, I'm sure, not worried about the car getting a little bit loose underneath him if his name is anything to go by, which it normally is with these drifty guys. Yeah, Jaeger has had no sleep. He's just absolutely full of coffee, Red Bull and jelly beans, is what I've been told. Yes, he is a little soldier. And kept these links and this stream seamless over 24 hours. How he does that, I don't know. We'll just... He's our hero. Roadrunner now with a nearly 30-second lead over Yuppie. Let's have a quick check where the finish ended up coming out after their extra stop. Down in P9 for Razor. 5.9 seconds behind Barrel. So this is not that big a gap because Barrel wasn't massively behind because he was in that leading pack and had a moment. Yeah, he's only 1.8 behind Apex Magnet, 40 seconds behind the leader, but the leader is 30 seconds in front of everybody else. Absolutely, the director has had his work cut out for him and he has overcome every obstacle and done a absolutely fantastic job. And if somebody does deserve paying for this, it is most definitely Jaeger. Gap up to 32 seconds now. As we see Kaliba take over Yuppie for P2. And the Arix Motorsport team really making a move as well. Is there anything CLR can do? Well, if they can hold the inside line, that's what they can do, and even stick two wheels on the grass. Very brave there, and well driven by Yuppie. Oh, but that sounded a little bit noisy there, didn't it? So what has gone on there? It looks like we lost somebody. And we will go back and have a look. I think it may be Kemp. So let's jump back and have a look, shall we? Oh, I just heard somebody in the barriers. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, just trying to apply the brakes on the damp patches. Having to carefully manoeuvre it between two other cars. And he has got front, rear and suspension damage. Again, let's get that info off. Yeah, well, that answers your question, guys. That's what happened. Just zero brakes and having to try and manoeuvre it between the two cars. So, yes, there was a little bit of contact. I don't know if Nushel has got any damage in the Arix Porsche there. No, there was definitely a little bit of contact, but... yeah, that's what I saw as well, Ben. It did look like he just touched the brakes on a damp patch and slid back and went, and he did try and avoid everybody. So, well, we do have the Velocity Racing team of Drift King challenging Jupe, and he has got the move done. So let's put a marker in there and get that move back, shall we? So that's quite an aggressive move. It was clean, but in these conditions, that's what we'd call risky. Oh, it's because Jupe got a little bit wide onto the wet stuff. So good moves there from New Velocity Racing, making their way back through the field and up into the podium positions yet again. But on the intermediate, so they will be having to come in soon, as these tyres will be wearing, and as soon as you get back onto slicks, as we can see at the front of Roadrunner with that 38-second lead now. And where is the second of the slick shot cars? Was back in P9, he still is, but he's only half a second behind Apex Magnet now. Razor will be feeling the benefit of these tyres by now, I would imagine. And you can see the extra grip the slick's providing already. The track's drying out pretty rapidly. The racing line looking pretty dry, and that's another move and up to P8 for the Finnish racers, driven by Razor this stint. And now he's 7 seconds behind Barrel in P7 for the GT Italia team, who in turn is only just 2 seconds off the P2 pack, I'd call it. But Caliber is making a bit of a break for it with 3.5 seconds between himself and P3 Drift King. And Drift King is similarly trying to do the same between himself and P4. The CLR Ray Racing R8 there of Jaeger. Oh, sorry, Jupe. Jaeger. Got Jaeger on the brain. Well, the Arix Racing Porsche hassling the R8. And just behind we see the R8 and the McLaren hassling each other as well for P7 and 6. And we see Jupe into the pits to get off them inters and onto a set of slicks, and Kemp doing the same in P7 for the Syndicate Racing McLaren team. Razor had already been in, obviously, so he will be promoted up to P6. But 58 seconds behind the leader, that is the only problem. So the bad luck ended up turning out to be really good luck for Roadrunner, because he's got a 42-second lead over Caliber now in P2 for the Clockwork Motorsport team, who has got the New Velocity Racing team closing him down at a rate of knots. And everyone on personal bests and purple sectors as the track starts drying out. But we've already got 8:12 in these conditions. I think that's pretty good. You'll find an average driver, not these aliens, would do a lap in about that time anyway. So anything under 8:15 isn't bad. Let's have a look what we got going on towards the back. Storm Pacer in the second of the Clockwork Motorsport cars is now 1 minute and 42 off the lead, but only 5.5 seconds behind Apex Magnet in P12 after Apex Magnet must have made another stop and come out on them softs. And he's only 3.6 seconds behind the Scuderia Panthera Lexus, driven by Wesley there. He was only 1.5 seconds behind Hyde in P10 in the Syndicate Racing Porsche. Everything closing up now after the second round of pit stops towards the rear. But it has spread a lot of battles out right at the front. DC team dropping back a little bit now after the excellent stint from Pastina in the previous stints, should we say? I'll say the word stint again. I like to repeat the same word in sentences a lot. Yeah, Jaeger is driver of the day. Anyway, we have Drift King up to P2 now, as we see Kaliba has probably had a moment and dropped back because that gap looks pretty big. It was 3 seconds a minute ago between 2 and 3. I'm pretty sure we won't get the move back, but we'll have a look. How far back can we go? Well, we've only just missed it though, look. And the new Velocity Racing GTR is on a move, but we can see how much damage that BMW is carrying. Front and rear aero and full left-hand side suspension damage. Never good. Again, let's get rid of that info. Really wish you could just press a button like you used to be able to do. And now Calibet coming under pressure from Nushal in the RX Porsche. And Barrel in the GT Italia team just behind him, waiting to join the party. The Audi's starting to look a little bit more stable now. It is drying out more. Absolutely, East is a good recovery from Drift. They've had a few good recoveries today, the new Velocity Racing team. They did have a disconnect earlier on and were right at the back of the field and about 5 minutes back. And now they are currently running in P2. Marshall has got past the BMW. The BMW is struggling with that damage. Is it even really worth battling with the people around him? Because he is just going to lose the places on the straight with that damage aero. Oh, we do have a Kemp with mechanical damage. That will be the Syndicate Racing McLaren copping another battering. Razor now starting to get them slicks up to working temperature. As we see, Kilbear has dropped back to P5 now. As we see the GT Italia team taking advantage of the slight lack of pace due to the damage of the Clockwork Motorsport BMW. Oh, thanks for that information, Yeast. I didn't know that because I would have been asleep 4 hours ago. So yeah, the Scudero Panthera team have had a bit of a mixed race so far today, but as pointed out by Yeast, who did drive a decent stint earlier on. And they are currently running in P11, I believe. Yep, there he is, right behind Hyde, battling with the Syndicate Racing Porsche. Nice to see the Lexus involved in a battle there. And can he displace that Porsche and make his way inside the top 10? What we should do is jump on board with the Lexus, because we haven't done that. Taking it very cautious through there, but using every little bit of road and taking it right to the white line. I just hear him get on and off the throttle there to keep the car nice and stable as he picks up the power. Should just be a little lift here and a quick left and then right and back on the power to pull you hard on the brakes into the right. Well, not that hard because he was in second, but these cars are tuned for the gearing to match the track a little more. One of the best sectors of the track as a driver, this bit. Using every bit of the curb and some. But not being able to get close enough to the Syndicate Racing Porsche in front. That gap opened up to 1.2 seconds now as we see Wesley dropping out of the slipstream. Oh, we've got the info up again. Ah, really annoying me, that is. Apex Magnet all the way back down to P12 now, but he has got the Clockwork Motorsport BMW all over his tailpipes. Another car that has been up and down the field all night, the Clockwork Motorsport BMW there, the blue one. Whereas his teammate currently running in P5. The orange Clockwork Motorsport team has been pretty consistently towards the front. Fresh Ticcio, and last but not least the Tavernello Lamborghini there. 3.5, well, nearly 4 minutes behind the leader, but it was 7 minutes a minute ago, so the rain and safety cars have helped out a little bit and have helped bring it towards the main pack, but at least he's on the leading lap with the others. Roadrunner now at 53.1 seconds in front of P2 Drift King for New Velocity Racing, who in turn has got 8 seconds over Nushel and the Arix Racing Porsche. Barrel in the GT Italia Team R8 there in P4, 2.3 seconds further back, and then it's only 8 seconds now to Razor after his extra stop for the finish races. And the lap time starting's come down now, an 8:06.5 last time round for Roadrunner Junior. TDR stretching that lead, 52 seconds. And Roadrunner taking no prisoners now, he is just going for it. Confident the track is dry enough. Oh, what a big moment there, but he does keep it going in the right direction. Good driving there from Roadrunner. Meep meep indeed. Well, Caliber's got damage. Has he not repaired his damage? Because he's dropped right down the order, hasn't he? Where is he? Oh, literally right down the order. Is he P12? Yeah, P12 for Caliber. Yes, Caliber did have damage. He had front and rear aero and a full left-hand side suspension damage. Which is why he went from, was it second or third to fifth in a matter of corners, just because he didn't have the pace to stay with the guys in front. But now he has joined the BMW battle in P10, 11 and 12. We do have Apex Magnet for the MRL, and then we have the two Clockwork Motorsport BMWs there in P11 and P12. Won't be running purple sectors, but I think most of the field will be at the minute. As we are on lap 6 of what will be a 14-lap stint before we go into the final. Yeah, I am a jinx, mate. It is. It's commentator's curse. Unless you're referring to Pastina as being the jinx. I unlucky with that disconnect earlier, mate, but great to see you had a good stint in the stint 11. No, 10, sorry. TCR Kemp all the way back in 13th. Now only at the start of this stint he was toward the front. But now 2 minutes and 5 off the leader. It just shows how quickly things can change here. .53 seconds the lead for the TDR Design AMG. New Velocities Racing GTR, expertly being driven by Drift King at the moment, and 1.4 seconds purple. And we've got the Arix Motorsport Porsche there in P2. It was 2 seconds in front of the GT Italia R8, driven by Barrel. That gap still at 8.7 seconds back to Razor. Razor not making that much. And them tyres will be up to temperature now. And it's 8.1 seconds in front of Upe in the CLR Ray Racing R8. Has got 16.3 seconds over Thomas Batty in the DC Team GTR there. It looks like he's pulled himself together, recomposed himself, and after a few incidents in the rain, and has got himself a nice 6-second gap over Hyde in the Syndicate Racing Porsche in P8, who has still got that second over Wesley with the Scuderia Panther Lexus. And the gap was a second when we left them half a lap ago. But we did have a nice battle, didn't we, for P10? Yes, the BMW battle here. Let's drop him with P11, shall we, so we can see. Is he just letting his buddy through? It certainly looks that way. Does he think... Well, we know that Caliber's got the pace because he was well ahead at the end of his first stint. Another move for Caliber, taking him up to P10 now. Nothing Apex Magnet can do about that right now. Have to sit tight and try and... What do we have going on at the front? A 57.3 second lead to Roadrunner. Looking comfortable and really pushing on hard now at 8:02, a 5:43. This track must be pretty much dry now. 1.5 seconds up as well. Roadrunner is on it. And Drift King looking comfortable there in P2. He's got a 15.1 second lead over the RX Motorsport Porsche in P3. But Barrel is closing the Porsche down. That gap down to 1.4 seconds now. What was his last lap? It was an 8:12 for Arix and it was an 8:11. So only a second quicker, but a second is a second. And they're actually pulling away from the Finland racers in P5. That gap up to 9.9 seconds. Upe down in P6, but he's got a nice 20-second cushion behind him to Thomas Batty in the DC Team GTR there. Hyde only 2.7 seconds back in the Syndicate Racing Porsche. And Wesley got that gap back down to under a second in P9. Just as I say, it goes back over a second, but can he close that gap down and get into the slipstream of that Porsche? But Caliber is coming in P10 now. That damage repaired, them tyres getting up to temperature. Just wants to keep it on the grey stuff and bring it home. And make as many positions up along the way as he can. A drive-through pony for car 29. Oh, these times are really starting to come down now. I think we're going to see some fast times. The conditions getting nice, the sun is out, the track is drying beautifully. The grip levels will be high. The track's had a little bit of a clean from that rain, but it would have washed some of the rubber away maybe. Apex Magnet back down to P11. After Caliber put a move on him, the second of the Clockwork Motorsports car Storm Pacer in P12. And he's got 18 seconds over TCR Kemp, who has not had a good stint so far. The rain really not suiting the McLaren and his driving style. And Fresh Chicho actually making up some decent ground here. That gap at 4 seconds to the leader, but 1 minute and 43 to TCR Kemp. So one safety car and he could be right up with the P10, 11 and 12. That's good to hear, Pastina. We love having you around. Things are stretching out at the front. No short managing to open up the gap between himself and Barrel a little bit now to over 3 seconds. Well, Barrel's doing a good job in that R8, and if I did read correctly, they have been running mediums for the whole race. With the R8 being pretty aggressive on tyres. In all honesty, it's a pretty aggressive car, full stop. It does everything pretty quickly. Eats tyres, drinks fuel, turns in very quick, loses grip very quick. Are we there yet, the Flying Welshman? Well, we're not a million miles away, mate. We have got 3 hours and 6 minutes to go. So we are nearly 21 hours down now. And your boy MRL, they are down in P11, I believe, at the moment. Apex Magnet have been having some good battles with the other BMWs. As we can see some action in front, it did look like, oh, it is, it did, oh, let's get some markers in here. Oh, no, the Clockwork Motorsport BMW has gone. We are going to get that whole sequence of events replayed any second now. Yeah, I think we've got enough time. Let's go back as far as we can. And we are with the Lexus alongside the Porsche. And what does happen here? It got a little bit wide. These two side by side as he just gets on the grass there. Oh, and then it bites when he gets back on the tarmac. Is that more damage, though? How can we go back here? There we are. Well, no, we've just got grass there. No, it doesn't look like he has got damage, but that looks like it's caused a little issue with MRL. Oh, I don't know. That might be one for the stewards. But I don't think it's anything major. I think it all just got a little bit claustrophobic with the 3 BMWs again. Well, this puts the 57 Clockwork Motorsport car at the front of the BMW battle, and yes, indeed, Calibre has got damage again. Let's have a quick look while I have got information up, and yes, it is a front aero and suspension. Calibre not having a good run here, and now he has got Apex Magnet all over the back of him, not carrying any damage, so he will have the advantage as we come up to the straight. That aero will be costing him, and we should see Apex Magnet make their way up to P11. And will Calibre come into the pits and get that damage repaired? Let's get that info back off the screen. Yeah, you'll see that extra few miles an hour just lost, and even with the slipstream he won't be able to hang with him. Frustrating times for the Clockwork Motorsport team. Making his way back through the pack. And just a moment on the grass, and yes, it's all gone awry. How far is Apex Magnet behind Storm Pacer now? It is 5.3 seconds, that moment between himself and Clockwork Motorsport. The second Clockwork Motorsport car, should I say, driven by Calibre, costing him a good few seconds. Wesley managing to pull away from Hyde, it seems. He's got a 2.5 second gap between himself and P9 in the Lexus now. And only 2.2 seconds behind Thomas Batty in the TC Team GTR in P7. Yuppie is a further 26 seconds up the road, but he is right on the back of Razor now in P5. Yuppie having a great stint here. Only one running around with damage at the moment, I believe, is Calibre. And they have got into the pits to get that repaired, but that'll be 3 pit stops in 4 laps, I think. As we are past the halfway mark in this stint now. On lap 8 of 14. And Razor, I'm surprised to see this far down the order. after the second round of pit stops and everyone getting back onto slicks. He's 8.2 seconds behind Barrel in P4, the GT Italia team. We'll keep our eyes on that gap, who's got 2.9 to P3, the Arix Racing Porsche, driven by GTP Nushal there. Does Nushal have damage? I don't think so. I will bring up the info as I've been asked. Yes, he does have rear aero damage. So we do have 2 cars with mechanical damage on track at the moment. Actually, I think Kaliba has already repaired his. Not sure how much that rear aero damage will be costing him. It will be a couple of seconds a lap. He's in an 8.10 last time round. I'm not sure when the damage happened. But he probably will come in and get it repaired, get a new set of tyres and fill up with fuel anyway, because that will be his one and only, well, would be one and only stop if it had been dry for the whole race. Yes, Nushal hasn't pitted yet. He will probably come in at the end of this lap, I think, Ben. 8:01.788 from Roadrunner now, the fastest lap of the stint. But with a clear track in front and behind, he's got the perfect conditions. And he's purple yet again. Drift King in P2's got a 23-second cushion now between himself and the Arix Racing Porsche in P3. But the Porsche doing a good job in keeping that gap at around 2.5 seconds between himself and the GT Italia team until the commentator's curse strikes again. There we can see the Porsche in front, that gap down to 1.5 seconds, and we know he does have a little bit of damage. So can the GT Italia team reap the rewards? Absolutely rolling. Roadrunner is doing a fantastic job at the front. Gap under a second now. Barrel will be getting the benefit of the slipstream plus that 10 kilometers an hour loss due to the aero damage, and that is at least. As we close up, let's jump back on board with the Audi through the twisty section. We can see all that carbon reflected in the window with the sun beaming down. Ah, what a lovely day to be trackside at the Green Hell. Watching these guys giving it death. Good exit by the Porsche there, looking stable. Even with the damage, has managed to pull out a little bit and keep the R8 out of his slipstream. But through the twisties and down the straight is where it's going to suffer. Has that twitch cost the R8 anything? Maybe a tenth. Now Nushal are taking that whole section really well and actually putting a bit of time into himself and the R8. We shall wait till that gets a little bit closer. Let's have a look a bit further back down the order. Wesley closing that gap down between himself and Thomas Batty. Down to 1.7 seconds. Wesley got the bit between his teeth now. He's all fired up for his final stint. Wants to make every place he can for his team. And Hyde only 2 seconds back there as well, so we should have some good battles going on here throughout the day. Storm Pacer in P10 now, Apex Magnet 6 seconds back in P11 for MRL. Who has got a nice 9.7 second cushion between himself and TCR Kemp Kelly, but has got his damage repaired and is currently 11.2 behind Kemp. But I reckon we'll be seeing that gap coming down because we have seen Kaliba's pace obviously coming out of stint 2 with quite a healthy lead. Fresh Chicho has took some more time, that gap down to 1.5 minutes now in P14. But the Tavernello Lamborghini. And did Roadrunner improve? Yes, Roadrunner did improve again with an 8:01.648. The fastest guy on track with a minute now between P1 and P2. TDR Design guys having a fantastic 20 odd hours so far. As we have just encroached into the 22nd hour of this epic event. Oh, we see Nushel and Razor into the pits. We did expect to see this, but this promoted a Barrel up to P3 and Yupe up to P4. Yupe with an 8:05.299 on lap 7. A good lap there, buddy. Where will this bring the Porsche and the BMW? Oh, right on top of each other. This strategy looks like it's working out really well for the Finland racers now. It's only P1 they're going to have to worry about, and P2 I think, with this shuffle. Obviously the Arix Racing Porsche as well in P5 currently is in the way and has shown excellent pace throughout the day. And with one stint to go after this, anything could still happen. We only need one safety car and it could bring everything back together, and all that work that Roadrunner has done will be undone, and we've seen that several times today. Well, say today, over the last 2 days, over the last 24 hours. We have seen some massive gaps just disappear due to somebody else's misfortune. Let's not forget Drift King now in P2 for New Velocity Racing. 8:02.730 his quickest lap so far. And he's got a nice 29-second cushion over Barrel for the GT Italia team in P3. He's got an 8.7-second lead over Jaeger now. I've done it again, Jaeger, that blinking Yupe. Got to stop doing that. And a 5 and 6. Razor keeping that gap to around a second. As we're on lap 9 already. These laps flying down. That will be their last pit stop of the 24 hours for these guys. Well, I'll hand it over to their compadres to do the final stint in 4 and a bit laps time. Oh, we have Wesley all over the back of Thomas Batty now. The DC team and the Scuderia Panthera team. A nice little grouping round here. Looks like we're going to have 4 cars joining the party. As we got Hyde just behind in P9, he's only 1.9 seconds back, and then we've got Storm Pacer we can see in the background as well. There he is. In P10, only a further couple of seconds back. And it looks like Kemp's got damage again. A marker in there, see if we can see anything. Where is he? P12. No, it's already happened. Look, oh dear. Not a good stint for Kemp, and he had a great stint earlier on. Calibre only 3.9 seconds back now, and is he going to get a penalty there? He seems to go a little bit tight over there. This allowing Calibre to close up all the time. I imagine some of these guys are getting really tired now as well. Yuppie has got a nice cushion. And Nushall doing enough to open that lead between himself and Razor. The gap up to 1.5 seconds. Yeah, I just need to read better, Jaeger. That's my problem. I have problems with these English words. P7 Thomas Batty is under a lot of pressure now from the Scuderia Panther and the Lexus. Can the Lexus get the move done? He's going round the outside. What a move there. Wesley had the drive, the respect shown by Thomas though, giving him plenty of room. Absolutely, Steph, but I don't mind who wins this race. It's been fantastic to watch, stream, and just to generally be involved with. And don't forget, everybody, give the stream a like and a thumbs up, and don't forget to follow and subscribe to the channel. Every bit of support you guys can give us all helps and makes it all worthwhile us doing it. Because there is a lot of work goes on behind the scenes, especially at the likes of Mr. T and Jaeger. I have done it myself to the level that they do it, and it does become like a full-time job at times. Hyde all over the back of Thomas now. The Syndicate Racing Porsche putting a lot of pressure on that DC Team GTR. Yes, we do have some good friendships here with other teams. And it's great to see so many teams trying to get involved with these events. I mean, to the point when we're having to turn teams away and have pre-qualifying and then qualifying. It just shows we must be doing something right somewhere, as you guys keep coming back. And if you guys keep coming back, we'll keep doing it. Let's jump on board with Hyde in the Porsche, shall we? This could be good timing, to be honest. The gap absolutely perfect for the run onto the straight if he can keep it somewhat like this. Don't want to be getting the run too early, as happened in the previous stint with Bertus when the car did get past and then got repassed again. But this looks like a good run here. Maybe too soon. No, good exit there by the GTR though. Good traction in the final corner. Well, it's not the final corner, but the final corner onto the straight. Yeah, the GTR getting a superb exit. I can't see him closing down half a second even on this straight. But here it comes. It's going to be tight. Not quite close enough. Oh, or is he? He's going to get it done just at the last second if he gets the room. Not quite. Oh, but good racing there, guys. Oh, and into the pits goes Hyde. Let's promote CWM a Storm Pacer up to P9. But we'll have to pit again at some point. Would be my guess, but he's only a second now behind Thomas Batty. The DC team GTR are coming under a lot of pressure the last few laps. But this Scudero Panthera Lexus there up to P7, only 6.7 seconds behind the Finland racers in P6. And that gap between themselves and the Arix Motorsport Porsche opened up to 2 seconds now. Nushot doing a great job there in P5. And an 8.24 outlap there, that's pretty damn good. I mean, what was Razor's? It was an 8.20, even better. Obviously, a lot of that was made up before the pit exit because he came out right behind Nushel and went in about 6 seconds behind. Let's check the gap at the front now. It's 24 seconds now. As Roadrunner has been into the pits. Got himself a nice fresh set of boots. I did think that myself, Swelo, a little bit. Have they geared it as a 5-speed, but no. Yeah, I get what they were doing, because you could say you could lower the gearing ratio on the 6 gear. But again, he would have to introduce that gear change up the hill, which, yeah, funny one. And the Porsche does seem to do better with long gearing, to be honest. Drift King will be in the pits at the end of this lap, I would imagine, but he has got himself a nice 36-second cushion over Barrel in P3, who does still need to stop as well. In turn, he's got an 11.6 seconds gap over Upe for CLR Ray Racing. An 8.11.5 last time round, so not the best lap for Upe on the previous. Obviously had a little mistake somewhere. But he has got himself 19 seconds over P5, but he will have to stop soon, and we do know Nushal has already stopped, but Razor is all over the back of him again now. So has it been a little moment from the Arix Motorsport Porsche, or has it just been a very quick lap from the Finland racers? Jump on board with the BMW. See how close we can get to the back end of this Porsche. Thank you very much, Shida. Or was it Shida? And it's not just us that do all the hard work, it is the racers as well, and everybody that gets involved creating these lovely liveries as well. Well, how much time the racers put in practicing for these events, and we do have mechanical damage again. It's Calibre again. Oh, it's just not going right for Calibre this stint. The orange Clockwork Motorsport car, currently down in P12, has damage yet again. I just think he's trying to push on, make up some time. But he has literally been pretty much every lap. Well, look, he was in lap 4, 5 and 6 from what I can gather. But he is putting Hyde under a little bit of pressure, so the damage can't be too severe. You can see it, somebody torturing tyres. Was it Hyde or was it Kaliba? I am not entirely certain. Thanks again, guys, for all the lovely comments. So we do appreciate it, and we'll keep doing it. behind, seemingly struggling to keep up with the pace of that BMW, even with the mechanical damage. Having a look round at the outside. Oh, squeezing. Respect shown, plenty of room given. And Caliber gets the move done. Nice job there. Now he's got to try and chip into that 25-second gap between himself and Apex Magnet for MRL in P10. In turn, is 5.3 seconds behind the DC team's GTR, driven by Thomas Batty. Who's got just over 3 seconds now to P8, and what is now the first of the CWM Motorsports cars, driven by Storm Pacer. And good to see Wesley actually making a bit of space for himself, nearly 5 seconds in front of P8. And 9.2 seconds behind Razor in P6. That gap opening up slightly, but Nushel doing enough to keep the Finland racers behind him. 18.1 seconds the gap now up to P4 Upe, who I think will be coming in at the end of this lap. Full fuel and tyres as we see Drift King in P2. Be interesting to see what the gap will be between himself and Barrel, but I think Barrel will probably come in as well. An 8.10 last time round compared to an 8.03 from Drift King. I can only see the gap still getting bigger, unless of course Barrel doesn't go in yet. What we shall see. We'll stay with him just to see if our theories are correct, and it appears not that he's staying out. So there you go. I will shut up and say nothing, but an 8.05 last time round, which seems strange considering it's not saying it's his fastest lap, but I don't know. Game does get confusing at times with things like that. Right, Drift King has come out of the pits in P2 and only 8.8 seconds in front of Barrel now, but with Barrel still having to stop. Well, I think that gap will go back up. Let's check between 5 and 6 again. That got up to 2.5 seconds now, so a good final sector there for the Arix Motorsport Porsche. Or Arix Racing, should I say? I keep saying Motorsport. It does sound good though. It's all good for me. And we have another couple in the pits. We have P7 Wesley, Scuderia Panther, and the first of the Clockwork Motorsport cars, Storm Pacer, in P9 in the pits. This promotes Thomas Batty back up to P7, 17.7 seconds behind Razor, and he's got himself 7.3 in front of Apex Magnet for MRL in P8. Again, somebody else who will have to come in shortly for fuel and tyres, I would have thought. And Caliber has come into the pits again in P12 as well. He drove an absolutely faultless stint in Stint 2. Not a mistake to be had. And this one just not gone well, and this promotes TCR Kemp back up to P12. Someone else who's had a bit of a disaster now, but I think a lot of it is fatigue and tiredness creeping in with some of these guys. You can imagine what the real thing would be like when you have actually got the forces applied to your body as well. Right, let's have a look at the front. What is the gap now after the stops between P1 and 2? It was a minute before the stops, then it came down to 20 odd seconds. So let's jump back there now and see. It's 57 seconds, so it's a DC Drift King from New Velocity Racing has made up a couple of seconds. Yep. Absolutely Philo and absolutely Mr. T. I say he was driving absolutely fantastic earlier in the day, and this stint just not gone well, just trying to make up time for those little mistakes. And then over pushing would be my guess. Right, Drift King really is putting the pedal down. He has made another 2 seconds on Roadrunner. So let's stay here and see what kind of sector times we're getting. It is an outlap, so it's not going to be a true reflection. You just heard that tyre touch the grass then, and then you see the gap go up a little bit. So even that tiny split second of just possibly having to lift to make sure you do keep it in a straight line, and it does start to cost. There again, we do see the time starting to come down again. Not the time between himself and Barrel going up. Is Yuppie making any time into P3? No, an 8:12 last time round. Them tyres obviously gone off now. Oh, there's a big sideways moment there from Yuppie, but well held. Oh no! The commentator strikes again by saying he held it well. And Yuppie has a moment. Is there any mechanical damage? I'm sure he'll let us know on screen. If it is, it will be front aero. Yes, my thoughts as well, Jaeger. Oh, but still P4 at the moment, but that gap down to 4.7 seconds between the RX Racing Porsche now in P5. Who has still got the Finland racers all over his back end, only 1.7 seconds back there. Razor doing a fantastic job. 8:07.8 last time round. I'm pretty sure he can go quicker though. I mean, we have seen some of these Finland racers guys do 7:53, wasn't it, in quality in that? Absolutely ridiculous. Obviously the car won't be set up quite the same for the race, because you will want to preserve your tyres and not go on full quality grip levels. But he's on a personal best by over 0.8 of a second this lap. I've got RX Racing Porsche doing just enough to keep that at about a 1.5 second gap, and keeping the Finland racers out of that slipstream. And so Yuppie has been racing for over 10 hours in the last 24 hours. That really is a level. I don't think I could do that. I wouldn't want to do that. I think running 3 stints, 6 hours would be more than enough for any normal human being. Well, now we can see that gap coming down. It's only 3 seconds now to P4. Jaeger back to P5. The RX Racing Porsche, driven by Nürburgring. Well, let's take nothing away from Yuppie. He's done a fantastic job. And like we say, 10 hours racing. 10 hours racing for Yuppie, 24 hours streaming for Jaeger. The CLR boys really doing the bit for the team. And obviously the ERF team. Alright, yeah, even 8 hours is an extremely long time, buddy. So big respect and big hats off to these guys. Well, the gap up to P3 now at 30 seconds, and we can see the gap coming down to P5, 2.4. Fortunately, though, Yuppie did still have to come into the pits, so it's not costing him an extra pit stop. It's just going to take him a little bit longer to get there, and then the extra few seconds, obviously, to get the damage repaired. So all in all, not the worst time for the accident to happen. It could have happened later in the lap to be beneficial. Yeah, and 2 very different tracks there as well, so that's very different styles of driving. I'm sure it was a different car. So that's a lot of practice you put in, and sometimes it can take away from one what you gain in the other. But either way, skills and commitment by the guys at CLR there. And that gap they're down to 1.8. Nushel and Razor both coming for Yupe. They won't have to get the move done. He will be going into the pits in just a few corners' time. Interesting to see if P3 barrel does as well. Yep, there we go. His pit crew standing there ready. Right on cue. As we can see there, proof in the pudding. The R8 running on mediums and currently running in P3. So a fantastic job here by the GT Italia boys. Okay, they had a disconnect early on and had to make it claw their way back through the field. So they'll be extremely happy coming out of stint 11 in this place if they can keep it. But we shall have a look, but I think it's going to be too much to ask because Nushel has got past Yupe. Yupe stayed out. You're right, Jaeger. Madman. And we're on lap 12 of 14 now, so 3 laps to go for these guys, including this one. As we are now 2 hours and 30 minutes away from the end of this 24-hour race. As we see Razor and Barrel there, couldn't be any closer. We could just about get a Rizzler paper between them two. Somebody kicking up a lot of dust there. I think it was Yupe. But Yupe, if he's carrying damage, I can only presume his nose is stayed out. I would have thought hitting a barrier that way front end, because I haven't seen him post mechanical damage either. See Barrel looking to go around the outside through the chicane, gets it done on the brakes into the chicane. But Yupe trying to have a look back round the outside. I think he's already decided that these two places are gone. And no point in battling, just lose as little time as possible. Does promote the Arix Racing Porsche now back up to P3. They have been floating around the podium spots for most of the night. Let's have a quick look at the front as well. That gap's still at 55 seconds, which is exactly where it was when we left it. So these guys pretty much matching each other for lap times. An 8:02.8 last time round for Roadrunner Junior. Let's have a look at what Drift King did. It was an 8:18 out lap, so that is a quick out lap. But he is running in an 8:02s, an 8:02.7 there, look, on lap 7. So we would expect to see something similar. Let's stay with him, see if he's on purple or a personal best lap when we get to the next split. I think we've had enough safety cars this stint, final boss. With the rain and the chaos that brought early on. That gap up to 56.4 seconds now between P1 and P2. TDR Design AMG having a fantastic stint here, driven by Roadrunner Junior. And I'm sure Roadrunner Senior is looking on with pride while his lad does the business. Barrel doing a good job there in P4. That gap not growing between himself and Nushel. We know the RX Racing Porsche has got some pace. More consistency though has been the key with their success so far. Razak closing the gap to Barrel is less than a second, just over 8 tenths. And there we see Upe still hanging on just in the background. Barrel did a good job here. Nice consistent pace. Quick exits. He's making himself a difficult man to pass. And there is Upe in the 12 Audi that was being discussed in the chat. Yes, they have a mixed bag of a day, but a good recovery drive so far, up to P6. After Upe's 8 to 10 hours of driving. And P7, the DC team, has got a nice little comfortable cushion behind him now. ESP Wesley for Scuderia Panthera has dropped back a little bit. But he did have a pit stop in the last lap, but he's still got 7.2 seconds over the first of the Clockwork Motorsport BMWs there. Apex Magnet for MRL down in P10. We see Hyde not that far behind in P11. And the first of the Sector Syndicate Racing boys, and the second just behind him there, driven by Kemp in the McLaren. They're starting to make his way back up to the rear of the pack again now after several instants. Much like Caliber in P13 now. Who is actually on a flying lap this time, not an out lap or an in lap. And Fresh Ciccio dropping back a little bit now, that gap up to 2 minutes between himself and P13, and nearly 5 minutes between himself and the leader. But still on the lead lap, or will be shortly. That gap between Roadrunner and Drift King is still at 55 seconds. And it looks like Roadrunner Jr. did have a bit of a moment last lap with an 8:06.1. That's the slowest he's been without an in or out lap involved since the rain, I would have said. Drift King done an 8:04, so that would have been 2 seconds recovery. The lap time's not where I thought they would have been this stint. Barrel closed down a little bit on the RX Racing Porsche. That gap under a second now. He will be able to feel the benefit of that slipstream as they come on to the GP section here. Oh, thank you very much, Jaeger. I really do appreciate that, buddy. How's Nushel doing, Ben? He's doing really well. Look, he's in P3. But he's feeling the pressure from the GT Italia team. That R8 seems to have been quick since he's changed his tyres and put the fuel in. They may be not holding back as much now, because we do know the R8 can eat tyres. Yes, will be interesting to see some of the lap times in the final stint. At the moment, he is still Roadrunner Junior with the fastest lap of this one, with that 8:01.6 he did earlier on. Well, that does seem to be Junior's times around here. We have seen him do several 8:01s in race, guys. As these guys are on their penultimate laps already. With the way things are working out time-wise now, I do think the final stint probably will be the 16 laps again. Oh yeah, that is going to be an amazing stint by the look of it with them drivers. This a good little battle building here, because we can see Razor in the background as well, hanging on to this group in P5. Unfortunately though, these guys are 1 minute and 40 seconds behind Roadrunner now. And we still don't know if that was an error at the beginning when he didn't get into the pits. It looked very much like an error because there was cones there and it was pretty much stationary where he would have been going into the pits. But I think it just works out well. Well, yeah, we'll let him say that he planned it. And if he does say it, we'll all believe him, won't we, folks? As we see the R8 having a look at the Porsche. This is RX and GT Italia. That R8 really seeming to come to life in the later stages of this race. Oh, and a bit of a moment there for the Porsche, allowing the R8 to go around the outside. Just like a trailer park girl. Let's have a look at that, shall we? We will do it from a Nushelt's point of view, I think. We can see if he did have a little bit of a moment. Yeah, just on the grass, and that's a lift off the back. Oh, it was a big moment. Well saved, and only costed him one place as it stands. But he has got Razor all over the back of him now. And them tyres starting to look a bit worn on the RX Porsche. But I will get that info off. Even though it is nice to have sometimes, as we see Razor having a look on the inside. But no, Nushelt toughing it up on the outside. Safety car, Max, you never know, buddy. There is still over a lap to go. But we don't want to be finishing any more stints under safety car conditions, please. It does kind of take the fun away. But it has made for an exciting 24 hours as we see Razor looking to go around the outside again. But he will have the inside here and should get the move done. There you go. That is the Finland racers up to P4 now. And they will be chasing Barrel back down now for those podium positions. How many cars with MD currently? I don't think there's any. I can't say for definite about UPay because we know he did have that moment with the front end, but he's kept going. He's doing 820, so I'm going to say he has got damage. But the fact that he's got a 25-second lead and only one lap to go after this one, I think he's just decided to stay out. I don't know how he stayed out anyway, because he pitted at the end of lap 4. Oh, the end of lap 3. And hasn't pitted again since, so he's been running rather frugal with the fuel, I would say. Well, this is all playing into ESP Wesley's hand. The gap currently 24 seconds, but as you see, it's coming down at quite a rate of knots between P6 and 7. And he does have 5.8 seconds between himself and the DC Team GTR, driven by Thomas Batty there in P8. Here we can see the Clockwork Motorsport BMW, driven by Storm Pacer, behind in P9. And a further 12 seconds back, we have the MRL BMW in the hands of Apex Magnet. Caliber, who is driving some kind of recovery race now with an 8:04.3 last time round, his fastest lap of the race. Well, his fastest lap of the stint, at least. And we have Hyde, who's dropped all the way back to P12. And then the second Syndicate Racing car in P13. Things not going well for Syndicate Racing, who were at the sharp end earlier on. Fresh Ticcio a further 2 minutes back for the Tavernello team in that lovely Lamborghini. All the way back though in P14. Yeah, I can understand that, Mr. T, but you do have to weigh up what it's going to cost you and what you're going to gain from pitting at this point in the race with one stint to go. The gap at the front over a minute again now with an 8 dead 5.51 from Roadrunner Jr. last time round, the fastest lap of the stint, and only just over half a second outside the 7.59s. I don't think we're going to see a 7 this stint though. I think they will all be saved for the final stint, where the aliens all come out to play. Yeah, I would agree that over 3 laps it is costing them quite a bit more than a pit stop. Probably cost them an extra 10 or 15 seconds. But it's a decision that had to be made on the fly, and would have had to pitch straight away for it to be beneficial. So you can kind of understand it as well. But yeah, I prefer driving without damage because you're more likely to make another mistake with damage. Oh, thanks for the info, Max. So yeah, they did do the right thing then. Yuppie still hanging in there in P6, and he's still got 16.9 seconds, but that gap coming down pretty quickly, because it was 20 odd not long back. It was an 8.08 last time round, so Wesley's picking up the pace. He did do quite a late pit stop there, I think. Yeah, it was lap 10:11, wasn't it? So unless Yuppie has stopped, but I don't think he has. No, because we got them 3 laps in the 20s, so I think that's just where his pace is now with that damage. But that's cost him nearly 15 seconds a lap from his fastest laps. I mean, the gap's only 16 seconds, but these guys are on their final lap. Great stint driven by the TDR design team. The 2 stints I've watched Roadrunner Jr. drive. This guy just gets better and better as he grows and matures, and under the guidance of Roadrunner Senior as well, I'm sure. Well, that's the thing when you do have safety cars at events like this, people are always going to try and take benefit of them when they do happen, but as you can't predict it unless somebody does go and drive themselves into a barrier to get themselves engine damage, but you'll soon see that on a replay. Because we can check inputs and everything, all we have to do is save the replay of each stint. And everything can be played back and assessed and reviewed by the stewards team, who again are a bunch of guys that do a great job. Because they have to make decisions that aren't going to make them popular and sometimes don't make the group popular, but obviously everything has to be standardised across the board. Let's have a little bit further back, because we have still got a couple of minutes before Roadrunner will cross the line. Absolutely fantastic job by Barrel to keep that P3. Himself 2.6 seconds over Razor, who in turn nushed back to P5 at 8.11 last time round. Would that be that moment that we did see him have on stream? Yeah, Tim Law and Philo in the cars next in. There's some absolutely electric people next in with AMS Dude as well. Let's quickly check that. Jaeger looking comfortable now. On the last lap he has got that 14.8 seconds, so he should be handing it over in P6. And with the Escudo Bria Panthera team up to P7. That is a nice recovery drive there from Wesley this stint. Been nice and solid, no mistakes that I've seen. And consistency being the key there. Clockwork Motorsport BMW of Storm Pacer in P8 and Thomas Batty 7.4 seconds behind in the DT team GTR. And then just behind that, a further 6.5 seconds back, we do have Apex Magnet for MRL. Safety car out. No, that's got to be a joke. No, safety car out. We're on the last lap. Surely not. Who's died then? Who has absolutely killed themselves? Somebody must have absolutely binned it on this last lap. Everybody that we'd already looked at is where they were. I fancy doing that in the last lap. Oh, I don't know. It's got to be high, doesn't it? No, it's just there. I have no idea why we've got a safety car. I have no idea. You would say it was rigged, but no, because it's the main organisers team that's at the front losing the minute. But he shouldn't lose a minute, as the handovers will be happening at the end of this lap. I just mean that gap, as you can see, is really coming down now, down to 54 seconds. This straight must seem like forever at this speed. I'm sure it will be looked at after this race, as we do see Roadrunner Junior into the pits for the first of the handovers, and I'm presuming it will just go into full race conditions in the next lobby. I don't see how it can't. I don't know. Drift King entering the pits as well. Only 15 seconds behind Roadrunner now, so this closing everything up at the front for the final stint. Barrel a further 43 seconds behind. And it is Jaeger who's taking over the stream in stint 12. Our hero, the legend himself. Well, it's going to close everything up there and make the final stint even more exciting, as we do see Barrel entering the pits. Razor won't be far behind. So as much as the likes of Roadrunner will be cursing, it will make the racing more exciting for the spectators. There we go, the GT Italia team in, and the Finland racers in and stationary as well. Then we have the Arix Racing Porsche in. Next up will be Yupe for the CLR team. P7 as well. Scuderia Panther Lexus in, and the Clockwork Motorsports BMW as well of a Storm Pacer. And then we have Thomas Batty, the DC team at GTR. Apex Magnet of MRL in P10 as well. Then we have 11 Caliber, the second of the Clockwork Motorsport BMWs. He's 2 minutes and 28 seconds off the lead now in, and Kemp in P12, Syndicate Racing, and Hyde in P13, also Syndicate Racing.
You Pony Boy will be taking over now for the final stint of the race.
And with only the last car to come, a fresh Ciccio.
So we are live for the final stint of the race. And we quickly get on all the details for you. We just need that timer running, and then we are good to go. Bear with me for a second to give you the remaining race time. So 2 hours, 2 minutes, 30 seconds when I start the clock. Whoops, that's the wrong one. Here we go. We have timer running now. And you also see my lobby. So here we go. Hello, hello. We are good. We are good. So back for the final stint of the race, and as promised, I will open the Discord race interviews channel for anyone to join me. In here. I can hear you a little bit low, but I can hear you.
Low, okay, I can turn myself up. Is that any better?
Yeah.
Yep,
It's
brilliant.
getting better. So I now just need to see how I can share my desktop with you.
Okay. I do have YouTube up anyway, so I can see from that perspective
Okay.
anyway, but
Perfect. So can't see the button unfortunately to share my screen.
okay, I can go by the YouTube broadcast. I will be a number of seconds behind, I think.
Yeah. That's fine with me. So we'll just go off the stream and we'll just keep on talking about this event and what we are about to see for the final 2 hours of this event. So we're
Yes,
crazy
indeed,
so far, right?
Yes, indeed. The drivers have been put through their paces for the past 22 hours, and this is where it really comes down to the business end of the event, the final 2 hours, and this is where we're going to see who are the drivers with the nerves of steel, and really can't wait to see the conclusion to this Nürburgring 24-hour race, Jaeger.
Yeah, that's definitely true, and I think just before the driver swap we had a very controversial safety car call again, so it will be heating up in the chats on Discord, in the channels, wherever. So this is probably the story of this race, that too many safety cars for this one, too many not sure how to call it, unjustified calls. I don't know. We were like keeping it to the rules as stated in the rulebook, but it was like we didn't expect like the drivers to actually drive longer with damage on their car, so that this 3 cars with 2 damage points on the car at the same point will actually come into play.
But the bending of the rules is, which, as I just see an overtake actually, Jaeger.
Watch that. So the GT Midland Racers with Anatomy up to P3. Nice move against the number 39 Audi R8 for the Gran Turismo Italia team. So what a move, decisive move, and the Finnish driver is not messing. But then look at that, the Audi is coming back in the slipstream. It will be a run coming through under the Bilstein Bridge. They go into Tiergarten. See a little bit of flash from the Audi driver, but BMW stays in front, braking for the Hohenrhein chicane, and on to the GP track we go, crossing the start-finish line, and Anatomy staying just ahead of the Italian driver. Probably now can open up the gap without fighting, so the 66 car up to P3 just ahead of that 39 car. Then we'll run through the grid in P5. We have the number 10, the Ericsson Racing Porsche, with Sakura running in P5. So again, very consistent performance, basically throughout the entire race within the top 5 for this team. Then CLR Ray Racing team, number 12 car in P6 with Octavian. We have
I just wanted to reiterate as well that the Audi driver in P4 was flashing his lights at Anatami, so I'm guessing not too happy with the eventual pass from the Finnish driver in P3, but yeah, certainly long way to go. We have got a good 1 hour and 56 minutes to go, in fact, so I'm sure the Audi driver can come fighting back. We are currently on board with Yeast, I believe, in P7.
Yeah, that Lexus, that Scuderia Panthera team, they were struggling throughout most of the race there. Now running in P7, that looks like a really good comeback drive at the moment. Probably also got lucky, but some of the safety car calls were definitely a lap down at some point. But now running P7. Then in P8 we have the Clockwork Motorsports, the 57 BMW, driven by Fausto Ares at the moment. Just 4 seconds behind P7, that is. Then we have driver of stint and probably ECT Pastina Calda in P9, but already under pressure. I see Welshi in P10, the MRL driver in that 33 BMW. Really close, under 1 second. Then we have a 64 McLaren. So they had an up and down event. Like they were leading the race, they were then being promoted all the way to the back. Now they're running in P11. What is possible? 2 minutes 30 the gap to the leaders. But I think top 10 definitely possible for them. Then the second Clockwork Motorsports team, that car was most of the time in the top 3, now down to P12, unlucky calls, I guess. And now with Tim Lohr driving, one of the really quick drivers in the ERF, definitely. Also the number 7 car, they had also like an up and down race so far. Were P2, P3, sometime now down to P13 in that Porsche. And we have our, I don't know, is it a fan favorite, that black and gold Lamborghini?
I have to say, it really does stand out, doesn't it? I absolutely love that livery, and they've been a little bit unlucky, haven't they, during these 24 hours with, I believe, a disconnect on my stint, a stint 4 that was. So, yeah, they've got it all to do from the back of the grid, but you know, hopefully they are able to claw their way back into the race. I wanted to quickly just comment on GT45 Gaming's comment. So the race teams will have run 180 laps for a total of 2,839 miles raced. That is some statistic there, Jaeger.
Wow, that sounds quite a bit.
Indeed. Too many miles to call. And I'm actually trying to figure it out in terms of distance from where I live in the UK. I do believe that is, if you were to drive, that'll be like me driving from the UK to maybe Russia, maybe beyond. So an incredible amount of mileage covered by the drivers, and I have to say fair play to each and every driver that has participated in this 24-hour event, because I can imagine that there'll be a lot of fatigue from some of the drivers, but as alluded to, with the final 2 hours of the race to go, the guys really do need to make it count and try to bring home the best result for their respective team, Jaeger.
It's now or never. It's the final stint, so it's
Indeed.
no more holding back. It's now go, go, go. As I wrote it in the stream chat, the amount of fast drivers in this lobby is insane. Philo, Dude, Anatomy, the top three, like they showed their skills, their pace during the entire event. Some of them were also doing the qualifying sessions, and oh boy, that qualifying was already so close, so tight between the top cars, and it basically showed us how close racing can be on this massive, long track, one of the most challenging tracks in the world. So,
Oh yes, indeed. And just responding to Roadrunner's comment in chat as well, highlighting his frustration at the safety car calls. Certainly, his team would have been in a far better position should there have not been a safety car call. But that is, well, whether it's the bending of the rules or not, unfortunately, this is a feature in this race, and this is what's kept all of us viewers on the edge of our seats, and made it a very entertaining and fantastic viewing.
yeah, for us sitting in front of our screens, or for us in the commentary booth, definitely a very exciting event with all those safety cars and getting a bunched up field every now and then. But yeah, I get the frustration from the drivers, and I mean, Roadrunner Jr. did such an amazing job there. Literally over 1 minute gap he was able to gain on the E2 driver, and then just with that late safety car call, it is now where we see between Dude and Philo, it's 17 seconds now. That's, yeah, over 40 seconds gone.
Crazy. And I have to say, Anatomy, who I got to witness in the Super Pole laps, he's just gone quickest on this last session.
Casually.
It's a 7 casually, that is, yeah, just a mere 7-minute 58.648 from him on lap 3 there. So going along very, very smoothly, but of course, yes, he does need to step up the pace. He is 39 seconds adrift of AMS Dude, currently holding P2. Yeah, definitely getting a move on now, and gone purple again in sector 2. So yeah, looking rather competitive, and we'll see how he gets on a bit further down the line.
It is, yeah. So just need to do some multitasking magic again. Sorry for that.
No problem. Well, you know, I can certainly talk for England, so I've got you covered there. That is for sure. But yeah, certainly I've been very impressed with the Finnish drivers. Every one of them have been very, very fast during not only qualifying, but during the 22 hours that has expired so far in this event. But I have to say, Jaeger has performed absolute miracles, you know, not only in production, but also in the commentary. And I have to say, I would like to know what is in the water from where you're from, Jaeger, because you know, he's been up all night, guys, all night, and he's still on now, and trying to conclude this event. I have to say,
it was just like, I don't know, commitment in the end. So we knew, like, we had our other main streamer, shout out to Urban Pirate, by the way, being not available. So we had like this idea of how we would set up this entire event with the main broadcast, and so as he wasn't available, and so I was like, yeah, I don't wanna like skip that idea completely and have like separate streams being located all over the platforms. So I was like, let's do it. Come on, let's just power through this event and get some sleep later on.
Yes, indeed. I'm sure Jaeger will be sharing a few Jaeger bombs after the event as well. Slight celebrational drink there, but yeah, just reading on with Roadrunner's comment as well. He's just liking to thank everybody who raced against him, and also to the streamer. Thank you for streaming. And yeah, just thanking everyone basically. TDR to drive with you. Had very much lots of fun this weekend. Yes, 100%. Congratulations to every driver that's participated in this event. It certainly does take a lot of commitment, and been very, very impressed with the focus from every driver. Just keeping it on track, and especially to the drivers that were driving at silly o'clock during the night as well, and performing to such a high level. A lot of congratulations for the drivers, and let's hope we end this event in style.
Yeah, that's my hope as well. So. End it on a bombshell, no.
Well, I was going to say, hopefully no more safety cars.
It's not my call, luckily, so I'm not the race director, so I can just focus on commentating and, yeah, talking about this event. So we have Mr. T, the ERF founder and organizer himself, as race director in it, and he's kind of fed up with the safety car so far, so maybe we will just leave it now. Come on, just get us through the final stint without any shenanigans.
Well, the drivers will be praying for no more rain. I was actually surprised when I woke up that there was a few wet parts of the circuit, so I was told there was an absolute downpour.
Yeah, crazy.
So,
just when they left the pits, it was like basically on the outline, and then boom, there was a heavy downpour happening, with safety car being caught and with cars spinning undrivable, basically on slicks. So it was a crazy start.
Causing absolute havoc, of course. It wouldn't be called the green hell for nothing, of course.
Yeah, I mean, so we had everything now in this race. So it was just the rain part that was missing until the previous stint. So we had plenty of great racing overtakes. We had safety cars, of course. We even had a red flag situation, and then we had a little bit of a rain downpour happening. So yeah, what else do you want from such an event? And still, like, cars not being that far, like, spread out at the moment. Still, there are battles lurking around everywhere. And yeah, 4 laps into this 60 laps, and this is for the final stint. It is race to the flag. It's no more pitting, no more driver swaps. It's like lap 16, that's the end of the race. No arguing about it, and yeah.
Well, just looking in chat, so Ponyboy Racing is calling for a streamers race. That could be a very interesting one. Let's not make that 24 hours.
No, let's make it 30 minutes in a very, very slow car, right?
Yeah. I suspect if there was no changing of the rules, there'll be a safety car like every lap, I think.
Yeah.
But
I mean, some of the drivers have to do the commentary then, like reverse roles. That sounds like a fun idea.
That does sound fun, to be fair. Not an easy job, I have to tell you. And certainly in my stint, I mean, I couldn't really see anything, to be honest. It was a complete darkness, and just getting the cars wrong, left, right, and centre. It was very, very interesting, I have to say.
It's true.
But
We have-
no, thoroughly enjoyed it. There was a lot of race action as well, as we've witnessed throughout this event, though.
And we have the fastest lap of the event. A 7:58.2 or 0.3 was the fastest
Nice.
lap time now. Yeah. And
Yeah,
Tommy,
and-
he is flying.
Yeah, anything is possible with the flying fin there. He did set in the Super Bowl a 7-minute 56, I believe. And I did read in chat as well, one of his team members actually said he was capable of going even quicker.
Yeah,
So,
56.8 was Super Bowl pole position, yeah. And yeah, what they said, yeah. Still had some mistakes. Could go quicker. Okay.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned earlier on, that you can't really do a perfect lap around Nordschleife or the Nürburgring 24-hour. There's so many corners that it's virtually impossible to get every single corner correct. I do believe, is it 96 corners in total?
I
I
think
right there?
GT45 Gaming brought up a infographic in the Discord channel, and definitely 90 plus. I'm not sure about the exact amount of corners, but yeah, I think it's over 25 kilometers in length, like the 24-hour layout. So 20 something the Nordschleife and the 5 kilometers on the GP loop we are doing. So that's
Yeah, for those that use the miles numerals, I do believe that is, I think it's 14.9 miles, I believe.
it's
So-
1.6 the factor between kilometer and miles. So 1 kilometer is 1.609 miles,
Google this.
something like
Yeah.
that. Yeah. Someone grab a smartphone and tell us in miles, but yeah, long. It's still long, no matter what.
Too long to call you out, 100%. Yes, so it is over 25.3 kilometers in length, which works out to be 15.7 miles in lap length.
Here we go.
And was I correct on the amount of corners? If it is 100% confirmed. I've seen lots of different statistics, because some sites sort of count the sort of the little left or right hand kinks that I don't really consider as a corner, and some don't. So I will try and Google and find the official amount of turns, but certainly a lot of them though.
Yeah, certainly. It is said, yeah. And yeah, sometimes they have to introduce a new corner because of some sponsor, or like we have the Niki Lauda kink, where Niki Lauda had his like fearsome fire accident in the 70s. So this was then renamed after him. And then also like the Nordschleife legend Sabine Schmitz, who died a couple of years ago. So they
Of course, yeah.
dedicated the first corner on the Nordschleife. Now it's her name
a great
on
tribute.
it. Yeah.
One. Yeah.
Oh, we just see Welch versus Max, your strap on. I still cannot get over that name, but
Yeah, a little bit too early in the day to be calling out such profanity there. It's, so do cover your ears if you're under 18. But
the ERF YouTube channel is explicitly marked not for kids, so use it
but,
at your own risk.
yeah, very wise, very wise.
Very wise. Yeah, I definitely think we heard some swearing as well during the streams, so some harsh banter going on.
Love to see, love to see. Yeah, it did look like Welsh great because I am a little bit. Well, I've got a little bit of latency, I think.
Yeah.
I did notice he slowed down a little bit after.
It looked like that
We were going to call him Wexy.
Wexy.
Got past him. Yeah.
it's not Rexy, it's Wexy.
Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, but you know, very very wise to do that. If he can keep in the slipstream, you know, he may have a chance to beat him down the straight. So we'll see what comes from the end of this. They are on. It's not really a straight, but it is full throttle down this section. Yeah, indeed. So and especially going up the hill as well, that should drag him along, and he should be able to get the overspeed. It does look like the gap is roughly 0.7 of a second, so he will close up slightly, but not enough to make a pass.
Yeah, that was a little lift for the MRL driver through the Bravery corner. Mood curve lost a little bit of time, yeah, against the 64 McLaren. Now having a good run out of the carousel, and let's see what they can do for the fun section of this track.
Yeah, absolutely love this part of the circuit. A really great ebb and flow, and you can really get into your rhythm, but you can also make up a lot of time if you really take this with full confidence. And yeah, certainly drivers looking good through this succession of left to right handers.
Waxy was very committed. 1.3, 1.4, that gap is opening up for the syndicate driver here. So probably a bit more agile, that McLaren 650S MR compared to the M6, which is still a boat. It's like, yeah, it's a very old model, and even back in the days, the drivers complained like it's so heavy, so big compared to the other GT3 cars. But still,
Yeah,
it was very successful.
Well, I do remember the early days of GT7, the license test puts you in the BMW M6, and I remember trying to achieve gold was almost next to impossible. It took a lot of practice, a lot of spin outs and crashes to achieve my goal.
The circuit experience on racing hearts or whatever in this part on the BMW probably
Yeah, it was certainly a bit of a nightmare to control and to tame as well. Thankfully, the physics are a little bit more easier, and they've you know, provided a better setup and a better BOP to the BMW M6 that. You know, it's a little bit easier to get your golds on circuit experience now, and you get a nice payoff as well, don't you, in credits? So, which is good to see. But But yeah, of course, the drivers on track though, they have their own team setups, and I'm sure they have got that car set up to an absolute T. So yeah, certainly Welsh Great performing nicely through that back section. However, Wax has produced a 1.5 second gap between each other, or pulled a slight gap, should I say, to the Welsh Great as we look on board with Tim Lod. That looks like he's up for the fight and closing in on the Welsh Great.
Expecting him to get into that battle for P10 at some point. A little bit quicker so far compared to the MRL car, but yeah, the 64 803s, those were great lap times. That 808, not so great anymore. This was probably somewhere a mistake happening. This could be interesting to follow. We'll have a look at the front where Philo, that gap we saw like 17 seconds at one point, down to 12.7. So dude is also flying in that GTR. Dude also joined me in the during the night. I don't know which stint was it, in 6 I think, or whatever. So he joined me in the chat, and very nice little conversation. And yeah, he said he will be back for the final stint, and good to see.
Yeah, it was lovely it was lovely to hear his insight into the way that the teams think, and the sort of setups that the teams use on the cars, and just having that great admiration for all the drivers participating and stuff. It was really great to hear. Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job at the moment. He is just 12.5 seconds down on Distinct Philo. I just wondered whether or not Philo has made a mistake on that lap in particular.
Maybe, yeah. But still, over 10 seconds. It's still a nice gap, but yeah. Don't make any more mistakes, I guess. It will be the mission now for the TDR driver in that number 2 AMG, and just running there with the number 66 car anatomy, and every timed lap so far is a sub 8 minute. A little bit disappointed by that 7:59.0 last lap round. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, it shows you that dude is still, if not quite as fast as the Finn, you know, he is showing good pace still, because the gap is still 36 seconds, and Anatami is hitting sub 8 minutes every lap, which is phenomenal to see. Dupe is asking whether it's possible to show some pasta on stream. That's quite interesting. He calls Pastina pasta.
Yupe wants to see pasta. All right, Yupe, here we go. Let's get. Oh, and just by that he spins it. Oh no, it's your fault, Yupe. It's not my fault. You asked for it, and he got damaged with that.
Yeah,
he
just seen it now.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, you can't blame the commentators this time. It's
No.
all down to you, Juper.
Yeah, Yupe, you. I mean, you are learning. You are learning quick. He's part of my community, so he's learning how to do it. But I don't think it was intentional. Got you, pet. Yes, that's a new one. But I will be showing your team now, the number 12 car, CLR Ray Racing Audi R8 in P6 at the moment, in no man's land currently. But I think if the number 12 car finishes in P6, they would be really happy about that. They had qualifying. They didn't make the super pole. I can remember correctly. So yeah, they qualified in P13.
Okay, so making great progress then up the grid. That is 7 positions then. That is absolutely fantastic. Just looking on chat, yeah, we literally saw some pasta on the screen, absolutely shredded. Yeah, it was sad to see for him, and he'll be praying that we don't show any more footage. I'm sure his ears were burning, but
So
yeah,
Chad, which driver should Juppe post into the chat that we want to see? Who is the next one?
yeah. Well, there was somebody that called for Philo.
Philo!
Now,
We go to P1. Mr. T not gonna like it. No, he says. Yeah, cannot resist. I have to fulfill all of the demands in stream. That's how it goes.
Of course, I was guilty in this when I did my little stint calling out the America driver. Who was it? I can't remember his name now. Jesus. But he was currently in P1. He worked very hard to grab the P1 away from Kaliber, I believe. And yeah, unfortunately, he spun out. So hopefully this is not going to happen to Philo now. But
Since now we've seen enough. Now we have... Mr. T, we have to admire your lovely livery design that pop art. Number 2 AMG. Cannot get enough of it. Also, we have lovely sunshine.
Indeed. The name I was thinking of actually was Simon.
Yeah, distinct Simon,
Yeah. So, yeah, no, looking rather good at the moment. Philo not having to push too hard. Currently, his best lap time is 8 minutes 2.233. But it looks like Dude is really pushing hard at the minute. Currently, fastest lap time was his previous lap, 8 minute .131. He's gone blue through this sector as well, so currently just under a tenth ahead of his previous best in that sector.
Yep. And also want to mention we are now definitely in the absolutely random weather part of this race. So we had like the first 2 slots predefined for sunny conditions, and now it's totally random, by the way. Anything can happen. Just wanted to say that.
Literally, yeah, literally anything can happen, and it normally does happen as well, guys. So, yeah, definitely expect the unexpected, I think.
Always at the green hell. I mean, I can remember last year's event when it was like dark and heavy rain at the same point. This is like really hell. This was so tough. So we got lucky this year.
I was going to say, Mr. T's just mentioned that the next car that crashes will be disqualified.
Instant kick.
So yeah, basically, I think safety cars are banned from now on. It is official.
Yeah. Safety car didn't make it onto the grid, unfortunately. It's a mechanical failure, unable to get out on track.
Currently on board with Sakura at the moment, and again hoping not to jinx him, but at the moment he is looking good for his P4. He is quite a lengthy 27 seconds behind the Finn in P3, but does find himself just under 10 seconds in front of his compatriot in Coutinho.
Coutinho, yeah. Nicho, I don't know. We're gonna butcher this name now completely to death.
Yeah, I mean, it's acceptable for me because I'm British, so, you know, I'm just calling that out there.
But yes,
But,
Sakura, they overtook the 39 car since the driver swap, so they made up her position,
Nice.
increasing the gap as well.
Yeah, there is a few gaps starting to form by the looks of it, but well, as I say, I don't want to call it. You know, things do happen, and as we
What's
approach
that?
the
Oh, Mr. Teacher said that Lamborghini is driving with damage for 4 laps now.
oh no.
Here we go again.
Well, that team have certainly been in the wars, and yeah, rather unfortunate for the team Tavernello Racing Team Hurricane, but yeah, they're not going to get past Mr. T, that is for sure. So they can drive around with damage. There will be no safety cars.
Nice. Looking like to be it's the only car at the moment driving with multiple damage points on the car, so it's still fine. Everything will be fine.
Yeah, I'm sure. And yeah, we're on board with Yeast GT.
It was because I spotted like
Yeah,
there's
go for it.
Fausto and Christina Calda separated by 1.2, 1.3 seconds at the moment, but I think... Oh no, Christina Calda also running with damage, I forgot about that, so we have 2 cars with multiple damage points. Uh-oh! We are just ring the alarm, danger, danger, danger.
Not good at all. Yeah, well, it's your call. It's your call. But
T will be MIA for the next 4 weeks, trust me. The Stitch guy, yeah, Pastina is also not with damage. He's not having it. We have experienced drivers in this lobby, so. But do I spot some dark clouds there? Just a glimpse. Just a glimpse of it.
You're right there, actually. Yeah, they are pretty dark, you know, and the more them dark clouds form, the better chance.
A yellow
of
flag,
some
a
race.
yellow flag. What happened? I just pressed save something. Oh, and we have the safety car. Fucking hell.
Wow.
Mr. T, this car has rear, front, suspension, damage, everything.
Wow.
Everything.
Wow, he's finally pushed the button. He's finally
He pushed it.
Yeah, he's finally initialized the safety car, and that is going to draw the pack up. But it will mean that there's going to be a lot of action in the second half.
Safety
of this
car,
last
here we
stint.
go. I can finally get the yellow flag on the overlay again, and let's watch what happened on the replay, shall we? Oh no! Yikes! And then he slams it into the barrier.
Ooh. Oh wow.
Desperate. I cannot watch it again.
I think he may have been listening when we were hinting that there could be a safety car.
Yeah.
With one more crash. But yeah, that is some crash right there.
And look at that P5, P6. They got lucky again, so they were able to pit before the safety car out call was made. So the top 4, they have gone past the pit entry. So P5,
do you think
P6,
do you think this will be their final stop?
they can do up to 10 laps on fuel. Most of the cars will definitely run with 9 laps on fuel. So we have 9 laps to go.
Well, I say final stop. Should they not crash out? That is.
Exactly, that is, yeah. So, but here we
Yeah.
go. We see now the gap is down to 0 between the top 2.
Yeah, and just responding to Max Out Finn as well. You know, this is the controversy. Unfortunately, you know, he's saying that the safety car does benefit the ones that spun, got minutes behind by being slow.
Did anyone count? Yeah, I have this, like, now the Dr. Evil theme, like 1 billion. Yeah, in my mind. Yeah, way too many. I think we just had stint number 8 without any safety car, and then at least 1 safety car for every other stint. Some of them with 2 or 3 safety cars. So let's say 14, 15, be my guess.
Yep, quite possibly the most safety cars introduced in a race ever in the world. This will draw the pack closer. Still quite spread out at the moment, though, by the looks of it. I know I'm a few seconds behind you.
Yeah,
But
we got the announcement, yeah, so 200 kph until they reach the pit entry. So they don't have to go down to 130 kph safety car speed. They can run a little bit quicker. So 200 kph, that's roughly 220 miles per hour.
And what will the procedure be? Because, of course, looking at the track map, I can see that the last place car is quite literally half a lap down on first position. So
Race director's call, I guess. So it usually says in the rules that cars should bunch up.
I mean, it's going to take a while, I would say, for even half the pack to catch up, isn't it? So it could be like this for a fair amount of time, I think.
The maximum amount of laps was stated as 3, but that was more like based on a quote-unquote normal racetrack. So with the Nürburgring 24-hour, yeah, with the long track there, with the different restart zones, it is like, I don't know, a little bit of the race director's choice, what he wants to do with this race when they feel like they're close enough, and those cars that caused the safety car, they will have to catch up and not be right in the queue. So be it, I guess.
And also as well, what is the procedure in terms? So obviously the drivers will know that the safety car has been deployed. I'm just looking in chat that Hide, is it? Hide saying that he's Welsh is crashing into pole sitter. So I would have thought under safety car regulations that they weren't actually allowed to fight on track.
A safety car means strictly no overtaking, no racing.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, just word, as I say, coming in from that team is well, she's been a little bit aggressive, so to speak. So
Okay. Have a look where the drivers are. They're running too close to each other. But yeah, everyone that pitted, they are allowed to go faster than the race leader.
yeah,
The 200
yeah.
kph max to be able to catch up with this, and yeah, so we see P11, P12, Paul Sitter and Welch rate really close. Maybe impatient a little bit to go quicker to get back to the pack.
Yeah, I was going to say we don't need any more damaged cars. So
No, I mean, I'm not sure about this. We have other series where it's like when you lose the car and get damaged under safety car conditions, there will be no more or no longer safety car. It's then your fault because you screwed up. I don't know about if we rule it like that as well. So if you spin, you lose a position. Of course, that position is gone. But not sure about if you get even more damage. Probably, if you do that, then you will get like a harsh penalty afterwards by the stewards, or like being a little bit of a prick, to be honest, to race behind the safety car.
yes, indeed. Yeah, the drivers should know the rules. I'm coming in new here, so I'm not 100% sure on all the regulations and stuff, but I'm sure that the drivers would have been gone through meetings and you know, to know exactly you know, what's acceptable and what's unacceptable. So but yeah, it does look like it was Capraman, wasn't it, that he was on board. He's still a good 5 minutes behind.
Top cars coming into the pits now. Of course, they are inside their pit stop window. Makes sense. Oh, and they have a 40-something gap to P4, so they actually might stay in the lead, the top three. Just need to look. Everyone nearly equal on fuel consumption, so it shouldn't that much of a difference. And you see where's Sakura not pitting it. They got lucky probably. They just got past. Oh, and dude, hey, maybe put in a little bit of less fuel compared to Philo from P1 to P4. Lost 2 positions in the pit line, has more fuel than Dude and Anatami. So, and with that slow refuel rate with 3 liters per second, that was easily 2 seconds that Philo lost with that move.
Yeah, I mean that will feel like an eternity, isn't it? Sitting in the pits, refilling 3 liters a second. You said, wasn't it? So
yeah,
yeah, quite easily time can be made. But yeah, certainly Philo's still in a good position. P4. We know he has got the pace, although he has got the Finn in front of him now, and we know that the Finn is the fastest man on the circuit currently. So he has got his work cut out if he is to pass the Finn. But yeah, this is certainly going to be a very interesting conclusion to the race, and
We have
yeah,
the top
I can't
5
wait.
first group, and bigger gaps to the next drivers. So they, I think everyone from position 5 downwards, they pitted right on the first possibility where the safety car was called, and now they get the chance to catch up, I guess. Yeah, but 40 seconds between P6 and P7 at the moment. Yeah, still big gaps between some of the cars. So not sure about the procedure now. Will we wait for everyone being bunched up?
Yeah, that's a interesting call, to be honest. Yeah, it seems like just going by the footage, I think it's 9 cars that have caught up to the pack. Is it?
Yeah, P6 now. So the top 6 out of the first group of cars. Then it's 40
Oh,
seconds.
sorry. Yeah.
40 seconds between P6 and P7 at the moment.
Okay.
And looks like, yeah, Yeast GT not threading the needle there enough to bring that gap down. Probably now they got the call from their team management, the race engineer. Hey, you're allowed to go faster than safety car speed. Push.
Yeah, they have got a fair bit to catch up. Mr. T also just reiterated in the game chat that the pack to remain at least 2 lengths behind each other.
Yeah.
2 car lengths behind each other, rather. Yeah, we could be here for a little while yet, guys. But
Yeah, I think we might do a little bit of extra time, more than the 24 hours with that safety car.
so yeah, do make sure viewers that you know, do your stretches. You know, get all your food, popcorn, beverages. You know, it's definitely going to be a very exciting one coming up, and I don't know what the ruling is, whether or not safety cars will be literally turned down from the next 7 laps. I don't know. We're hoping for no more crashes. We're hoping for some exciting and exhilarating racing from the 14 drivers. But yeah, it does seem like 9 drivers have now caught up to the pack.
Yep.
So we're getting there, guys. We are getting there.
Yeah, it's a long track. By the end of the lap, should be good, I guess. So, yeah, I think now the quote-unquote pack markers, they now have started to increase their speed to catch the pack eventually. So basically have just 1 car way down with 2 minutes. That's the number 6. Oh, look at that already. We have the green zone 3 call. That's after the 12 kilometers mark.
Interesting. Okay, so brace yourself, viewers. The race will be getting underway or restarting very imminently.
No, it's around about 5 kilometers still from that point, I reckon. Yeah. Where we are, Exmühle. Moment. It's 2 kilometers probably from here. So yeah, not too long until we go green again. So have a good look at the Niki Lauda King here. And then going around the Bergwerk curve, which is crucial for the long run uphill. And on that long straight, there is the 12-kilometer sign midway through this uphill section. And this is where we go green again, so I'm prepared to turn off the yellow flag on the overlay. 20 seconds, so probably 20 seconds away from the restart. Boy, 10. There's the sign and we are green again. Let's go racing with Sakura. And Dude directly pressured by the number 66 car, also Philo there in the number 2 MG. Really close. And the 39 Gran Turismo Italia Audi R8, still the only car using the medium tires for this one. So into the carousel they go, liner stern, bam, 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 bam. Lowest racing as expected after a safety car restart, and we have at the back the number 6 Lambo. We will just ignore them for a second because we have hot racing action at the sharp end of this grid. Sakura, what can they do? Feeling the pressure with Dude, Anatami, and Philo, like the 3 quickest driver in this lobby, probably right behind. What can this Porsche do? Should be good through those twisty parts here. But then, how about the long straight? So, for now it's still single file when we are approaching the little jump hill at Landsgarten. Let's see, a little hop. Boink, 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 boink. And exit of Landsgarten section. Little leg spike there, not sure. Or the 66 car. And Dude with the run in that GTR. Rudi Stefan Berloff S. We go, but Sakura staying in the lead. Braking for Schwalbenschwanz. Oh, look at... I mean, yeah, you have to agree, like, the restarts after the safety cars are intense and a good watch. But now it will be interesting. I mean,
they are,
out of
just,
Galgenkopf, and now the long straight.
Yeah, the top 4 are just starting to pull away from the rest of the field. It's going to be interesting now as they are down the back straight. Take it away, Jaeger.
Bump draft from Dude for Sakura. And that BMW is flying, trying to use the slipstream, the slingshot, side by side, but not getting past the Porsche driver, so it's the side by side with that GTI. Here comes Philo. They go around the outside on the grass. Philo with a massive move side by side. They go into the braking zone for Hohenrhein. Oh, and Dude manages just to stay ahead. So look at that. It's Sakura still staying in the lead without any slipstream. But he got that bump draft assist. Now covering the inside line, heading into the first turn. We go. You also see Dude versus Philo. And 3 wide we go. Is there room for 3 cars? I don't think so, but somehow they made it work. A little bit of Robin. But hey, I think we need to watch that replay again.
was absolutely phenomenal racing between the four of them. Crazy.
But it can work, yeah, a little bit of door rubbing, but Robin is racing, some say.
I don't think I've ever seen 3 wide going into turn 1, but they did make it work, you're right.
It did. But we had a little moment there for Philo, who touched the gravel, and the 66 car, and Atami now up to P2, chasing down the number 10 Eric's Racing Porsche. Philo under pressure, dude, for the University Racing, the 23 Nissan GTR still close. We also have the 39 car, and look at that, the number 12 CLR Racing, Ray Racing. It is, sorry, Ray. And there was contact, I think, between the two Audis, which gives Wax the opportunity, but then there's contact heading on to the Nordschleife. Oh, they just managed to keep it somehow on track. A little bit of contact again. It's chaotic, but somehow they managed to keep it on the track, on the gray stuff for now. But I feel like something is going to happen.
Yeah, this is racing at its very finest. You know, lots of cars in close quarters, of course, and yeah, I'm just enjoying the view right now, Jaeger.
It's yeah, not sure where to look, to be honest. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars maybe fighting for that E5. It is, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 3 seconds the gap from E5 to the top 4 again. Have managed to break away, and then we have the 39, the 12, the 64, all involved into this battle. Also the 29 ECT Nissan GTR Nismo in P8, Old Citroën, another Porsche, the number 7, and going down in the foxhole, braking for Adenauer Force. Oh, someone was a little bit wide, and we have an incident, we have contact. What happened? Who lost out on that?
Ooh.
We see someone is spinning in the background. That's the 33 MRL car.
Oh yeah, big sideways.
Oh,
Big sideways action. I think that was Welsh, I believe.
it was, yeah, so let's see if we can catch that, what happened. Maybe just the concertina effect there happening. Coming round into the braking zone. Let's see if we can catch it. It was unlucky with it, so cars bunched up. Yes, the 39 suddenly became stationary there and was very unlucky there for the 33 car. Nothing they can do. Still lucky they got no damage, but 3.4 seconds now behind E12, and we have to, of course, we have to have a look at the front, where the top 4 are just separated by less than a second. Really?
Wow.
Really?
And he does have a small matter of the fastest man on the circuit. That is Anatami, right behind Sakura, and looking to pounce on the Italian should he make a mistake. Of course, he has also got Philo and Dude for company too. So, yeah, this is going to get rather intense as the laps start ticking on
Oh
by.
no, they're getting desperate now. As Mr. T stated in chat now, probably racecraft is just gone. It's now send it everywhere. I don't care. It's the final still probably. It's like I don't know, but still it feels like hard racing, but still kind of clean. Not, at least the top 4 are not just like driving into each other, so they want to keep it clean, want to show not just their pace, also their racecraft during those close racing moments on this challenging track. And Philo with a mistake. No, it was the wrong.
Oh, up the inside. Dude up the inside, sorry.
Yeah, I pressed the wrong button. Let's see if we can still catch it. I hope so. Just lucky. Oh, there was a slight contact.
Oh.
Ah.
It was hard to see.
It was hard to see
on
it
that
was, yeah.
angle, yeah. But yeah, unfortunate for Philo, does drop down a position and has lost touch with the American who catapults himself into P3.
But I probably have to agree there with you.
It does mean as well that the top two have pulled away as well, Jaeger.
The top three, indeed, so also dude.
Top three, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, with that little off track, Philo lost contact out of the slipstream range. Now, can he bring it back? I mean, if the top three are battling, who knows? But they might be slipstreaming each other now. Coming down the 24h-Rennen. It's 2.1 seconds gap, and looks like dude is bump drafting the BMW again. So they try to break free. No, not a bump draft. Oh. Was close again between the cars. And yeah, trying to go for a bump draft move, but didn't look that coordinated, to be honest. Nearly drove into the rear end of the Porsche there, but that Porsche has the legs. Apparently stays in the lead, braking for the chicane. And yeah, that Porsche stays in P1. BMW in P2 and that GTR in P3, so they gained half a second on Philo in P4 even with that battling. But it looks like a bicycle race now, where we have like some kind of breakaway group now, and they just need to make sure that they don't race each other too hard, and this is exactly what's happening now. So I think Philo will say, okay.
Oh yeah, bit of contact as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit side. It almost T-boned him by what I could see there. But luckily got away with it. But has he got into the lead?
On the GP track, half move, and this all plays into the hands of Philo, who is back with that battle. So, in the end, yeah, I don't know. Just.
I do apologise to the viewers here. I'm having to watch from the YouTube broadcast, and I do believe I'm roughly about 5 seconds behind you, Jaeger. So I'm almost sort of replying quite late to the action. So
just go, ooh, yeah!
Yeah.
It's all good. So yeah, it's like the top four still like within slipstream range of each other, but we have AMS Dude now for the 23 GTR with a 1 second gap coming on to the Nordschleife. There you go, and yeah, everyone has the slipstream. So we have been neglecting the rest of the grid a little bit. Where we have the number 12 car running in P5 at the moment. A little gap to this number 7 Porsche there, driven by pole sitter. We have Wax 64 McLaren 650S, closely followed by Christina and also Timlor in that Clockwork Motorsports BMW. That's the 56 entry. Then we have a little gap for the next two drivers with Fausto and Welch, 2 BMWs here as well. And then the 39 car, yeah, when I think they caused the initial drama there with that becomes stationary at some point. And the Lexus, the 58 car, down to P13. Let's go back to the front where Dude is opening up that gap. 1.2, 1.3 as a massive run through the first part of the Nordschleife. Adenauer forced now. Exit. Good exit for Sakura in that Porsche also. The Finnish driver. And Atami and Philo not too far behind. And yeah, we had a nice look also at the skies with some clouds, but not like dark gray clouds at the moment. So it looks like we will be staying dry for at least another 10 to 15 minutes. And yeah, close racing at the front. Not as close as last time around, but still it is close between the top 4 drivers at the moment. So yeah, it is basically a sprint race now.
Yeah, indeed. And but let's not forget that Anatami currently in P3. We do know he's got the pedigree. We do know.
Oh! He spun! He lost it!
Okay, call me out. I've just I've literally just jinxed it.
Yeah, you did. So let's see what happened.
I'm so sorry.
Let's
I'm
see
so
what happened.
sorry.
Sorry, Finland. Oh, on the curb. The rear end just unsettled. So we're gonna play it one more time from the onboard perspective. You see, woof, the rear goes. Accelerated on the curb. And then that's probably race over
Wow.
for the 66 car, out of contention for winning this race.
Well,
Most likely.
Official announcement: Floor Genius Gaming has now retired from commentary for cursing many drivers' races. Oh, you got to feel for the Finn. He was looking so good, but
Yeah.
it does mean that we have got AMS Dude with a 1.3 second lead over Sakura in P2. So that 3-horse race has turned into a 2-horse race, maybe a 3-horse race, because it looks like Velo has caught up drastically actually to Sakura.
Yeah, 1 second.
He's he's definitely still in the fight.
Yeah, but AMS stood now with the 2-second lead. Definitely trying to break away from those 2 drivers. Next up, in P4, we have the number 12 car. Already 4-second gap to the number 7 and 29. So the number 12 car. Wow. That would be a massive result. They can stay in P4. And Christina against pole sitter. There was a little bit of bump draft happening through the fast flowing Stefan Bellof S into Schwabenschwanz. They go still single file. So West Morgrund border long straight. Christina with a massive moment coming out of the mini carousel. I don't know, somehow keeps the momentum. Somehow.
Expertly done there, actually, and keeping in the tow, and surely will make the pass on.
No,
Holstein
don't
top.
think so. It's too early. The GTR doesn't have the legs. I don't think so. Oh, he does. Maybe Pole Sitter just backed out to use the slipstream. And yeah, I know because Pastina is using a controller, a pad, and this looks like really mad controller
Holstein's going to
skills.
have the slipstream up the hill though, and maybe be able to leapfrog him.
Oh no, he places his big GTR right in front of that Porsche. No, my friend. But we just saw also battle between Vax and Timdor. P7 and P8. Another BMW with the run against that McLaren. Into the first turn we go. It's Timdor in that BMW taking that inside line. Nope. Not happening. Very nice defensive driving.
Yeah, Wax making his car as wide as possible and holds on to that P7 for now. According to chat, apparently we've got 2 cars with mechanical damage now.
We will double check this, of course. Just quickly run through. We have the number 11 car, but just a single point of damage. That's suspension, and the number 13 car now, it's 13, the number 60 car now pitted. So it's no mechanical damage. The 39, they just did a fake call. It's not multiple damage, they just have suspension at the moment. So if I'm not mistaken, it's all good for now. No immediate danger of a safety car, but we just check with the front runners, of course. So do it with a 2-second lead. Elo up to P2, but past Sakura.
Yeah, please, no more talk about safety cars. I beg you.
It is before for the number 12, no damage here. Also no damage for the 29 car. The number 7
What
car.
is a safety car?
The number 7 car has damage, but just front arrow, so a single part also not valid. The same goes for Wax. Damage, but just the front splitter. So also no multiple damage points on the car. And that's everyone, I think. So we have 3 cars with 1 damage point currently running. So all good. All good for now.
Just responded to chat there. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. What is a safety car? Yeah, we are talking about supercars. I don't even know why safety cars came into the equation.
Sports cars, whatever you will call them. Yeah.
But yeah, certainly this race is far from done. We have got 4 laps to go, and Dude with a 2-second lead over Philo. Philo is currently under pressure from Sakura, who finds himself just 6 tenths behind and closing by the looks of it, Jaeger.
I'm not sure who's catching, who's trying to break free here, because Philo just got that overtake done on the Porsche driver. But yeah, Sakura definitely is staying with them. So it's like a back and forth, I would say, for this battle. And if they're fighting too hard, then it will be AMS Dude who says, "Oh, you're such a lovely bunch of drivers, keep on fighting. I will just happily drive into the distance, into the sunset, and take the victory."
Yeah, I mean, even though this is a team championship, essentially the P2 3 kind of need to work as a team to try and keep the fight with Dude, currently the race leader. So I'm sure that is allowed, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah, of course. I mean, I think everyone, like Philo and Sakura, both have the interest of winning this race, not just like, oh, it's okay to finish P2, oh, let's just have a nice battle. No, they're just under 3 seconds behind the leader, so I mean they should have the common interest to close that gap and then fight on the final lap.
Yep, indeed. So make sure everyone in chat doesn't go anywhere, and if you are new to the channel, or if you haven't already done so, please do hit that like button for the channel, and of course subscribe as well if you're new and enjoying this footage around
Philo with a
the
poor
Nürburgring
run
24 hour.
out of the carousel, but also
Sorry,
Sakura like couldn't benefit. He got sped out of the carousel a little bit early. So there was a small chance probably for the number 10 Porsche. But probably also got a little bit surprised by that. So we are still within that half a second between P2 and P3, and yeah, the gap to AMS Dude just went up 3.3 seconds.
Awesome stuff. Yeah, it does look like Dude has extended this lead, hasn't it? It's 3.6 seconds. So time is of the essence, and yeah, certainly the time is ticking down, so they really do need to get a move on if they are to catch up with the Canadian.
The cloud cover is there, definitely. Yeah, really.
It's starting to get a bit misty, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
So-
Do we want some more drama? Yes, please.
Yes, please. Yeah, I mean, could it be reminiscent of what we saw in real life, where they had fog? You know.
That won't be happening, but it's still like it's like some kind of, if it gets like misty, foggy, then there's a slight chance of rain happening.
Yeah, I say bring on the rain.
Bring it on.
That would really sum up this race, though, for sure.
Yeah.
And yeah, we don't have the benefit of the weather radar. Only the drivers will,
Yep.
and respective teams will know what is going on out there.
But
But
it seems to be just too early, right? It should be like on the penultimate lap, should like a heavy downpour. So
yeah,
we will call another safety car and finish this race on the safety car. This would be like the perfect end.
it would
on
be.
the
It would
24.
be.
Ah, okay, we got carried away there a little bit. No,
Yeah.
we don't want that, of course. Just kidding.
But yeah, certainly the race is far from over, and expect to see quite a few shake-ups in the grid, and hopefully we see the most exciting finish ever.
Yeah, with that possible rain on the horizon, I think it's still anyone's game. I think even E4 team at 2 minutes down, but if they, I don't know, get lucky, get into the pits where everyone else has to do another lap, a long lap when it rains, who knows? It's like that part of racing where it's so unpredictable with that long lap here.
Well, what I'll say, if the raid did get introduced, even Kapperman, who finds himself 2 minutes down on the leader,
Yeah.
may even still have a chance. You never know.
Yep.
But right now, though, AMS Dude currently does hold the lead and does have a reasonably comfortable 3.5 second lead. I'm not going to say any more on the matter because every time I've sung the praises of the drivers, something has happened. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can take it away.
Yeah, it's my turn. So I already jinxed many of the drivers. So I think it's a great introduction for you to ERF with like bang, bang, bang. Yeah.
I promise, guys, I don't have any voodoo cars or anything like that. But yeah, certainly we have seen a lot of drama over these 24 hours, and yeah, the saying goes, anything can happen. It certainly has happened during the whole duration of this event. And we can actually see Sakura with heavy pressure from the car behind. That is Philo.
Yeah.
So Philo hoping to either force a mistake or perhaps, you know, again, working as a team, maybe bump drafting up the straight and, you know, trying to catch up with Dude.
Yeah, they switch positions, yeah, but they are losing time. So not sure they're not sure who is really quicker at the moment.
Yeah.
And again, a little bit of contact again, so I'm losing probably another 10th there with that little bit of contact happening. So it doesn't look like they're let's put it that way, they're not showing their common interest of working together. Maybe they want to, but it's just not working at the moment. You know that feeling when you're like, yeah, we want to, but then like, yeah, we go left, and then someone goes right instead of left. I was like, what just happened? So we agreed on going left, and so it's my feeling at the moment. So I think both would love to get closer to P1, but somehow it's not happening.
Well, do you know what? I'm quite disappointed by Max Out's comment in chat. So he's just announced that already in the preset slot of weather, it'll be dry at the end.
No, that is not correct, Max Out. It's random weather till the end. There's no fixed final slot. It can happen. What the game decides to happen, it's random all the way. Just the first 2 weather slots were fixed for the final stint.
Okay, that is a interesting point then. So, oh no, we've got another message of mechanical damage.
See, like, I didn't see it, so it didn't happen, right?
Didn't happen, no, it didn't happen.
Didn't. So quick run through the grid for you to see the gaps and the racing action happening throughout the entire grid. Battle for P6 also really close, and Timler in that BMW is, whoa, on a run. We go really close. Now we see again some trouble for the MR cars running around the carousel. The BMW should be way more stable.
Yeah, don't say it. Don't say it. Do you remember last time?
Well, I think we were saying, what, that Audi looking so good, that the Porsche so stable, and then boom, it happened. But yeah, usually the BMW spins it with on corner exit or on the curbs. it's really close between those two cars.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to know or to see who has the best of mindsets going into the final 3 laps of the race.
Yeah,
Who has got?
just spotted
Sorry, go on.
pole sitter with the number 7 car. They have front ledger damage. So this means they lose 7 to 10 APH down the straight easily.
So there'll be, pole sitter will be a sitting duck then once we get to a flat out section, which will be the, I do apologise, I can't pronounce
the long
the
straight,
actual name.
the back straight.
Yeah, we'll just call it the
But
back straight.
maybe even earlier. No, not
Yeah, I mean, it's oh no, around the outside? No.
no, just looking, but not so he has to wait for. And now all together, the Döttinger Höhe. Easy, right?
Yeah, I'm glad you said it and not me. But yeah, he will be a sitting duck, and surely just a matter of time for Timler to get past the German and also Waxy behind in the McLaren.
Yeah. Also, they're trying to use that slipstream as long as possible. He's just going for the run on the BMW in his damaged car. Doesn't stand a chance. He gets a little bit of a bump draft there. Whoa! And somehow stays in front with that damaged car. But now maybe the run into the first turn. Going defensive early. See a move around the outside. Set up. Move. No. And look at the 64 car. No, not happening. 3-way battle. I also just spotted P2 and P3, Sakura and Philo. Again, swapping positions every lap when they come round onto the main straight, and the gap to AMS2 is 6.5 seconds now. So probably now they said, okay, we're just fighting for P2, right?
Yeah, certainly not working as a team here, fighting for every position. But yeah, the way it stands, dude, looking in the commanding position, and as I alluded to, has he got the nerves of steel to keep it on the black stuff and bring home the victory?
Yeah, and it's also like interesting. I've on the main broadcast, I cannot care about like updating now the top 3. So it's just like the team standings at the moment, and you see the number 2 car leading the championship and the number 10 car being P2. So really crucial for the overall championship for the GT Challenge, which is the 24-hour race is a part of this series. And there's also like, I think it's double points for the 24-hour races.
Oh, nice.
So that's
a big haul of points.
Yeah, and if the number 10 car Eric's Racing can stay ahead of the number 2, we could see a change in the championship as well for those teams. So it's definitely not just like for bragging rights who's P2, it's crucial for the overall championship as well.
And just to remind the viewers, and myself actually, because I'm new to the series, how many rounds are there in this championship?
A couple. So we had
Thank you.
we had the Bathurst 12 hours. That was round 1. Then this is the Nürburgring 24 hours. Then we have
Okay.
the Spa 24 hours.
Oh, let me have a look at the score.
Yeah, we have Brands Hatch as a shorter race, Suzuka 4 hours, and then
Okay.
in the end we have the Laguna Seca to California 8 hours. So still plenty of races to come, but yeah, the two 24-hour races are like double points, and the Bathurst 12 hours at like 1.5 multiplier.
Okay. Yeah, so yeah, 7 races in all in this exciting season, and we'll be 2 down after this race is done. So a long way to go in the championship.
Yeah.
But what a fantastic Nürburgring 24-hour event we've had so far, and it's still hotting up between P2 and 3.
What's also hotting up is the sun. The clouds are gone.
Yeah. So Max out maybe fortuitously getting the weather predictions right towards the end of the race. It does look like the drivers are basked in sunshine right now.
Yeah. So the game decided, yep, we have nice weather to finish this 24-hour event for us. Now look at that. So in the mid-pack, battle for P6 it is, between pole sitter Wax and Timler, and also Fausto Aris in P9. And side by side, they go close total uphill just before the breakaway corner. Will we see a move? No. Not quite. And everyone keeps on track except for the South Korean driver, which was told in chat. It's the South Korean flag for the 57 car, and they now, yeah, lost contact with that little off track. That's 3 cars better.
Indeed. And it's great to see drivers of many nationality as well, from all over the globe. We've got many Europeans, we've got Americans, Canadians, and a South Korean as well. So we're covering.
But we don't actually know if they're really from South Korea, so you can basically set up an account from everywhere in the world. So
that is true.
But yeah,
We'll
still
have to take his word for it.
nice to see those flags represented. Yeah, I mean,
Indeed.
that's correct. So
this
P2,
is
let's go back to this one.
Yeah.
Where are we? Coming into the final sector. So we probably see another slipstreaming attempt, and probably Philo will get the better run in the end and move up into E2. But look at that gap to AMS2, 10.6 seconds now. All this battling. But here we go.
Absolutely fantastic to see. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, on the straight, you can call it now.
I mean, it's looking like Philo is in prime position to take the position from Sakura in that slipstream as we go up the hill. It is Porsche versus AMG. Which car should I say has the pulling grunt as we get towards the end of the straight? Does look like that Porsche is in prime position though.
Crazy, right? Without slipstream, That AMG not able to make that move done. Maybe into turn 1 now? Looks like a nice setup. Nope. Not yet. Not
No, good
good
defending.
Good defending, yeah. Here we go.
As I said, guys, I apologise. I am literally 5 seconds. I've got a 5-second delay on what you guys are seeing, and Jaeger as well, which is why I can't get as excited as I normally would do. But you have got the more than capable Jaeger on comms to give you the latest updates of what's going on across the grid.
We'll do that for you, of course. Yeah, so we are on the penultimate lap, by the way. And it looks like we have actually a nice timing to end this race. So just under 16 minutes to go with 2 laps to go. Sounds about right. Look at that. So, and the battle for P6 is still raging on. Still surprised that old sitter in P6 running with that front splitter damage, still holding up to that P6. Because Timur, no damage. Wax also has a little bit of front splitter damage. So it should be Timur to take that P6. Oh, we'll see. But the best chances are gone now on the GP track. And onto the Nordschleife we go. I think it will be most likely single file for this section, and we jump back to the battle for P2, the battle for the championship lead, arguably. And Sakura has pulled a little gap, 1 second, 1.1 to Philo in P2. So as you see in the standings, it's the number 10 Porsche currently sitting in P2 in the championship, leading the number 2 AMG. No, I don't want to hear MD. No.
Yeah, we saw nothing. all 14 cars in perfect condition here. But yeah, it would be an absolute travesty if a safety car was deployed in these closing stages. So yeah, I don't want to say Jaeger, but I do believe that there will be no safety cars from that.
I have the same feeling.
Yeah. Especially if you are Amos Dude as well, who's extended his lead over Sakura by I think he's over 10 seconds now, isn't it? So yeah, I can't see it happening, but then I'm not the race director, I'm just the commentator, so all decisions are down to him. But yeah, some absolute excellent drives across the field, and actually there you go, Dude, with a 11.5 second lead over the nearest driver in Sakura. In fact, 12 seconds.
Yeah, definitely he used this opportunity to and open up that gap, and then with Sakura and Philo starting to battle. Nice one for the new Velocity Racing team, the 23 car. And yeah, I think as we are approaching now the final minutes of this 24-hour event, still still baffled that it's over any minute now. Can't believe it. Yeah, I don't know, maybe just we'll go with a little summary for now. So I think I can speak on behalf of the organizers, namely Mr. T and myself, and the amazing broadcasters we had with us during those 24 hours. So we started with Lynx was in the first stint together with Styx TC. Then we had Bodie Boy, who covered 3 stints of live commentary. Legend. Then I think we had yourself, Lord, at some point.
Yep. Yeah, well, I covered stint 4. I did the qualifying with Toon as well.
Exactly, forgot about the qualifying.
Yeah, which was Friday night. And of course, I'm with you on this final stint. And feel rather privileged that I got to share the commentary booth with you on 2 occasions and cover such a phenomenal race.
Enjoyed it, definitely so far. Then you already mentioned Toon, or
yes,
also did a stint during this 24-hour race and the qualifying session with you. Then we had GT45 Gaming. He also did 3 stints. Shout out to you also, like on a short notice, jumped in and helped us. So massive thanks for that. Great insights you delivered for us. Your expertise, very, very nice. And yeah, then not to forget my dear friend B Racing 1, who joined us as well on a short notice, was able to do 1 stint. And yeah, then I also was involved into saying stupid things on stream. So mostly, I had to do the background work with like directing, updating graphics, calculating rejoin times, etc. But yeah, it was a hell of a ride. And then
I was going to say, when was the last time you slept? Because
can't remember. Feels like yesterday.
Quite literally, quite literally. But yeah, no, unbelievable the hard work that yourself, Jaeger, have put in, not only on comms but also with all the production in the background as well. And well, I would say it. It's been a team effort, hasn't it? In terms of
totally true. So I was just then going to mention, of course, the team representatives, the team managers, the drivers, the livery creators, the setup gurus, everyone involved in like making it possible for the drivers, the teams to enter, to race, and to deliver great racing for us. And then last but definitely not least, all of you amazing people in the stream, like supporting us, giving us the love, the views, the likes over those 24 hours. Amazing support. So yeah, great stuff all around. And we are on the final lap, by the way.
We are indeed, yeah. And still Sakura and Philo battling as hard as they were for pretty much the whole race, to be honest, and certainly will go down to the wire. It will be interesting to see who gets the bragging rights, who gets that P2 position. But yeah, certainly the battling has opened up the gap to Dude, who has got a just under a 13-second lead from Sakura. But of course, I'm sure we will remain on board as long as possible until AMS Dude comes across the checkered line. But what is your call here? Who do you think will come out on top between these two?
It will be a run to the line. Pretty sure about that. So, for all of
Yeah.
you, I will turn off the timer now. It is the final lap of the race, as stated on the lobby. So we just finish on the 24-hour mark. It is good to see, and this will come down to the line. Can't see anyone like making a mistake now. It will be like really close till the end. So, but as we're on the final lap, we will just have a look at the rest of the grid so far. So in P4, the number 12 car. Shout out to a bit proud of Team CLR Ray Racing. It has my community in its name. It has my race number on it. The team manager Ray Racer. They wanted to like put it on because of me being the CLR manager. So shout out. I'm chuffed. Finishing in P4. By the looks, wow. Great to see then also our friends from Italy. The DC team. Christina in P5. Definitely the most vocal drivers in the Discord. So great to see you up there as well. Then Clockwork Motorsports in P6 in that BMW. Probably a little bit disappointed as they were right up for most of this event in the top 3 most of the time. So P6 still a decent result.
Chat are calling for us to watch the battle between Peter and Freddie.
Trust me.
They want to see the action.
Trust me. We'll wait until the back straight. But yeah, I get you. It's racing action. It's for position. It's for the championship lead. So all good, all good. We stop like now ranting about everyone. We'll enjoy this.
We will have to cut to the race leader if he's still the race leader. I don't want to call it too early, but if he is the race leader, we will have to congratulate him just before he comes and claims the checkered flag. But yeah, certainly they are still nose to tail between Sakura and Philo as well. So
we see side by side.
Yeah, take it away, Jaeger.
Yeah, Philo around the outside. P2 for now, but was it a good move? It was a great racing move, but for finishing position, I don't know. We saw how good the top end of that Porsche was the last couple of laps, so maybe a bit of a tactical move there. I'm not sure. Just like I'm using your slipstream now to bypass you on the back straight, but nevertheless a great move, a great pass, and especially a clean pass.
Which is always good to see. Always good to see. It does look like Philo is starting to pull away as well. He's grabbed that P2 away from Sakura and looking to cement that position and take charge of the situation. Can Philo hold on to that P2 and have the nerves of steel to keep it consistent? We'll have to wait and see. We've got literally a couple of minutes left of this lap. It's going to be very, very exciting finish, that is for sure.
Yeah. Nerves of steel, balls to the walls, whatever you will call it. Great. And oh, a bit surprised that Philo is actually like opening up that gap, 0.8. Oh, what a massive run through that middle sector, if you can call it middle sector. But Good one. Now, I think the most crucial 2 corners now, approaching the exit of the mini carousel, and then the double right-hander leading on to the back straight, and Philo has 0.8, 0.9 now, a massive run through the Geigenkopf, the double right-hander, and nearly a second. I think this might be a little bit too much for Sakura to actually get back into the slipstream and go for a move. We see Amos stood in the distance and keeping an eye on that gap, but we have to go to the leader, the potential race winner, any second. So the gap 0.6 is getting closer and closer and closer. We have to switch briefly to the winner of this track. Congratulations, and VR23 wins this one, and we go back to Philo, and Sakura. Philo managed to keep that 0.4, 0.3 gap, and he will bring it home in P2. And Sakura finishes in P3. Well done, guys. So in P4 we have the number 12 car, CLR Ray Racing Octavian, in a fantastic P4 for that Audi R8. Then next up, Christina for the DC team, the number 29 GTR in P5, closely followed by Tim Lohr in P6 for Clockwork Motorsports. Then in P7 another BMW. Oh, it will be close, it will be run to the line, but just ahead of pole sitter in P8. We have MRL finishing in P9, the 33 car, the number 66. In P10, that BMW. Wax 64 in P11. Running out of fuel slowly, the 39 car, Gran Turismo Italia, creeping over the line, and it leaves us with 2 cars on track. It's the Scuderia Panthera Lexus, now coming down the back straight, the Döttinger Höhe. Safety car, yeah. You can call for safety cars now as loud as you want. Not gonna happen. So yeah, Yeast, and with the final chicane, and comes around and crosses that line. No, nearly hits the wall. And then the Lambo in P14. So Lord, it's your honor to bring him home.
Yes, so to be fair to Capraman, he stuck at it, but yeah, he can now just cruise home, and I hope to see lots of drifts on this final part. Do it in style. Nice and clean through the chicane there, and will we see a handbrake turn at the end?
Yeah, we do.
Surely. Yes.
Unfortunately, clipped that wall.
Yes. Beautiful.
Not the perfect 360, but still.
Yeah, with the help of the wall, but beautiful the same. And what a fantastic race that we witnessed over the 24 hours. And Jaeger, you can now rest. You can now get some sleep. He's going to be asleep for about the next week, I think, guys.
But I don't think so. I mentioned earlier, I will stay awake for the F1 race. And after that, I will go into...
We'll give you the classified results from this 24-hour race at Nürburgring. So congratulations to AMS Dude on the victory. Did finish in the end 12 seconds ahead of his nearest rival. That was Distinct Philo in the Mercedes AMG car, and 7 tenths in front of Sakura, who finished on the last step of the podium. In P4 is Octavian in the team R8 Evo. Finished 20 seconds adrift of Sakura to claim that P4. Then P5 is Pastina Calda in the GTR Nismo team. And P6 goes to Timlor in the M6. P7 goes to Fausto Aris. Is that how you pronounce it?
I
South Korean
called them
driver.
that way, yeah. So.
Yeah. So excellent P7 for him. Pole sitter will get the top 8 position in the Porsche 911 car. Actually finished 1/10 behind the South Korean driver. So a very, very close finish at the end. Almost a photo finish.
Yeah, we saw that really close.
And then we had a Welsh great that finished in P9 with... was he one of the ones that did the handbrake turn? I'm not really sure. But we had the Finn, who was the fastest man on the track with the best lap time of a 7-minute 58.201. Could only claim a P10 in the end.
I wonder why.
Yeah. We won't blame anyone in particular. And then Wax, your finished in P11 in the McLaren 650S. P12 goes to Nicho Cotillo in the Audi. P13 Yeast GT, and P14 is Kapraman in the Soul Lamborghini.
Congratulations. So every team finished the race. That's an achievement in itself already. No disconnect on the final stint. That's always heartbreaking, because on the final stint get any compensation. It's good to see that all of the 14 finished this 24-hour race.
Yeah, I was going to say, especially after 24 hours, that would be rather harsh. But yeah, I've absolutely enjoyed my time here, and I thank you so much to the Endurance Racing Federation for inviting me to commentate and to watch the whole event and stuff. And Jaeger, thanks so much for having me in the commentary booth as well. I will leave you to the interviews. I believe you'll be interviewing
if someone wants to join, feel free. The voice chat is still open. Someone who maybe Dude or the winning team, or Philo, someone from the RX team as well, the top 3. Maybe we get some driver team representative to this channel. I still have a little bit of time left, so why not? Who needs sleep? I certainly not. So yeah, thank you, Flawed, for keeping me company. Great final stint with you.
It's been a real pleasure, and I'll be interested to hear the reactions from the top 3 teams. So get yourself into the commentary booth. I do believe we've got Philo in here.
Yay.
So yeah, I'll leave you to it. But again, big congratulations to all the drivers, and thank you so much for having me.
Cheers, buddy. All right, so first one to do the interview. It's the setup god for the number 2 team, EDR. It's Distinct Philo. Welcome, buddy. Can talk if you want. Can't hear you. No, he left. Try it again. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Can't hear you. That's unfortunate. Not sure if I can do something. Should be possible. I don't-
Hello?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Yeah, yeah, you unmuted
Hello.
yourself. Look at that. So, what a race, what an event. What
It was a fantastic
drama.
race throughout.
You had some insane battles with Sakura.
Yeah, I couldn't get round him. His car was just so fast on the straight line. I had to really make my move count. Otherwise, I would have been held up because his car wasn't that good in the twisty bits. I reckon his tires were going off.
But then that
So
move
he
around the
slowed me up a
outside on that final lap, wow, I was like, maybe it was too early because of that straight line speed he showed, but then you just opened up that gap then through
Well, luckily, I took
twisty parts.
some
Yeah.
extra fuel. I took some extra fuel the last pit stop.
That
It might have
that
cost
you
me a few positions.
that's why you could really push. I was like, you lost like 3 positions after that pit stop, right? Where
Yeah,
you yeah, it's more fuel. That
but
I,
I think if I managed to keep third, it would have been easier to pass that BMW because then I could use the Porsche as a pick and slow him down on the apex. But it didn't go to plan,
it
as
worked.
racing never does.
So, were there
We,
any thoughts when Dude was opening up that gap
oh, wait,
to work together, like try to catch him at some point, or it seemed like you were just hiding too much? Was it intentional
I
or
just,
just it didn't work? Or
no, I wanted to get round as many people as I could because I knew my car would be better out of dirty air because it's really hard to make a move when you go past a fast right hander or a fast left hander because you have to lift off so much to keep the grip on the front tires, otherwise you just understeer off the circuit. So it's very hard to battle, especially on this circuit
yeah, well, know
where
that.
there's low grip tarmac.
That
There was a bit of rain the last weather slot,
ah
or the second to last weather slot, which I
okay.
was hoping would hit the track, but
Yeah, it looked
it missed out like
it looked at some point like a bit foggy, misty. I was like, oh, maybe a little bit of rain, but then it suddenly disappeared.
yeah, I was really hoping so because I started to notice my tire wear started increasing, which wouldn't have helped my chances of catching Dude at all.
It's true, yeah, but probably still better than what happened in Ultimate Stint, like when everyone was on their outlap and then suddenly the downpour happened.
Oh yeah.
And it was untravelable basically.
Well, I think it was if it stayed at racing speed, I think it would have mixed up the grid a bit more, which
Mhm.
would have shuffled the race order a bit, which would have been pretty cool, I think, for the end.
Yeah. And also like shout out to ourselves, so we basically finished on the 24-hour mark. This one. It's
Fantastic.
perfect timing, even with all those incidents we had throughout this event with many safety car outings and red flag of a hobby death or so, but yeah, somehow
Yeah.
made it work to finish on time. Yeah, yeah,
I think
totally
everyone
enjoyed that.
deserves a nice long rest now.
At some point, but sleeping for too long isn't too good, so we'll just try to get to bed. So bedtime today. So then
Have you slept before this race?
no, not at all. I was like awake since Saturday morning. But little bit preparation and for the DTM Legends race. We also did that, by the way. Hey,
Yeah.
we missed it. and then yeah, kept going, right? So it was,
Can't wait for the next 24-hour race.
yeah, hopefully with some support. Not going to do this like every month. Now
Well,
it will be
trust me.
crazy. I think we have the Spa 24 and happening in the near distance. So yeah,
Yeah. I hope everyone gets all signed up for the league.
I think we have definitely draw some attention there to the views and the streams, and also saw a couple of new people joining the Discord already. So who knows? Yeah,
Fantastic.
would be nice to see to have like again big interest into those events, even if we then have to like do pre-qualifying again and cut some of the team entries because of the limited hobby spots, rather than just
Yeah.
running with 7 cars at the end. So definitely,
Well,
yeah, but also
I
like
think
I think the overall pace was crazy throughout
yeah,
the entire race. So many talented, fast drivers there.
even just looking at the fastest laps, there's near enough 10 people just separated by about 5 seconds,
Yeah,
just in fastest laps alone. And yeah, amazing.
definitely.
It's really hard to make a move with someone who's as fast as you, if not a little bit faster,
Mhm.
which makes very good racing because every move has to be methodically thought out.
Yeah, it's and this extra big, I don't know, but like yeah, that was great. You
Yeah,
feel the adrenaline pumping. Great,
it's really nice to
great
see a
stuff.
lot of different car models as well.
Hmm.
What is it? Top six are all different cars. Never would have thought that.
Yep, top six, all different actors.
Wow.
That's a actually so surprised there. A little bit proud of the drive that Audi R8 finishing in P4. Yes, they got
Yeah,
lucky with some safety cars
that's
and
amazing.
still, but yeah, the quickest driver in the final stint. Hey,
Well, if I remember, they were nearly a lap down in last place at one point.
we're a lap down, I think.
To bring it back to fourth place is astounding, especially in the R8.
Also, the 23, the race winners, they were also
Yeah,
down, I think, and then had amazing comeback drive, get back to the front.
yeah. I knew that the end of stint 11 safety car that would have really hampered our chances to win.
Oh, oh yeah, it was also a bit controversial, right? So calling it that late.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
in, in the end, it made up for some great racing in that final stint for us
Oh, it did.
viewers. But yeah, could have been easier,
It was
right?
fantastic.
Yeah. So again, shout out to you with that EOP. I think that proves the point that you can use cars together. Such a long
Yeah.
track.
Well, I've been trying to make a really good BOP that allows full setup adjustment just to simulate real life racing. And I think I've somewhat hit the nail on the head, but unfortunately, PD won't allow us to set custom BOP for lobbies. So this is what we just have to make do with, unfortunately. But he's given some really good racing.
Yeah.
I did pin. What was it? Is it fourth, sixth, and seventh halfway through the race? Because I saw that they were battling for 3 or 4 laps continuously. I mean, that's just, I guess, not heard of.
I mean, yeah, this was again due to some of those safety cars, but some of the closest racing in an endurance race seen there after such a long time. Yeah, great show for viewers, definitely. And we just hit the 3,000 views mark on the live stream. Yay! All right. Thank you all.
Well, thank you. Thank you, every single one of the viewers.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jaeger.
And also, legends, we have 69 likes. Yeah, stop it. No, don't you dare. But like, no, someone hit the like button. You please.
As you just hear my little mouse click.
Oh, we're giving up. But yeah, much appreciated on that one. So, I think 61 was the perfect number. It was, yeah, right. You screwed it, so now I'm disappointed. So stop the stream and cry a little bit because of that. No, all good. So, but I think no one else will be joining us in the race interview, so I will call it a day, literally.
Yeah.
Now, and again, big thanks to everyone making this possible, and I hope to see you around. And I don't know, when's the next one? It's the Monza Sprint, right? On the menu.
Yes.
So that's
And
on the 6th of July. So a little bit of 1 hour sprint racing. Should be a lot of fun at Monza. Hope to see you
what I
there.
will try to do is see if I can try and orchestrate 2 different tempos.
Yeah, I
So
think,
that it's not just the fastest person
yeah,
together.
I think we said now,
Okay.
with being it like a 60-minute race, we can have 2 or 3 of them. Because we just did a 24 hours or 3 hours. Nothing.
Yeah.
Easy. So yeah, definitely we got the interest for that. So yeah. And then 2nd to 4th August, it's Spa, 24 hours. Keep that in mind.
Big
So we
practice
will
one.
be back for that. So, all right. That's it from my side. Have a
That's it from my side.
good one, and see you soon.
Thank
Good.
you.
Bye.
Bye.